Good morning all. Welcome to the Standing Committee meeting for Infrastructure, 7th of April 2021. I'll now open the meeting at 9 a.m. and in terms of leave of absence, we have any request to leave of absence this morning? Councillor Froloff?
Councillor Froloff. Okay,
Councillor Froloff away due to illness. Do we need to move that, Mr. CEO? So I'll move that be accepted. We have a second. I think it's Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Duly noted, thank you. Recognition of traditional owners, Councillor Duff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders, both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Okay, do we have, councillors, you have the agenda for the day's Standing Committee meeting in front of you. Does anyone have any conflict of interest items to declare? Okay, we'll move on then. Confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting at 5. Hereby move that the minutes of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 3rd of March 21 be received. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Duff. Any questions, comments, councillors, on those committee meeting minutes? No? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks all. Okay, next one is 6.1, the Roads and Drainage Portfolio Report. I'll hand over to Councillor Jones to present that. It's at page 14. Thanks, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, great, happy to present the Roads and Drainage Portfolio for the month of April. The following are current planned works for March and April. We have capital works, we have Boyee Road at Wheatlands, we have widen, seal and overlay between Flats Road and Mondule Wheatlands Road. That will continue from February through to May. Kingaroy Transformation Project, the Kingaroy CBD upgrade, obviously January 21 through to October 22. Mergen CBD, the footpath upgrade, Lamb Street, Mergen Stage 2 and 3. That will continue, started in July 2020 and hopefully completed at the end of this month, April 2021. Niagara Road, Bourneside, rehabilitation of existing seal and drainage construction, final bitumen seal scheduled for March. Unfortunately, this has been delayed due to wet weather. So hopefully we can continue through and have that finished on May 2021 or a little bit later due to the wet weather. Roy Emerson Car Park in Blackbutt, the upgrade of car park facilities will start in May and hopefully be finished in that within that month. Rural Road Nanango, upgrade to bitumen seal standard, start in March and completed in May. Youngman Street, Kingaroy, construction of footpath from Avoca Street to Oliver Bond Street. Construction will start in April, finish in May. The Blackbutt pedestrian bridge replacement, replace timber bridge across Taramio Creek, prefabricated bridge ordered, start in March and hopefully be completed and installed by the end of June. The Nanango pedestrian bridge replacement, replace timber bridge near Nanango State School, prefabricated bridge ordered, again started in March and will be completed in June. The key highlights, Peterson Drive upgrade project has been recently completed. This project has involved road widening and removal of substantial dips within the road by installing under-road drainage pipes. The project is located near Summerfields Lane intersection as was partially funded through the Transport Infrastructure Development Scheme, which converts back to TIDS. And I can say I've driven that road on a number of times and they've done an exceptional job there and it's made a hell of an improvement. The gravel resheeting and heavy formation grade, we've got Grindstone School Road, that's a gravel resheet. That will continue through April. Hancock's Road, gravel resheet, should almost be completed. Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road, shoulder resheet, very close to be completed if not. Kingaroy Burrendown Road, gravel resheet, heavy and medium formation grade. That will go through, started in March, will continue through April. Maidenwell Upper Yarraman Road, gravel resheet, again through March and had to be carried over a little bit longer because of the wet weather. Continued early into April. Nollers Road, gravel resheet, that was also started in March and almost to completion. Patrol grading, we have a long list here. We go through from Brooklands, Corndale, Greenview, Hodgeley, Mannion, Ironpot, Memorandie, Nanango, South Nanango, Rurulan, and the list goes on. That's all continuing there. Our roadside slashing and boom mowing, again, a long list of where the slashes are going, and with the recent rain, again, obviously under the pump again, trying to maintain the level of service that we're looking for. And again, Abbeywood, Belogie, Barkers Creek, Banarkin, Blackbutt, Moondoomba, Boyneside, Brooklands, Crawford, Dangor, Eastern Ango, and it continues on Glendevon, Ironpot, Johnston, Canoon, Manium, Memorandee, Runnymede, Sandy Ridges, South Anango, Speedwell and Stallworth, Taromeo, Teelar, Whiten and Wandai. Again, completed works for February 2021, worth noting, our Mercer Springgate Road upgrade to the intersection of Mercer Springgate Road and Brights Road intersection to seal standard. Another success story there for the road crews. Peterson Drive to Binga, also we just spoke about that, widening existing seal road near Summerfields Lane. Wheatland School Car Park, school car park upgrade, that was done throughout the holidays, and it's made a huge difference to that community out there. Our patrol grading, we've been through Brooklands, Eastern Ango, Greenview, Ironpot, Mannion, Memorandee, Moffatdale, Moondoona, Mergen and Anango. Our roadside slashing and boom slashing, again, we've been through Bowie, Bagruda, Chelmsford, Coolabunya, Ellesmere, Kinley-Moore, Cumbia, Maidenwell, Pimpinbungie, Silverleaf, Stallworth, Tabinga, Tarong, Wattlecamp, Wheatlands and Wandai, and a whole other heap of areas as well. That was just to name a few. Our infrastructure series, our patrol grading, and this is just a quick overview and an explanation to the people that are taking the time to watch these meetings. Why we patrol grade. Council is currently using a number of techniques to maintain our extensive unsealed road network. These include routine patrol grading, formation grading and gravel resheeting. Formation grading on a road will produce a higher standard of finish on the road. However, it is more time consuming and subsequently more expensive when compared with routine patrol grading. Council has previously received many complaints from customers regarding the last time their road was graded, with some customers citing that it had been over 10 years since the last grade. In order to address this issue, routine patrol grading has been introduced to support the formation grading and gravel resheeting. It is expected that the routine patrol grading will provide the base level of service for our unsealed network and enable our teams to get around the road network on a more frequent basis. What is patrol grading? Patrol grading works include the surface grading of a road to improve rideability by filling in isolated depressions. A water truck may be used at times to reduce dust and help with compaction of the disturbed material. These works may include the clearing and cleaning of table drains dependent on the need. Medium formation grading. Medium formation grading works include the heavy blade cutting of the existing road, mixing the material with water, laying out the material and compacting the material using a roller to the required cross fall. These works usually include removal of some vegetation, cleaning side drains, and may include the importation of gravel for significant potholes or boggy areas. Works do not include major clearing works, road realignment or major gravel resheeting works. Our heavy formation grading. Heavy formation grading works include the tining of the road profile using a grader, mixing water into the material and spreading the material with a grader and compacting the material with a roller to produce a smooth road with correct crossfall width and road drainage profiles. At times, works may include minor road straightening and removal of vegetation and trees for safety and future road maintenance reasons. Works also include clearing of side drains and culvert inlets and outlets where practical and guidepost reinstatement. This work is also carried out prior to gravel resheeting activities. Our gravel resheeting is carried out to restore or upgrade a road wearing surface in order to provide a more usable road. The gravel wearing surface will generally provide a less slippery and less boggy running surface when compared to the naturally occurring soils. The construction process usually involves carrying out a formation grade first. This is followed by carting gravel to the road, mixing water into the imported gravel, laying out the mixed gravel to the correct profile and compacting. The job is then tidied up by grading and rolling the batters where possible. At the completion of works, drainage is generally cleared and cleaned, vegetation removed and signs and guideposts reinstated. That's just a little bit of an overview of what the men and women out there in the workforce are doing and trying to improve at all times. We are not perfect, but where we come from 3 or 4 years ago, they have done an exceptional job. And I've had conversations in the last couple of weeks in regards to pipes under under the road and all that sort of stuff. It's an issue that I'll be bringing back to council to discuss. I'd like to think that we could fund it possibly in the future, because we've got the roads to a standard now, which aren't just too bad, but some of the problems are caused by the pipes that go under the road being blocked and all that, and the water that's supposedly going to drain away in those pipes overflowing onto the road and washing the roads out around those pipes. So it's a thing that we need to discuss as a council moving forward, with budget being right now. So, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that my roads and drainage portfolio report for the month of April be received. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henson. Okay, councillors, questions, comments in relation to the report? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the report and the extra information on the grading. I think that's excellent. I just had a question in relation to, and we all know it at the moment with the recent rain, the potholes popping up around the place. Certainly, just the roads I drive around town in the sealed network, you can see the impact that the recent rain has had. I just was chasing some information just in terms of the process council undertakes to actually repair its sealed network at a time like this where those potholes are coming up. Just chasing some more information around where we're at in terms of assessing them, and then mitigating the issue, like going back and doing the repair work. So do we do that by area, or do we do that by highest priority need? Just chasing a bit of an update if we can, because I know everybody's probably here in the chamber, all of our councillors are probably getting comments about potholes in our sealed network, and I just think I'd really appreciate an update in relation to our response. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr Mayor. So council, within our works department, we have some dedicated road inspectors, and their job primarily is to run the roads and identify defects on that network. And through that, there's a process of prioritising the particular defects, and typically the higher order roads and the higher speed roads will generally be a higher priority, and that process is typical, whether it's during wet weather or during dry times. So there is the system in place. We do, particularly during wet weather, when potholes are still full of water, there is a time delay when we do have immediately after wet weather, but we do have dedicated equipment. We've got 2 pave line machines and a flow-con machine that are set up specifically to repair defects such as potholes and edge repairs. Certainly. So we do have, you may appreciate, different potholes in particular, different shapes and different depths. Our pave line machines use a combination of rocks or screenings with bitumen emulsion, and they're typically used to repair the smaller potholes and the potholes that aren't as deep. Whereas when a pothole is particularly deep, that method is unsuitable for repair. So that's when we use premix, which is used through our flow-con machine, and it's typically a mix of bitumen and various graded screenings. And the benefit there is you can actually compact the material into the pothole. So you'll actually see our machines undertaking different roles. A pothole isn't just a pothole. So we do have different machines for different defects.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just in terms of the time frame for, so once it dries out, the crew are basically out there, so they've been reported or picked up by the roads crew that are out reporting the defects, and then once it dries out, the team pretty well start to get to work on repairing those potholes?
Yeah, absolutely. We rely on our road inspectors, we rely on our internal staff, supervisors and other council employees driving the network, as well as customer complaints and requests as well, provides a lot of information for us that we put into our system and then prioritise those defects.
No, that's excellent. Thank you. I just really appreciate the update.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just wanted to ask a couple more of questions with regards to drainage. As Councillor Jones mentioned, I do get a lot of complaints about the road was great, but the customer doesn't believe that the drains have been done properly. What is do we actually clean the pipe out as we go, or is there some specific program where we have to go back and clean pipes out? And also, I've had quite a few customers say that they believe that they need pipes on their road. What's the process with regards to working out whether there is a need to put a pipe and how that would improve a road and make a big difference to the ongoing issues? What's our process with regards to just deciding whether we're going to put more pipes in, and how do we clean them out?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in terms of the drainage, the crossroad drainage pipes that we've had some recent discussions about where we can improve, particularly our unsealed network, and cross-drainage pipes, silting of pipes, both upstream in the pipe and downstream is an issue, and it's flagged for a really good area for us to improve in. Typically, we need a specific crew to come and undertake the desilting of the pipes, and it's generally you find a road, for example, maybe 90% of it might be fine. Where you have the issues are generally around the drainage, the flow paths, so either scouring or silting, and quite often it's associated with the drainage infrastructure and pipes. So that's one area where we flagged that we need to do some improvements in. There's always the overhanging budget issue, and I think that historically this issue's always taken a backward step in terms of there's always other things that we can be doing, and the budget tends not to allow it. But there certainly is a desire to undertake a more specific and targeted drainage cleaning program, as I say, particularly in the unsealed network. In terms of putting in new drainage pipes, if there's concerns, particularly among residents, that a particular area may need drainage improvements, always happy to receive those requests and that feedback, and always happy to go and have a look at that. If we can't always put in drains for whether it's budgetary considerations, but acknowledging that a lot of the damage is caused through inadequate drainage, there's certainly a desire to improve that drainage system if we can. So again, if there's feedback from the community, particular requests for drainage consideration, happy to take that on and investigate.
Thank you. And so moving forward, have we got in our this next budget, are we looking at putting some money in to actually go out and have a team do that, or how are we going to address that? Are we just going to, I just want to know what the process is. Do we just council need to declare our hand that that's what we want to put some money into, or how do we get that to happen?
Certainly we'll consider that in next year's budget. There's some additional improvements such as slashing and such as drainage. So we'll put some figures and some information around the additional items for next year's budget.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for your questions, councillors, and a fair response, Manager, General Manager. Just any more questions, councillors? I've got a couple, but otherwise, no, I'll go ahead. Just a couple of questions, just in terms of picking up on Councillor Shoemaker's question around potholes. I've been in conversation with other councillors. I've been made aware that some of the other councils are investigating some of the new materials around pothole repairs. My observations are, and I could be wrong, but my observations are, if you look at Haley Street, for example, the same potholes just keep coming up. And no doubt there's a pavement defect there issue perhaps causing that, I understand that. But I know there's been a fair bit of science going into pothole repair work over the last 2 to 3 years. And I just wonder if there's perhaps value in council looking at doing some research into perhaps what new options are available, particularly around the use of resins and polyurethanes, plastic materials that provide greater flexibility in the potholes so that we're not getting that brittleness that causes the breakup sometimes. Is there any work to be done there? Is it possible we could do some work and perhaps bring a report back to council as to some of the more contemporary options for that, or is that something we've done already?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Always looking at new products, what's available, and we do rely quite heavily on suppliers of material. So we do purchase quite a substantial amount of premix, emulsion, bitumen, etc. And generally, suppliers are a really good source of information. Case in point, our bitumen resealing, although it's not specific to maintenance, we are using additives such as crumb rubber to provide additional benefits within that product, rather than the normal straight bitumen. It's always looking at better products available. In terms of repairs, for example, potholes, there are a number of methods for repairing potholes, and one of the improvements, which is part of our Reflect rollout, is getting better at determining what's the best repair for a particular pothole. It's not always going to be the quick premix or emulsion screening. It may in fact be digging the defect out, which takes a lot longer, is more expensive, but is in the long run a better solution. So there's always that element that we can improve on some of these decisions, and that's part of a big part of this rollout with our Reflect and asset maintenance management system.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Just wondering if there is scope to perhaps have a look at some of the work that's been undertaken by the various research bodies in relation to new pothole technologies. Is that something we could perhaps do if we haven't done that in the last 12 months to 2 years? I understand that where we're going to reseal a road or we're going to rehabilitate it, there's no value in looking at new technologies or spending more on the pothole materials. But if there's a road that's not going to be rehabilitated or resealed in the next couple of years, I'm just wondering if we could perhaps look at that. I'm getting some feedback, but there's some good results coming through from other councils in relation to some of the new, more elastic type materials. So just wondering whether that's something we could look at, whether that's appropriate for our region, I'm not sure. Is that something, General Manager, we could perhaps consider and come back at some stage in the future?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The technology that you're talking about there, the elastics, is the crumb rubbers that Kev's talking about here. So we've started to implement them into our reseal program over the last probably 3 years. There's also an alternative product, which is a polymodified binder, which is a PMB. We use that product as well. We're starting to put that into a lot of our seals. Probably just the case in point for us is as far as our rehabilitation options go, we use the latest technology for the best bang for buck that we have. So when we select a treatment for these roads, so we use a modified seal, which has got a higher elasticity to take up that road. Essentially what that product is designed to do is fill the cracks within that road to stop the water coming through. If you use a straight sealer, which is a C170 style, it's still effective, but it's not as elastic as the crumb rubber. So probably in the southeast, southwest corner. That's been implemented probably over the last 5 years. And we've successfully been using that. All the town streets in Kingaroy that were resealed in the last program is all crumb rubber. And, Kevin and I probably through other councils have been using that for the last, 4 or 5 years up until now. As far as the pothole repairs go, I'll probably support Kevin's comments. The biggest thing for us is making sure that we plan those works and look to pick a suitable product or a methodology to repair them. Case in point too that, if we dug out every pothole, our maintenance costs would be quite high. So sometimes we do try a lower cost option first up. But where we see these higher traffic roads and a repeat offender, I think that's where we can look to make a better decision around how we do that maintenance. And having those maintenance programs in place will allow us to plan ahead for those items. So similar to what we've done with, I think, the potholes near McDonald's, where they were repeat offenders. Those potholes were actually done with hot mix. But to give you an idea, that's, you're looking at, 5-6 times the cost. Because that's a hot mix product, which is not manufactured in our region. So we transport that out of Toowoomba or the Sunshine Coast. And we try and do that in line with other works, which was the Mergen project as well. So there is a limitation to some of the materials that we could access in our region, purely because of distance. And particularly with hot mix must come out at a certain temperature. It normally comes out about 70 or 80 degrees. And by the time it's been travelled for 2 hours, it starts to cool off in our region. So that's why a lot of times when we're doing hot mix, we'll do it on a large scale. But there is options for us to start planning for some of these works, particularly around these intersections that keep blowing up. And I think that's our biggest thing forward is, even if we're looking where we've got these large sections of potholes starting to appear, we need to look at doing a capital works treatment on some of these items to make sure that we because effectively if we don't fix the pavement defects underneath where the water's got into, then they will continue to come. So it's just, the guys make a good decision at the time. I think it's just making sure that where that treatment has not been successful, is making sure that we make better decisions either before we do the work or after the work has not met the expectations. So.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. There are some repeat offenders around Kingaroy, which you'd be aware, close to the CBD, which won't be picked up in KTP, Haley Street East, Somerset Street, the street near the police station. They're just repeat offenders that just keep popping up. I hit them just about every day when I go through these roads. So as soon as we get 10 mils of rain, they're back again. Be interesting to see what results the actual resealing has up in Somerset. I see that's been done now with that more elastic type material. So, if that could be given some consideration, where we can look at perhaps a capital program moving forward with some of those, particularly central urban-based roads, where we're getting high traffic. That would be great, because there are some real repeat offenders. I'm not sure about other towns, but I'm sure they'd be in every town in the region. Yeah. Thanks very much. Just while we're on the report, I had submitted a customer request in relation to signage to Monjaw. The little town of Monjaw doesn't have any signage of any significance on Silverleaf Road. So if you're heading out on Silverleaf Road, councillors, you'll get to Heisel and then realise that you've gone past the turnoff to go to Monjaw. I think the response that come back, Kev, was assuming that I was looking at the Monjaw, Wondai to Proston Road. But just a question there, GM, is Silverleaf Road, that's a state road, so would we need DTMR to pick up the signage to get some town signage into Monjaw, or is that something that we could look at as a council? The reason I raise it today is because it's been raised by a lot of residents at Monjaw at the most recent community consultation forums out there. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would probably welcome the customer request to come back to either myself or Kevin directly, and we would be happy to have a look at it and just get the specific area. I believe there was a request. Yeah, I think I remember the one that you were talking about previously, and there was a decision made by Main Roads that they wouldn't allow a sign for one section, and whether that's been mixed up or not, we would welcome the customer request to come back to us, and we can have a look and have a look at the merit of it. Yeah,
thanks, GM. It might be just a communication issue, so I'll forward that through again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We can have a look at that. I know it's an important issue for the people of Monjaw. The other one was with damaged road signs. I reported one, for example, up at the corner of Haley and Fisher Street, a damaged road sign there that's been twisted and broken. We seem to get vandals that make entertainment out of damaging our road signs. The response I got that when there's a road crew in the area up there next, that they'll look to do something about it. Do the inspectors that look at the potholes also go around and look at our road signs? I know in our corporate plan, council's aesthetics, the aesthetics of our region is something we've really focused on. I know we've got the new signs, which I'm really keen to be rolled out, but I've noticed there's a number of signs across the region that are bent and broken, and I don't want to have to send in 100 customer requests, but do we have a process of identifying and repairing those, or do we just wait until the crew happens to be going by?
No,
And
what
how's
we
that managed?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, what we'll be doing is putting, with the implementation of our maintenance system, is to putting ahead a signage program in advance. As far as the inspections go, the supervisors or the inspectors that do that work generally will go through and pick up what's in the road corridor as far as defects go. The signage that you reported for the roundabout, for example, I think was up at Kingaroy Street. That was already picked up in the system, in the new maintenance system, so they were identified. What Kevin and his team do is they go through and they look at all the customer requests or the defects that are put before them in their program meeting for the fortnight, and they pick the highest priority defects. Obviously, with street blades, we give that a fairly high priority, so going forward, as that maintenance system comes online, those signage defects for street signs and regulatory signs will be brought to the top of the list for repair. So, and what there will be is there'll be a designated program put together for signage, so that you don't have to wait. They're not done by the pothole patching crew; they're done by the general maintenance crew, which Kev has resources for, and they'll go through it to put an advanced program together. So, obviously, if we go through and we fix every sign, then we'll run out of money very quickly. So, what Kevin and his team does is look at the highest priorities that they have at the time of their program, and every fortnight, and they're going out to every month, we'll put together a program based on those defects that are known to council at that time, so we continue to manage our budget.
And General Manager, will that report come back to council, that monthly report?
No, we don't generally do that, no, Mr. Mayor, at this stage. The report that we put through is just is a defect report, so I'm not sure what metrics council wants around defects.
Oh, no, I suppose I was looking at it from a customer's point of view. If you report an issue with the road, there's a fairly significant blade that's on the corner of Fisher and Haley. It's bent and broken and busted. 1,000 cars go past there every day. If you're a customer and report it and you get a letter back that says that we can't tell you when it's going to be done, it'll be done at some stage in the future when the signage crew's up there next.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean 2 weeks? Does that mean 6 months?
Yeah, 3 Mr.
How do we
Mayor.
get an understanding of it? I mean, I'm fine with that, but if I was Mrs. Jones that lived up in Fisher Street and reported it, and I'd get this letter that says, there's no sort of commitment to when that work's going to be done.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the purpose of what's in your operational plan this year is to implement a maintenance management system. So when that comes online and implemented, we'll be able to give a further detail of when that program would be. If it's in the current program, if it's not in the current program, why is it not, and when might that work be done? So sometimes we may not be able to answer. We might have a defect where that we're not able to fix due to budget constraints at this time. We'll be looking to put together templates that support how that work is programmed in line with that maintenance system going forward. I understand it's a work in progress. That's why we identified it in the operational plan this year, so that council can better manage its maintenance, and particularly in response to its customer requests. I think we do the unsealed stuff really well because we can tell people when their road's going to get graded. With the sealed stuff, the idea is that we go through and catalogue each of those defects, prioritise them, and then we can look at how we advise the customer whether we're going to do it or if we're going to be deferring that work. What does that look like, and what sort of time frame might that mean?
Yeah, I've had a similar issue with potholes where I've had people show me letters where there's no commitment to when the pothole's going to be done. It just says we'll get to it when we can, but it says it's not in the planned works at this stage. So it's nice to be able to give the community some sort of indication if a resident goes to the trouble of reporting a pothole or a broken sign, some sort of indication as to a time frame. Is that something with that new program we'll be able to get better at doing that?
Yeah, the plan is to have a time frame for those defects to be repaired, what that looks like, and if they're not going to be repaired or it's a long-term defect, if you could think about it, we could have $7 million worth of defects come into overnight if we go through and defect log the entire network, every pothole, every sign. How do we program that going forward? So we need to look at having a prioritised order. So is that over a month, or is it over 3 months, or is it over 12 months? And the reality is, if we need to be able to identify if it's not done in a monthly or a quarterly basis, then we need to have a response back to the customer to say, look, it'll be reviewed in a forward program. What you're seeing at the moment is Kevin and his team are implementing that system. That's why we're starting to see program meetings come on board, where things are getting fixed on a fortnightly or a monthly basis. We'll start to extend that out between now and the end of this financial year as we implement that system. So with that, we can come back and show some of the responses that we give in relation to those programs.
Yeah, thanks, GM. Just in relation to the Dingo Creek car park was another one, just while we're on capital projects that Councillor Jones raised in his report. There seems to have been an issue with the ceiling where we put the ceiling in and then it didn't go to the boundary where the bollards were going in. So I've had a number of people in Wandai raise the issue with me. It's a safety hazard. So we've actually done a oval shaped seal, but the bollards are actually rectangular. So you've got these big gap areas where the grass is growing up and where there's a drop off into the grass. So if someone pulls up, they fall off into the grass. Now, I know these are operational issues, but they have been raised by the community. They are a community concern. I did have a call from one of the engineers pursuant to a CR that I put in, but just wanting to know, is that something that we can fix? I believe it was raised before Christmas by the previous manager of parks. Is that something that can be now dealt with?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, you would have got a phone call from Darren. So what we're doing with that project at the moment is working with Mark and his team. That was put in by an independent contractor of us, the bollard. So we'll be working with Mark to either correct that or level that material out between there. The one I'm assuming you're talking about is the bollards that are in the grass, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, the bollards are in the grass, so
Yeah,
they're
yep.
rectangular, and they were on the actual previous boundary. So I don't think the contractor necessarily did the wrong thing. I think he just put it where the boundary showed on the map. But when we'd done our seal, we didn't take the seal up to the rectangular boundary. That's my understanding. I stand to be corrected, though.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Mayor, the seal's in the right spot as per the design. So I think there might be just we can either level them off, but we'll work with Mark to either level them off or correct that issue. To relay them if we need to.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I only raised it at today's forum because it was raised by the community as a safety issue for young children. So I wanted to make sure that was on the agenda. Okay, well, that's all the questions that I had. Any others from councillors? If not, sorry, Councillor Potter. My apologies.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to say great job on Peterson Drive. Thank you very much, and it even looks good. But Mr. Mayor, this might be a really good time to discuss Snap Send Solve, because I know you like that particular app, and maybe we should let the community know about the app if they're willing to download it on their phones, because if we don't know where every single pothole is or every single issue is, so we really do need their help to let us know.
Yeah, really good point. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Did you want to talk about Snap Send Solve? Is that something that you use yourself? I know I certainly use it, but I can talk about it if you like. But look, it was brought to our attention when I first became a councillor that there's an app that you can download on your iPhone. So for anyone in the community that's listening, for the media, we would like to work with the community in identifying things like potholes, broken road signs, if we have overgrown allotments, those sorts of things, compliance issues. There's an app called Snap, Send and Solve. You can download the app on your iPhone. Once you've got that, you can basically take a photo, put the details in, hit the send button, it'll submit it straight through to council's customer service contact, and it'll get logged as a customer request, which will then go through the relevant department. So I find it a really efficient mechanism. If we can get the word out in the community, great suggestion, Councillor Potter. I know it doesn't work if you're out of service, out in a remote area, such as Councillor Duff has issues, and I'm sure that Councillor Hanshan does. But if you're in town, if you're a townie, the app works really well. That's been my experience at least, Jim.
The other good thing about Snap Send Solve is if you go to another council area, it'll actually pick up there, that council area, and also you can do the trolleys as well. So if you're out in the streets and see a trolley, whether it's an Aldi or, no, we don't have Aldi trolleys, but you know, if it's a Woolies trolleys that's up at Memorial Park, you can take a photo and send it straight through to Woolworths as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Potter. We are really keen to see the aesthetics of our region improve, our townships improve, so the committee can work with us on things like trolleys and overgrown allotments and potholes and broken signs and inform us of that. We can't be everywhere all the time to find these things, so that'd be really great. Good message to get out. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, councillors, those in favour... Oh, sorry, Councillor Henshin, you've got your light on. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of things, probably three things. I'll start with a good luck story, and I hope it's been received. One of our constituents in Division 6 put a message through, and word of mouth is pretty powerful, that the graders working out on a particular road in Division 6 had a flat tyre. That was relayed back to the department through communications, through neighbours and whatnot, and I hope that got seen to. That was over the weekend, so instead of the guys turning up on Monday morning to a flat tyre, that was seen to and taken on board to be fixed, rather than everybody out there and turn up to a flat tyre. So that's greatly appreciated within the community, to pass that on. On the potholes, Councillor Shoemaker, I can certainly understand we've all got pothole issues, and we have both the trucks been trying to get around and out and about in Division 6 in the past 10 days, and I actually feel for them as much as I do for of all our constituents with the potholes, because they've been out there since last Tuesday, and since last Tuesday every pothole's filled up with water. And again this morning they're out there and it's raining and they just can't get to them. So it's frustrating for them, and it's be frustrating. And again, I'd urge the general public to take on board that they just can't fix potholes full of water. And that's, you know, and they get driven through, they get splashed out, and then all of a sudden they get bigger and uglier, and they become hot on our agenda through phone calls and reports. So that's the potholes. And the third thing, can I ask the question, entries and exits into properties, both rural and residential, they are the responsibility of the property owners, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that to our attention, because there are, and as Councillor Duff has alluded to, certain drainage problems in certain areas, and there's a lot of people probably inquiring about entries and exits to their properties. But if I'm sure we could all agree that if council had to replace or fix those entries and exits, we'd have 30,000 or 50,000 entrances to do. So just wanted to clear that up. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Okay, those in favour of the acceptance of the report? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks, Councillor Jones, for that very good report. 6.2, Kingaroy Transformation Project update at 23. At last month's Infrastructure Standing Committee, it was requested that monthly updates on the Kingaroy Transformation Project be presented to future Infrastructure Standing Committee meetings. And so we've got our report here today, and the recommendation is that the Kingaroy Transformation Project update report be received for information. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Okay, councillors, any questions on the report? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the team for preparing the report. As Divisional Councillor, I did have an opportunity to meet and provide some feedback about the report, and I guess I just wanted to talk to that. For us as a council, as we know, this is a major project for our region, once in a generation, as we say. And really, from this report, I am expecting some more detail, particularly around the time frame and the costings. Not because I guess I really want to be on the front foot with this. No surprise approach. So if there are issues or things that aren't going to plan, I think it's really important that our council knows about that firsthand, so that we can respond and ensure there are the resources needed to see this project done properly. And we've all made that commitment on time and on budget. So I am expecting to see more detail in this report. I do note the delays with the challenges around supply of materials, and certainly I know there are a number of people in the area who are building new homes and actually experiencing exactly the same thing. So it is clearly a impact of COVID and the, I guess, stimulus that is encouraging that construction industry at the moment to go ahead. So really note that. I'm really grateful for the report and glad to see that it will be a continued agenda item for this meeting. However, I really am hoping to see some more detail around those costings and timeframe. Just wanted to point out, really good news story. Councillor Potter and I tend to walk down to Alfred Street almost every day just to check in on the guys and see what's happening and see how things are progressing. There's been a mammoth amount of work done. It was great the other day. I actually drove by the street twice. I was telling project manager Alan Christensen about it. We had our curb and channel crew out, concrete crew, and I did drive by twice because I love to see the workmanship and the teamwork that was happening in our main street. Those guys did an absolutely exceptional job. It was just starting to rain. They're throwing concrete around, you know, of course, in a responsible way, but building the curb and channeling. And I found out for some of the workers there, they were the ones who actually installed the original curb and channeling. So to be there some years later and replacing it's pretty unreal. And yeah, just so impressed by the work of the team. And that picture on page 5 of the power pole with the excavator actually holding it up, Councillor Potter and I were there having a look. That was some extremely technical work and just great to see the guys achieve that safely, no injuries, and certainly, you know, seeing an excavator that size holding up the power network while they're working underneath, just incredible. So well done to the team. It's really progressing well, and look forward to those continuous reports. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor. Just at page 26, I'll note it says that for the period 26 March, the total actual expenditure on all KTV projects related to both the works and water services was $1.7 million against the available third quarter amended budget of $3.1 million and overall council approved budget of $13.9 million. The above actuals, however, indicate that a budget amendment may be required at the fourth quarter review due to expected progress being increased and advanced procurement requirements to mitigate future project delays. Just for the benefit of the community, just wonder if we could provide some detail around that for anyone that's picking up on that particular point there. Thanks, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we'll be looking at is the construction phasing between now and the 30th of June. So there's some matters that council need to consider later on today. What that means is if we deferred some of our amended budget at the third quarter and we restricted a number of funds through the works program to manage that construction period over the financial years. If our progress was to increase, then we would be looking at bringing that money back into the fourth quarter budget. So what that means is there is no increase in budget for the project. It's just a matter of the cash flow phasing may come forward. And also we'll just look at where we're actually at, whether we're able to make a milestone progress payment with BBRF at that stage as well. So that's just there for council's awareness that depending on our program, our productivity may actually increase. We made an estimate at the third quarter to try and defer some of that money back over the financial year period. And we'll be looking to use available funds if we need to bring stuff forward throughout the works program, if that makes sense.
Thanks, General Manager. So if I could just clarify that of the overall 13.9 million, there's going to be no increase. What it is actually the 3.1 million that was budgeted for this financial year may increase, but we're simply bringing funds that would have been spent next year forward into this year.
100%
So
correct,
it's really just a timing issue as such. Okay, just want to clarify that for the community. Thank you. Cheers. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to extend on what Councillor Shoemaker said. It's progressing very good, and it's a great project. And I just want to, in the report, our key achievements and fact summary. Some of the things that I'd like to highlight. To date, 33 requests for quotation have been issued via various platforms, and in all circumstances, local suppliers have been provided the opportunity to supply where a supplier exists. So 23 contracts have been awarded, and of those, 13 have been awarded to local suppliers. So I think that's a great stat there to start with. And the other thing that caught my eye as well, now I can't find it. Anyway, doesn't really matter. That was one of the highlights, and the work that's progressing down there. They're doing an exceptional job through very difficult circumstances. The weather's sort of played a part in it, but again, Councillor Shoemaker highlighted the fact that these guys are doing everything workplace health and safety wise, getting through the project, and it's progressing well. The other thing, that's what it was. The 56 business owners that attended the facade workshop. I was at that meeting, and I can say to you that that meeting was very well presented, and the people that attended from the businesses in Kingaroy were so, for want of a better word, so hyped up with enthusiasm to go back, and I can't remember who was the bloke that spoke. I can't remember. I want to make mention of him. Darren Kefford. He nailed it with everything he said, and he encouraged the community to come along. And honestly, after the feedback from that meeting and the excitement down the main street of business people and all that, and in the community, the excitement's growing. So I just want to commend the staff that are down there working very tirelessly, Al Christensen, our project manager, and all the staff behind it. And once in a lifetime project. And yes, we do want more information coming back. I was in that meeting that Councillor Shoemaker referred to, and I think that the project manager has addressed that, and in future reports we'll get all the information that we need. So congratulations to everyone involved, and the project is progressing very nicely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones, and thanks, managers. I know, Councillor Jones, you've given a commitment in this chamber previously that the KTP will come in on time and on budget, and we were very much looking forward to see that happen alongside the support that we're getting from the community. Would it be fair to say, Councillor Jones, in the comments you made there, that we had, of those 56 people, a large percentage were people that own premises in the main street, in the KTP defined area, and are indicating at this stage that is there any indication of better preparedness to invest in doing up the facades? What was your feeling there? Was it a...
Correct, Mr. Mayor. My personal opinion, I believe that there is a lot of talk in regards to the business people in the inner town precinct that are certainly wanting to work with council as we progress through the whole project. And I do believe, yes, that where we started from to where we are now, I think there's a large increase in the people that want to work with council to improve their facades. Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. That's excellent news. Of course, it needs to be a joint project. Look forward to seeing that unroll over the next 2 years. And I guess when we say on time, we also have to be fair and realise that rain can hold up work. So that's subject. Well, if we get the rain, that's great. If it goes over time because of the rain, well, that's probably a good thing. Happy to accept that. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to back up what Councillor Jones said, that that workshop was just fantastic that the KCCI hosted, and I understand Council did attribute some resources to bringing, our lighting technician and our architect to the table to provide some mock-up schemes and ideas, and just break down how simple renovating a facade for a building really can be. I think for me, it opened my eyes. If anything, I want to buy a building in the street. Some of the ways in which the architects put forward ideas and concepts which were really simple. I think private investment definitely is looking to leverage the investment we've made in our CBD, and it's just such an exciting time for Kingaroy as we reactivate our regional hub, being the Kingaroy, the centre of the South Burnett.
Thanks, Councillor. Just in regards to parking, was there any conversation at that meeting? I know it was about facades, but has there been any conversation, concerns raised by shopkeepers as to loss of parking? I know we're putting in the extra PWDs, which is great. Great to see the seniors parks as well, the green bays. But loss of parks, managers, loss of car parks, is that a concern that's still being raised? Are we dealing with that? Do we have that? Are we across that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I might just draw council's attention to page 30. I might just get Alan to talk through that, if that's okay. That just probably gives you a feel for what's going on the ground with just some of the business interactions that we have in that space. So if that's okay, Mayor, I might just hand to Alan to talk to page 30.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. To you, Mr. Mayor, just in response, no, I'm not aware. Well, it didn't publicly get raised, parking at the workshop. There was a couple of issues raised, which I think is the last point there, footpath licences, and basically the challenge and facilitating, council facilitating an easier or more streamlined methodology for the use of footpaths, which is obviously an outcome. I think we've programmed a meeting in with that. I can't remember the date. I think it could be the 22nd of April, actually. So just to discuss that and how we could improve it. Parking has probably died off a little bit in the last couple of weeks, but it certainly around that Haley Street area was a fairly common theme from a number of businesses in our consultation over the last month to 6 weeks. And I identified in there just an opportunity to offset some of the temporary losses, particularly during construction, by surfacing some of the George Street area, utilising material that we've been able to recover at no cost from the Youngman Street resurfacing that Main Roads are undertaking, and also material that we've recovered from the project itself. So that it's still probably out there. We haven't had any major sort of, inquiries or complaints around that. We did have a number of posts, the workshop. I think we had 3 or 4 business owners and potential business owners and property owners come and see us about getting access to the workshop material. And I believe, and Daniel may be able to confirm it, but I believe through the KCCI they've had a lot of inquiry. I know Damo was in yesterday and he mentioned that, so that's a really positive outcome there. Bus parking, we had a meeting with Andrew Dascombe. I always call him Andrew Purser, but Andrew Dascombe, just about the location of the proposed bus park, which is less ideal than where it is now. On balance, I think we're looking at if there's a better alternative for it in that closer vicinity. But on balance, I think the location is still very good in that it is covered. It's still very close to public amenities and the ticketing agent. So we think, we're certainly having a look at that and committed to getting back to him on some other alternative locations for the regular service. That's his concern, is the 3-day a week morning and evening service. So they're the major issues. They're the 4 key issues that have come up in the immediate past period. So
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Alan, just on parking losses. So we have a number in terms of the number of standard parking losses in the KTP defined area, and has that been communicated to all of the community through that business consultation work that you've done? And what is that number? Is there a number?
Yeah, there is a number. It's off the top of my head, I think it's 91 in total, and all of those losses are regulatory losses or required as a result of, for example, the relocation of the pedestrian crossing in Haley Street. I think we lose 12 in total in that area, and then another 8 where the second pedestrian crossing is further down. So yeah, that has been communicated broadly through the consultation. It was in the report, I believe, to council back in November. So, and we've identified consistently that there's certainly a desire from the community to have that replaced in some manner, and long term, if council commits to George Street, then that would be the logical location. But that's not part of the KTP project.
So Alan, sorry to interrupt there. So what you're telling me is that there's going to be loss if we leave Kingaroy Shopping World out. That's a private area, but council provided car parks. There's going to be a loss of 91 car parks in the KTP defined area. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I believe it's 91 out of a total of 652.
91 out of 652. Okay, thank you. But at this stage, there is no plan to provide an alternative permanent car park in the planning. I'm probably leading into, I think George Street is something I'd like to have a conversation about at some stage, next to Rain and Horn, between Rain and Horn and the other building, whether there's plans to perhaps put some capital works into developing that so we can perhaps mitigate the loss of car park. I'd just like to see us get a win-win here, where we're getting a nice street, we're getting everything redeveloped, but we're not losing car park access, because we do know that our locals like to park close to their shops. So I'd like to see that on the agenda if we could, General Manager.
Yeah, so it's not part of the KTP project directly. We are recovering any reusable material and stockpiling it up in the rail corridor for the potential reconstruction or development of that George Street. I'll leave the answer in terms of future capital to the General Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I'm happy to leave that for later in the discussion, because later in today's meeting we will be discussing a number of capital projects, and I'm keen to have a discussion about creating a sealed car park in that grassed space that's there. It's right across the road from, that Haley area, Glendon Street. I think it could be a really great location for a sealed car park. Happy to have it later on, have that conversation later on. though. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, back to you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I guess I just wanted to back up your comments there around the George Street car park. It's great to see that for a minimal cost, I think around $5,000, we are actually going to recycle some of the material from the street to provide those temporary car park spaces at George Street on that lot of land that you're stating about. It is here in the report during the construction phase, and certainly later. You're absolutely right in the discussions around Works for Queensland here in the agenda. The team has scoped up some costs for that car park option, because it has been something that certainly Councillor Potter and I have brought up on numerous occasions, and I know Council has had those discussions, and we have indicated our support to grow, I guess, that rail trail corridor, provide RV parking and space nearby, because we know a lot of people are travelling now with pets and animals, and as Councillor Potter often says, she's a big advocate for pets. You know, having a space where people can pull up close by town, let their dogs out, walk into town. So I think it's part of a much bigger master plan, as you discussed, and certainly I think it is part of the vision for Kingaroy to enable those kind of uses and focus on, yes, we are going to lose some car parking due to meeting those regulatory requirements, but certainly we've all seen how dangerous this pedestrian crossing is on Hayley Street. There have been incidents and accidents in that area, and I'm fully supportive of, whilst I know there will be impacts to retail with the loss of those parks in the short term, certainly pedestrian safety is our first and foremost priority. So look forward to those conversations, and certainly agree, Mr. Mayor, it's a very important project and an exciting time for Kingaroy.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. I also look forward to that conversation about the long-term permanent parking. If we're going to grow trade in the CBD of Kingaroy, that won't happen if we haven't got sufficient parking. If we're losing 91 parks permanently, it'd be nice if we could have a plan B that will, well, not a plan B, but we can have a strategy to deal with that, to create more parking, not less. Yeah, thank you. Okay, councillors, if we're happy with that, thanks very much, managers. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jones, go ahead.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, just on that, I don't want to dwell on the fact of the negative of losing 91, because the conversation we've just had here now, we have the potential of increasing the parking. Yes, it mightn't be in the main streets, but if we do that George Street development and incorporate it with the rail trail head and all that sort of stuff, that will combine with the transformation project. So yes, we're losing 91 initially, but we could end up with a few more than 91 that we lose. So that's a good thing about that with the discussions that you're proposing.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones. Certainly not wanting to focus on the loss of the 91, more wanting to make a win-win. So let's focus on a strategy to create more parking, so it's a win-win for everybody. Yeah, and that's where the George Street conversation can come in. Thank you. Okay, councillors, those in favour of acceptance of the report? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Moving on now to 6.3, Blackbutt CBD footpath at 34. And the proposed Blackbutt CBD footpath upgrade project is the first stage of redeveloping the infrastructure within Blackbutt, subject to endorsement of the master plan. The project includes a key aspect of asset renewal works, rehabilitating footpaths and curb and channeling, as well as providing for people with disability bays. Additional works will be considered for Colston Street, increasing the scope to include Les Muller Park and other community-based infrastructure. So, Council, we have a recommendation here that the committee recommends to Council that Council adopt the Blackbutt CBD Master Plan, adopt the Blackbutt CBD footpath and PWD bay design, and Council increase the budget for the Stage 1 project by $750,000 from the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Funding, LRCI, to include footpath upgrades to both sides of Colston Street refuge, street furniture, landscaping, and upgrades to Les Muller Park. So that would thereby increase the total budget for Stage 1 to $1.3 million. So do we have a mover for such? Or okay, Councillor Jones has moved that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter has seconded. Okay, councillors wishing to speak for or against. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Come back. Councillor Jones, sorry. As the mover, you get right to speak first. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I moved that, obviously following procedure, but I would like to make a change to the recommendation. Is it now that it's appropriate, or do we discuss?
I think you can do so, councillor Jones. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move that the recommendation reads, Council release the Blackbutt CBD Master Plan, the Blackbutt CBD footpath and the PWD bay design for public consultation, and number 2 stays exactly the same.
Thank you, councillor Jones. We'll just make that, get Linnell to fix that up on the screen. So you'll now change the motion to that. Councillor Potter, you concur with that?
Yes, Mr
Happy
Mayor.
with that? Thank you, councillor Potter.
So,
Yep, go ahead, councillor Jones.
thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to explain why, this initial design that there's pictures in the report and all that sort of stuff have been put together by the staff in regards to the information that we received from a 2-day consultation period in Blackbutt. Now, this has been put together, and I promised the people in Blackbutt that I would come back. So this design has been based on the information that we received in a 2-day consultation in Blackbutt. Now, with the budget and all the rest of it, just to, while I'm going, the 750, I would like to see that this council gives some sort of a direction to the council. We need to know what the budget is so that we can design accordingly around it, so that we can have this, like this project that we have designed now will fit in underneath that extra 750. Now, if we go down to Blackbutt and there's any changes, and I can't see any significant changes being made, that will still fit in underneath that budget. I think we're pretty close to being ready. I'll ask General Manager Meehan for further comment, but I think we're pretty close to shovel ready. And I think that if there's any changes to be made in there, that budget won't be adjusted. I think that budget will work with any change. Can you, General Meehan?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So as far as public consultation goes, James and his team, I think, have done a great job to put this plan together. I note the councillors' comments around going to public consultation. Our suggestion with the budget, we just draw to councillors' attention, if I may, Mr Mayor, on page 36 of the report. It identifies largely what the existing budget of 550 will do and what the budget of 750 will do. Our view at this stage is the consultation that we would be looking at with the councillor locally would be around colour scheme and some of the layouts of the gardens and parkings. But largely what we would require is the budget to be brought to our recommendation, so we can enable that project to go ahead. So it would be a matter of just finalising the design through that public consultation process. Noting too the councillors' comments and James' discussion with James yesterday, a lot of the feedback that we've received from the public already has been taken on board into that design. What that money will do is allow us to do both sides of the street. Doesn't matter what colour scheme may be used, but also that project has been scoped to include the upgrades to Les Muller Park in line with GMO May's project, which will involve upgrade of the soft fall through there. So I think it's removal of all of the, I think it's wood chip or sawdust these days. I don't know what they call it. And also upgrades to those, some of the furniture within that park and the footpaths as well. So that's inclusive of that program. So it would be Les Muller and both sides of the street to be upgraded. So very, very similar style of work to what we've done in Mergen, but just obviously a different surfacing that we would apply to that there. So that's where I was probably seeking direction, Mr Mayor, so we can proceed to construction through, and if council accepts the amendment, we would go into consultation and we would bring the design back for final resolution.
Thanks, General Manager. If I can just seek to clarify a few things for council and the community here. I think we need to proceed with carefully on this. It is $1.3 million, but I understand that there's a fair amount of work that will be done down there. So councillor, just looking at this first of all, the footpath and curb rehab on the northern and southern sides, the footpath coloured surfacing on the northern side, and the PWD bays installed on Colson Street were part of the initial $550,000 budget budget allocation. That's what you've stated here in the report. So then, from what I can see here, the additional $750,000, and this is stated on page 36, is for the coloured surfacing on the southern side of Colston Street, refuge crossing across Colston Street, including the landscaping and the shelter in the centre, raised planters in the centre of Colston Street, in the central median, soft fall around the playground in Lesmuller Park, relocation of the Christmas tree out of the main street into Lesmuller Park, removal of the clock tower from the centre of Colston Street, and footpath renewal works in Lesmuller Park, and then extension of footpath renewal works along Hart Street north towards Douglas Street. So from the report indicates that that's the extra $750,000 worth of work. There isn't much said there in relation to Lesmuller Park, in terms of you just mentioning about furniture, about landscaping, gardening. Would that be something in stage 2, or is that part of Parks and Gardens, a separate budget from somewhere else?
No, that would be part of this stage, Mayor. So what we've done is we've discussed with Peter and Mark to basically make a nominal allocation to replace the footpath in there. So we would remove the pavers. We would also upgrade the softfall through that through the main playground through there. So we actually went to Blackbutt on Thursday afternoon with Kevin and myself and walked the streets. Just included on the southern side there as well. Prior to surfacing, we've got a little bit of work to do on the footpath that we've made an allowance for to rehabilitate some sections there, so that need to be cut out and redone. So that's included in our surfacing cost there as well. And my understanding too, I'll just be corrected if I'm wrong, Peter, but we are looking to upgrade the shelters and the furniture within Lesmuller as part of that budget as well. So
even though it's not stated here, what you can tell us is that the $750,000 will include new shelters, landscaping upgrade. I, as one councillor, would be keen to see Lesmuller lifted to a Tier 1 park. I'd like to see Mergen and Blackbutt made real feature towns as the northern and southern entry points for our region. I think Lesmuller Parks should be a Tier 1 park. So that will definitely be included in the 750.
that's our understanding, Mayor. So we've made an allowance for that. Probably in the order of about, I think it's between 150 and 200,000 to upgrade that park.
And that's over and above the softfall, correct?
That's including the softfall, Mr.
Including the
Mayor.
softfall.
Yeah, I think
So how much is the softfall, can I ask?
I think the latest estimate I had was around 70 grand. So we're looking at, a good 150,000 worth of upgrades, possibly more within that park as well. So, but what we'll need to do, again, we're looking for council to endorse the project and the budget so we can move forward and do up a detailed schedule for the park. But we'd be looking in the order of, I'd say between around that 150 maybe to 200,000 for Lesmuller.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the removal of the trees in the centre of town, I know they're camphor laurels or something. There seems to be differing opinions in the community about whether they want them to go or not. Is there broad consensus in the community about the removal of the trees, Councillor Jones?
Yes, Mr Mayor, the camphor laurels are a declared pest, and there is, in my time in speaking with consultation down there in Blackbutt, there may have been 1 or 2 people there that said that the trees don't need to go, but if you drive down Blackbutt and you see the old camphor laurels that have been hacked apart and smashed to bits and past the use-by date, a lot of the people, what we're proposing, that raised planter sections and that sort of stuff, Mr Mayor, that's referred to here, will be around the trees that we plant. It'll be a tree that grows to about 4 to 5 metres and will not need to have the canopy or anything hacked apart or adjusted because of the power lines there. They'll be a full canopy. They'll go across the full section of the centre car park and all that sort of stuff. And vegetation will be planted in underneath those timber planter boxes. And as I said, this includes the full refurb of Lesmuller Park, which is not completely highlighted there, but that will be completely done. So that's the story on the trees.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. So camphor laurels will go, but for the benefit of the community, they will be replaced with more suitable trees. Well,
with our proposal, Mr Mayor, as this council, we're trying to get a unified tree planting and vegetation program across the whole region, and that's what we'll certainly be driven by. And also the lady that operates and owns the Blackbutt Bakery, believe it or not, is a horticulturist, and I've had some wonderful conversations with Roberta, and it'll be interesting. I've also mentioned it to the staff, and they're willing to go down and have a chat, but we will certainly be working and be guided by the vegetation plan from this council.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Just in terms of the parking, will the parallel parking remain? There'll be no angle parking, will remain, parallel remain, and will we lose any car parks in the CBD of Blackbutt?
Here you go.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I might just hand to James. I think one of the key things for us to go through to finalise the design with the community will be that public consultation and discussions around that. So I might get James to just probably talk to that in our concept plan. But yeah, fully note that the expectation is that we'll go and have a discussion before that final decision is made.
Yeah, thanks, James. And can you also mention whether the roundabout's included or not in stage one? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the commentary and observations. I can confirm the roundabout is not part of the delivery of this project at this point in time. We want it to form part of the strategic vision for Blackbutt, noting the community's observations and traffic operations in that area. We witnessed it firsthand when we did it, our consultation sessions back in December of last year. The parking will remain as curbside parallel parking. The angle parking was an option provided for the community to observe, to understand what it could look like, but the feedback was very strong around not considering that any further. So we have looked to continue with the curbside parallel parking as it stands now, and the centre median parking is not being modified whatsoever, on alignment that is. In order to facilitate the refuge crossings, we do need to look at how we optimise that centre median parking and how it enters the curb on each side of the street. To facilitate those and to achieve the objectives of why those refuge crossings go in, you do need to look at providing protected build-outs from the curb out to the shoulder of the road to make those trips shorter across the travelled road through to the centre median. So instead of it being a 10-metre crossing between centre median parking to curbside, it's in the vicinity of, say, 5 metres. So wanting to provide confidence to those users, the tourists, the residents of Blackbutt, that they've got an opportunity to have a controlled point of crossing the highway at that location. So what we're trying to do is increase road safety at the end of the day. So that does impact on parking directly at the front of a premise. It is nominated at this point in time, but it is subject to further consultation. So there will be, we will lose a couple of bays on either side of the street. It looks as if we would lose probably one in the centre median, in all honesty, as well, due to the proximity of the existing features in the centre median. There is an existing planter there, but that would need to be modified in order, if this plan were to progress further, in order to achieve the outcomes there. So there would be one bay loss there.
Yeah, thanks very much, James. Just to one other question was, Councillor Jones, General Manager, this says at stage one, $1.3 million. Will there be further funding required to complete further stages, or will this be it for Blackbutt CBD?
I'll let General Manager go first, and then I'll follow up, if that's okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, our intention at this stage is with the 1.3, that would enable the upgrade of Lesmola Park, replacement of the footpaths, the shelters and the softball through there. That would upgrade both sides of the street in line with the map. The future project coming back would obviously working with TMR around the, I shouldn't say around the roundabout, to facilitate a roundabout. Ultimately, this would be our expectation for Blackbutt in discussions with the councillor, which would bring it in line with Mergen and the other CBDs as well. So we don't envisage any further works in our plans at this stage other than the roundabout, unless council wanted to do further upgrades to the park in future. But again, that's a future consideration for the council.
The street that runs between the fire brigade and the park, that street that runs down towards the showgrounds, Hart Street, it's significantly dilapidated, for want of a better word, where the roots have come up from those trees. And I know it's a safety hazard with people tripping over that. You can see where the actual bitumen's just mounded up around all those trees there. Is that something that could be dealt with as part of the roundabout project in a future stage?
I think that would certainly take some of the comments. I've had some negative feedback in regards to the roundabout. They don't want to see it so big, but these are the consultation issues that when we go down there we can talk. And keep it in mind that this is a proposed project that may not take effect ever, and it may be 5 or 10 years down the track, and we'd have to apply for funding and black spot and all that sort of stuff. So that roundabout issue at the moment, and if you there may be some works to be done along that Hart Street. Yes, it does. I think the proposed footpath upgrade and that around the corner along that sort of side of things, and with the upgrade to the Les Muller Park, I can, at 1.3 million, I would like to think that when we finish that project, Blackbutt has been completed and will look $1 million. And James has highlighted the issues where I want to go back with further consultation in the car parks. The loss of car parks is enormous to the people of Blackbutt. They don't want to lose any, and that's what we're working on. I've spoken to the designer. Just a quick indication of what will go back or what I'll take back to the community, the big planter section that James is referring to where we're proposing to put a shelter. It's a massive thing in front of the bakery. There's a possibility that we can reduce that and pick up 2 or 3 car parks in there and compensate the positioning of the proposed refuge crossing. It may not, it's again, James highlighted it, it's only a proposed site. It might move up or down the street wherever they want it. We've got to go to DTMR and get approval for that. So those things are there, but that budget will incorporate all that and enable us to do that. So that's the idea of going back to the future consultation. And the 1.3 million budget, $550,000, excuse me, is capital works money, and the rest is $750,000 of LRCI funding, which is federal money. No ratepayer money involved in that. So 1.3 million, a $550,000 cost to the ratepayer for a significant project in Blackbutt, Southern Gateway to the South Burnett.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Sorry, Councillor Potter, you've been waiting for some time. Thank you.
That's all right. Look, I've noticed in here you've got removal of the town clock tower from the central median on Colson Street, but we haven't mentioned where it's going. Because that is a beautiful mid-century modern clock, and I wouldn't like to see that anything happen to it. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Potter. It was actually an item of discussion, of reasonable discussion with the community as well, around the operations of the clock tower, the confidence of its operations, the maintenance that goes with it, and the purpose that it serves in modern day society as well. Yes, it is something that there was mixed response, but there was more response around the need for such a piece of infrastructure to exist, and the opportunity for that space to be used for an alternate purpose as well. So we felt that through this process and the consultation, that it could be removed, but not necessarily looking to relocate it to another site, as it was mentioned that it wasn't needed anywhere else at this point in time.
Because it's a mid-century modern piece, I do believe that it's something that should be looked after and cared for, because you wouldn't find many mid-century modern clock towers around at all, ever, I would believe, in Australia. So I do believe that this piece is almost an art-worthy piece. So maybe we could consider it putting somewhere, but maybe not as a clock, but as something else. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just in answering Councillor Potter's concerns there, that is another part of the consultation that we go down there. James has highlighted it was a discussion, and I think the concerns were raised around the fact that it was never on time, never maintained, all that sort of stuff. What's the point in having it? That was a conversation we had. So that's certainly one of the items of consultation that we would take back to the community and say, clock tower or no clock tower, do you want it there or do you want it somewhere else? So that's a conversation for sure that we would have.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I agree that Les Muller Park absolutely needs upgrading, and particularly that shade shelter. It's terrible with that those boards. I actually think it's been a real safety issue for quite some time. Just wanted a question about the, probably General Manager O'May, about the actual park area, like the swings and where you're putting the softball. Is that fence going to stay as it is? Because it's not a proper complete fence, it's sort of like a half fence, and I just wonder why it's like that, whether it should be a full fenced area, because I know you have markets in there. Also, I've had feedback from some community members that footpath on the Les Mullin Park side is in perfect order. Is it just going to get a spray pave over it? It's not going to be all pulled up and redone? So, there's been from just people, and Councillor Jones would probably know who I'm talking to, but they're talking about, but there are people that think that that's a waste of money just to actually do that Les Mullin Park side footpath, because it actually looks really quite good. That was just some feedback I just wanted to provide. And I'm just wondering, because you're still going out to public consultation, and the budget's sort of up in the air, would it be better to actually not bed down the budget until we had the public consultation, and perhaps confirm the budget and everything at the formal council meeting, like work out what the community wants, what we can afford, and then actually endorse it at the council meeting rather than today?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll let Peter answer about the fence. Just in relation to the footpath, yes, the pavers are there. They will continue to dilapidate. I'll walk that footpath on Thursday afternoon, probably for about 2 hours, along with the works manager. It's in relatively good nick as far as the pavers footpath goes, but they will continue to fall. At the end of the day, you can have concrete that's quite porous, or it will fail over time as well. At the end of the day, if you're going to choose to upgrade, you bring that to current standard now. You would also do the footpath through the park. I note that the footpath through the park is made of pavers as well. Yes, they look quite good in some places, but they're actually starting to move, and with the trip hazards. I'm not a fan of having pavers, particularly brick-style pavers in any footpath, because they will start to move. They become a maintenance issue for us, and they become a trip hazard issue for people and pedestrians in that area. My recommendation is to council that footpath comes out as part of this project and be brought up to standard in line with the rest of the street and coloured in that space. In line with the question around the budget, just to answer on that, we're fairly happy that we've scoped the bill of quantities for this project. It's largely around aesthetics. We probably have a lot more confidence in the estimate on this project than we do in the other projects going up for Works for Queensland and LRCI. This is much more advanced. So to me, what we're looking for is a commitment from council so that we can proceed with the project and then finalise basically the design detail. The design is largely complete. It is around aesthetics now and the location of some of those key infrastructure pieces within the street. Our bill of quantities will not change significantly in line with that. Majority of the money is in the footpath and in the colouring, which the quantity is already set. But basically what we'll be looking to do is finalise the garden layout, where that location of they are, where those crossings will be. Again, James has made an allowance for that. In line with the park, we've made a nominal allowance for upgrades to the park to try and proceed with the key priority stuff, which is what a lot of those issues, which is the Mayor has just brought up as well. So I would think that our budget consideration for this project is in a much more high degree of confidence as opposed to some of the other projects that we'll consider in the same matter later on today. So with that, I might just give to the Mayor. Mayor, I might just give to Peter to talk about the fence, if that's okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the fence wasn't actually included in, as GM Meehan said, there's an allocation there, but I would suggest that that's probably a good component to a question we asked as part of the community consultation, because there is two trains of thoughts on those fencing in the playgrounds and that. So yeah, I would definitely see that, be open to see that as part of the consultation and get feedback on that. So there's no reason it couldn't be included.
And just in reference to that, Mr. Mayor, through you, in regards to what GMO has just said, to complete the fence around that park wouldn't be a huge cost. It would be a minimal cost, $10,000. I would suggest that you would get change out of that to finish that fence off. It's fenced on one side completely, half on the other, and then it's got the big concrete blocks in front, which we went down when we done that for community consultation with all the ladies in the community, and that's what they requested at the time. They said it's a good place for them to sit. So again, we can go back. That'll be a question you could, taking on Pete's comments, take it on throw it out to the community again. Do you want a fence or don't you? But it's a minimal cost to complete the fence around that playground.
Thanks, General Managers. Councillor Henson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, and can totally agree with Councillor Potter in relation to the clock. And can I just make it noted in the chambers today that nearly every town in the South Burnett years ago had a clock in them. And there's still a particular gentleman in our region that serviced all those clocks years ago. He's actually a personal friend of mine. So I'd like to note that in the event of, as Councillor Potter suggested, that we do not lose that, perhaps some day down the track we can refurbish that clock and put it somewhere in position in Blackbutt for the locals to enjoy, because once they're lost, they're gone. So I'd just like to note that. And on another thing with the Blackbutt, and again, like the talk of budget and the expense, it would be seriously beneficial to the region and being one of our gateways, and I know we talk about gateways, we seem to have 2 on the southern side, 2 on the western side, 2 on the eastern side. But we do, we have a lot of entrances to the South Burnett. I think to be able to complete this project and have Blackbutt finished and walk away with little or no more to spend there, and of course the roundabout's another issue later down the track. But I think this is a wonderful project, and I'm pretty sure and confident the guys in their budgeting of it and with what they want to do would see Blackbutt being one of our entrances look fantastic. So I would look forward to supporting this all the way. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the team for the report. I grew up in Blackbutt, so I'm quite passionate about Blackbutt. And I have to say, in the time that I lived there, lived on John Street, that clock has never kept time. I'm also very grateful to hear that the shelters in Les Muller Park are being considered. I can actually remember Ian Gilliland constructing the shelter you're talking about, Councillor Dove. And I can also remember as a 17-year-old boarding the bus to Nanango, sitting in those shelters on Hart Street. And at that time, they probably were due for repair. So it is great to hear that this council is looking at the infrastructure we've got, looking at the money and the opportunities we've got, and looking at ways to really improve the quality of life of our residents and certainly encourage tourism, which for me as tourism portfolio holder, as a long-term Blackbutt local, it actually annoys me that I have to line up at the Blackbutt Bakery now for a pie because the footpath is so congested with bicycles. And certainly on a Saturday or Sunday, that rail trail, the people and the spend in Blackbutt consistently every single week, it's evident, and it's great to see that we're going to maximise those opportunities to really encourage business in Blackbutt. For me, I absolutely think it's great that we have a vision, and hearing Councillor Jones and the other comments in the room, I can see that, you know, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of refining that and making sure we've got the community buy-in. But it's great to see the small town of Blackbutt really does have a vision for its main street and CBD, and that we're starting that conversation. I do think, as I said, not much has changed since I was a kid, so I am looking forward to seeing some of these improvements be brought in. Just in terms of the LRCI funding, I just want to confirm, so later on in the council agenda there is a report about LRCI funding, and from the way in which this project looks, I just want to confirm there is a low risk of delay, that we could actually complete the project by the 31st of December 2021. And yeah, if I could just have that confirmed, please.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So what we would do with the LRCI is we would nominate a stage of this project underneath this, and that would be our priority for delivery. So whatever work we do down in Blackbutt would be the LRCI program. So if the park project is the quickest and easiest for us to get ready and execute, we will do that. Whichever side of the street, depends on how we'll move straight to a project management plan to procure resources and undertake those works. So whatever works that we do. So if the project goes over the calendar year, we'll ensure that the LRCI stage of the project is delivered first. So I don't believe it's a risk at this stage, provided that we don't have any major issue or something's gone wrong. This would be as ready as any project as far as we're concerned, if that helps.
Thank you. And I just wanted to confirm in terms of the refurbishment of the infrastructure that we're talking about, the life of new infrastructure like footpaths and things, if council spends this money in Blackbutt, just confirm how long we can expect the footpath infrastructure and the like to
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Footpaths can be anywhere between 50 and 100 years. The life cycle of something like this, we would expect, we would value probably around the 80-year mark. The curb and channel would be around probably 60 to 70 years. Obviously, things can change depending on how busy it is, but it's from an investment point of view, it's probably as good as you get as far as the renewal infrastructure goes. The biggest thing for council and what we find with a lot of these surfacings that we do is that council will need to resurface the painting colour on them at some stage as they go. Nanango will, not Nanango, Mergen will be the same, KTP will be at the same, just obviously with the foot traffic. I actually think fully take the point, the queue up on that street is phenomenal on a weekend and even Thursday afternoon. There was a number of people in the bakery. There's a lot of people on that footpath, so we'll keep an eye on it. I think the colour choices that the guys have nominated here are really good as far as trying to hide markings and those sort of things. But council could probably expect to resurface somewhere between 6 to 10 years, not from a concrete point of view, but from the actual applied colour layer based on the traffic down there at some stage. That would be our expectation.
And just with the DTMR conversations about the roundabout and alike into the future, it's great that we've got a plan and a good starting point there. And I understand there's more work to be done. But, the resealing of the street and these sorts of things, similar to what we're seeing here with the KTP project, do you think that's something that we as a council can advocate to DTMR around actually taking advantage of the spend and actually finalising the street with new pavement and the like? Or will that be part of the reallocation of car parks and things?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's two good conversations we can have with TMR here is around the surfacing, make sure that the surfacing is done in good time so it doesn't dilapidate similar to Haley Street. I think too, TMR have been quite good in the resealing space. Obviously, we've seen Youngman Street being done, so we can have a chat with them around what that looks like. There's a bit of work on some of the intersections there that we need to do to re-level from our end. We walk through where they've actually got a spoon drain going through them and they've sunk. Our plan is to fix those intersections as part of these works so that the curb actually flows right through to take the low spots out. With the roundabout, our discussions initially with the district director have been very positive around trying to place that intersection on for either a federal or state funding project under safety. Believe it or not, it was actually TMR who nominated the roundabout to us as a suggested idea before us. So, it's good that they take an interest in that space. So, we'll continue to advocate and work with them on making a submission on a program, hopefully to bring that forward.
Excellent. Just my closing comment, I guess it's great to hear you talk about your confidence in the scope and I guess those learnings from the KTP project and this council's strong focus on project management and sustainable, responsible project management. It's great to hear that. Probably just challenge you picking up on what Councillor Duff has said and I guess just looking ahead, it is a lot of money. I probably would like to see the detailed costings come back to council for a workshop and discussion around exactly once that plan is finalised post-community consultation. Really would like to unpack that and see fully understand exactly what we're getting for our bang for our buck.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we would be happy to bring back an estimate rundown with the plan for adoption when it comes back, if that suits. And we would bring that through standing committee as well to just give a breakdown of what's going to the footpath, what's going to the park. Again, there is a detailed estimate behind that. We can bring that back with the final plan. I think that's actually a really good idea, part of the consultation, because you can see what the priority spend is.
Yep.
We would be more than happy to bring back an estimate with the final plans through when that's done, if that's suitable.
Yep, I'd be fully supportive of that and I do challenge you, I think if there is any fat in that budget, to really think about how we get best value for Blackbutt, because I know a project like this, the likelihood it's probably once in a generation for Blackbutt as well. So I think it is really important that we stretch every dollar and get best value out of these opportunities with grant funding. So from me, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions. I'm fully supportive of this project, and I look forward to the community consultation and discussions going ahead. And certainly I think the opportunity for Blackbutt as the gateway to the South Burnett on that southern end to really shine in all of its glory. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, councillors, just wanted to clarify a couple of things now. Councillor Jones made reference to the fact that the 750,000 would be coming from LRCI funding. So council has $1.95 million for phase 2 of LRCI, which projects need to be delivered by 31 December this year. The concerns that I have is that of that 1.95, if we commit 750,000 here today, without understanding what we're actually committing to, because we haven't had the community consultation yet, that in that list that we've got in front of us to be considered today at item 6.11, local roads and community infrastructure program funding, 6.11 is to look at how we're going to split up that 1.95 million. I'm concerned by allocating 750,000 here now. We're doing that in advance of item 6.11. And 6.11 includes other projects for consideration, such as Burt Road, Crawford, Morris Road, Street Blackbutt, Lenigan Road, Glendevon, Weeks Road at Ellesmere, the concrete footpath down the hill on Tessmans Road from Bridgeman down to Ivy, Blake Street, Proston, which is the other side of the footpath in Proston, which is actually grass. It doesn't actually have any concrete. In front of the Proston Hotel, further up to the hall. Harris Road, Kingaroy needs rehabilitating. There are other projects here on that list that have to be considered as part of 1.95. My view is that it would be a better process to consider that as part of the overall picture in the allocation of the 1.95. And for that reason, I'm not prepared to support item 2 at this stage. I think it should be all considered as part of the LIC overall picture and all the factors weighed up in that. And certainly I think going out to consultation, item 1 in the motion, absolutely, as draft documents for broad community consultation, but to commit 750,000 without knowing what that looks like and without considering how that weighs up against the other projects that we've got to consider later in the day, I'm not prepared to lock in at item 2 at this point in time. So anyway, I'll be speaking against the motion on that basis. Other councillors wishing to speak for or against at this stage before we go to Councillor Jones for right of reply? No? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hearing your comments, and certainly that was something I did think when I read through the agenda and saw those other projects. Particularly, there are projects that I know are really of critical importance here in Kingaroy. However, for me, I think the timeframe for adoption, and I just want to confirm that, so we have to deliver our LRCI funding by the 31st of December 2021. Yes, and we have to nominate projects for LRCI funding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the schedule is due in July, so the actual schedule is due. From our point of view, again, one way or the other, we're looking for a commitment either way of where we're going to go, either through funding or how we're going to proceed with the project. So probably just from us is we're ready to proceed with this project, obviously just to finalise the consultation around the actual layout or some of the colours, but otherwise we're confident that the schedule will match the budget.
Just I think I'm hearing you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, in terms of having that discussion around the LRCI projects. However, I do think in hearing the staff, having the confidence in the scope, the planning has been done, and we're so close, we could actually deliver this project by the 31st of December. I think in terms of impact, and I have looked at each and every one of those projects very carefully, I do feel like this project will have a giant impact on our region from both an economic and a tourism point of view with the number of people coming through our region. I also think the spend and being able to just get started straight away are good things. This is in the pipeline. Let's get shovels in the ground. So whilst I'm hearing you, I'm fully comfortable with actually committing the 750,000 toward this project because I know the groundwork has been done, and I know what impact the final product will have for the people, not only of Black but for the South Burnett. So I'm hearing you, but in this case, I fully support the recommendation put ahead.
Right, thanks, councillor Schumacher. Okay, any other councillors wish to speak for or against? No? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. I have the motion there. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, carried 4 votes to 2 with councillors Otto and Duff voting against. Thank you all. Okay, well, I suggest that I've got to move a motion now that we adjourn for morning tea. Thank you to the media who are here. I hope you'll join us for morning tea, members of the gallery. I'd hope that I know you're all busy, but I hope that you won't rush off because we've got some fairly good topics coming up around Kingaroy's, some serious issues with Kingaroy's urban water supply to be discussed, particularly in relation to Gordon Brook Dam. I think you'll find that's very worthwhile hearing from the point of view of the community, as well as the LRCI funding allocation, the 1.95 million and the 5.63 million funding allocation for Works for Queensland, along with some other issues we've got around roads such as Bowie Road and Kingaroy Barkers Road. So if you are able to stay, we'd certainly appreciate your attendance for a few more hours. Okay, so I'll now move that we adjourn for morning tea. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Those in favour? Okay, we'll now break 10:45 and resume at 11 a.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, councillors. I hereby move that we reopen the meeting at 11:05 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried. Rightio, so we're up to 6.4, Youngman Street medians in Kingaroy at 44. And with this one, we'll go straight to General Manager and Manager to give us an overview of the proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I might just hand to James straight away and he can run through with council. Probably the biggest one for us, just noting with council, our recommendation is that we adopt the design of the Youngman Street medians and that we undertake further consultation in relation of the design of the roundabout in Wandai and go out to further public consultation with the divisional councillors.
Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, Council. Youngman Street medians is an item that Council have looked to invest in, and the scope of works is from the Rogers Drive roundabout up to the Haley Street intersection, basically being the split between the two carriageways of traffic. A number of these areas are either turfed and landscaped or just pure concrete infill for the stretch. And then the Youngman and River Road roundabout is just fully turfed at this point in time, as well as the approach islands coming into that intersection. The Wandai roundabout is one where we're looking to do some further engagement. Just because of our preliminary works that we've done to date, we don't feel it is as advanced to a point of where we would like to take the project. So we're looking to engage with, under Councillor Henshin's engagement with the community up there, looking to work with them and trying to advance it further, just because we feel that they will have a lot to offer, and I think their insight would be of great value to us. The Youngman Street works is before you in this package of the report, where we're looking at trying to provide a lot of complementary works that assist us with other projects that we've done throughout Kingaroy over the past 5 years, essentially. So we're looking at crossovers and some of those elements that are similar that you would see in Rogers Drive roundabout, given it is of the identically same scale as that roundabout as well, and it is the southeastern entry into Kingaroy. We were looking at elements from that. We're also looking at what the strengths are of the KTP, and how can we find some of those overlapping interests that come across into this project, because they do form a common boundary along the western boundary of the KTP project, being that Youngman Street between Alfred intersection and Haley Street intersection. So wanting to make sure that it is quite seamless, it doesn't look too obvious, and so we've looked to progress the design of this with a lot of similar colour palette choices and tree species that are synonymous with the KTP. So we might just scroll through the attachments, if that's okay, please, just to help with the conversation. So the probably next page down, please, Linnell. So that visual overall view of Youngman Street, to the left is River Road, and to the right is heading north towards Wandai, just to help with that diagram. The colour scheme that we've looked to work with is similar to the KTP, so we're looking at that prairie colour and the pistachio and stallion colours. We've actually elected to keep the pistachio out of this one, so we're just trying to keep two identical colour choices through there, but also trying to find some of the banding for practical purposes of where we've got curb. Some of the medians, are of different widths, and trying to get those colours to match in based on their widths and lengths and what purpose they actually serve. Because what we do find is that we've got a number of areas where we've got right turning lanes into business premises or recreational clubs down, particularly in that southern end, which you can't do a lot with, and we're not really trying to. We're just trying to make them look part of the bigger picture of what that whole entry treatment into Kingaroy is from the southern end. I might scroll down, please, Linnell. So part of the project, we've looked to bring in some of the maintenance-free objectives of what we want to achieve as well at the end of the day. We don't want to introduce something that is very heavy on maintenance, impacting on future operational budgets. The colour scheme that we've looked to bring in is around the circumference of that roundabout is the darker colours, acknowledging that vehicles do sometimes, particularly those longer vehicles, have their trailers that sweep over the top of the curb, and understanding that they sometimes leave undesirable marks, not through anyone's fault, it just happens. And so we're looking to try and mask that a little bit better through the choice of colour on that back of curb, but then also trying to provide a reasonable level of separation as well for that internal area of what you're trying to provide from an aesthetic point of view, such that we don't have huge impacts on traffic management of that roundabout. Associated with the traffic management is actually what's called the splitter islands, which are those triangles on the four legs of the roundabout as you come in. So looking at trying to hardscape them or provide a concrete infill based on a colour scheme. That way we don't have future mowing requirements with those areas. So really, the maintenance is very selective on the infill, the core infill of that roundabout. Beyond that, it should be fairly maintenance free. So around the perimeter of those islands, we're looking at about 500 mil of prairie colour, which is that reddish colour, and then the infill is more of that stallion colour, which is seen throughout the KTP. So I'll leave the infill of that roundabout for discussion. There's a follow-up diagram that'll provide a bit of a better view to help elaborate on that further. So going from south to north, we're looking at some of that concrete infill works as we head up Youngman Street. Might scroll down, please, Linnell. Just on those narrower sections as you head into like that QP and BGA area, not really being able to achieve a lot. And in all honesty, the work isn't that old and is in reasonable condition as well at the same time. So looking at doing as minimal work there based on that upgrade that was, that road widening that was done probably around 10 years ago. A lot of that is still in reasonable condition, and so don't really propose to modify that in any way, shape or form. As we head up to the showgrounds, our median width jumps out significantly, and what we are proposing is trying to provide a scale of tree that will support the intentions of that drive-through experience. And there is a render image in a follow-up plan here as well to support this. But what we're looking at doing is trying to find, tree spacings that are around, I think, 7 to 10 metres, at reasonable distances along Youngman Street, just really supporting the aesthetic appearance as you come through, because on the left-hand side through the showgrounds, you've got really nice, well-established trees, and even on the right-hand side as well, in amongst the front of the rugby league fields as well, you do have an appearance on the side, but through the middle, there's a bit of an inconsistency of that carriageway. So looking to try and provide something that will support the intentions of what council's looking to invest in. So if we might just scroll down a little bit further, please, Linnell. You're right, councillor.
Interject there, Mr. Mayor, for a moment, please. Could you just go back, Linnell, to there, that one? Yeah, and I know I've had this conversation before, but where we come out of Northern Agri Services with that centre medium strip there, and the discussion was traffic comes out of the exit out of the store shed out of Northern Agri Services. To get back onto the highway heading south, they have to traverse to the north, and then they have to turn 180 or virtually 360 degrees to come back. And I know we've talked about there's an exit lane there to get into Northern Agri Services. Can we look at that and perhaps and my point why I bring that up is if a heavy vehicle leaves Northern Agri Services and has to travel north, but it wants to go to Cumbria or Dalby direction, it has to turn 360 degrees, some 150 metres down the road, to come back out that highway, which is putting duress under the road conditions, I guess. Have we looked at that anymore? And I can understand there's a turning lane there to get in, but has that been looked at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the question, councillor Henshin. You're right, there are a number of access points for both QP and Northern Agri Services on that western side, and it is an item that we're happy to go and facilitate a discussion with Main Roads on. It is a state-controlled corridor at the end of the day, and it is a two-lane road as well, which also has some constraints associated with it. The right-hand bay, so coming south on Youngman Street and looking to turn right into Northern Agri Services, as it is their entry point, it is one that would need to really have reasonable investigation into. A lot of it is around points of conflict as well, because what it currently provides is separation on entry and exit out of Northern Agri Services. If that right turn lane weren't to exist and that median removed and it was just like a central area for right turn movements either way, so either right turn entry in or right turn exit out of Northern Agri Services, whether Main Roads would be happy with that as an outcome, we would need to understand that and work with the business as well on that. So it is an item that we're happy to go and facilitate a discussion on, but it's something that I don't have an answer for today. Well done, James. The centre median starts to increase out to 3 metres again, and that's where we see there being the opportunity for some of those vegetated treatments to recommence as we head further north. We find that once we get to where those right turn lanes are, that it's in our best interest to not try and vegetate them from a visibility point of view, limiting the impact of that vegetation on any overhang as to those right turning vehicles wanting to laterally move across into those lanes. So really wanting to keep that area nice and wide open. And it's also some of the signage as well that supports that area. So there is the recreational signage into the Bjorky-Peterson Sports Reserve, And also, I think there's another sign that heads into the showgrounds as well, promoting those movements. So we've looked to try and keep those areas isolated from any trees. And if the signs do need to be there, they are at the front of the vegetation, not behind it. So trying to be really, logical in promoting the visibility of what those signs are there for in the first place. So as we head further north up to Avoca Street intersection, we have really worked on what the scope of works is around more of these what we call signalised intersections, which is the intersections with traffic signals. This is where it starts to become somewhat a bit more complicated, and trying to find a logical boundary is really of interest to us. What we've looked to do is try and match that centre median treatment basically back for the depth of the turning lanes off of Avoca Street, such that it gives some idea on what we're actually there for. It does allow the traffic and the users of that area to have an understanding of what's going on at that intersection. We don't have the money to simply extend the full distance of Avoca Street. We just need to find a logic point, a visual cue, something that really identifies that is the intersection. And we've nominated this as a starting point to help understand how our cost progresses over time here as well. One item on that particular diagram is median 14, that little triangular splitter island on the bottom side of that intersection. That is not 100% correct, in all honesty. There is a little footpath that goes through it, and we'll be looking to maintain that footpath as it is currently. And it also has the what's called tactical ground surface indicators for visually impaired on it. So we want to maintain those pieces of infrastructure as much as possible. So the infill works would be around the turf that exists in that particular median, not necessarily the replacement of that footpath and those TGSIs. So we'll look to maintain that at this point in time. So heading further north, Avoca up to Markwell Street, what we're finding is that there is some ground cover plantings in between Avoca and Toomey, and looking to try and hardscape the other section heading up towards Toomey Street as well, because we do have a couple of overhead power lines that we think we'd just like to try and keep a little bit clear of, and also wanting to still promote that corridor as much as possible as you come around Avoca Street, because it'll be one of the first visual cues that corridor treatment is continuing along the Bunya Highway because of that dogleg on the southern side of the Avoca Street intersection. Between Toomey and Markwell, we've got one of those really skinny medians again because of the two right turn lanes into those two intersections. So once again, looking to try and maintain a hard finish on that. Going from Markwell up to Alfred Street, currently it is just a solid concrete infill. We believe that there's an opportunity there to provide a mixture of treatments, being that hardscaped and vegetated area where we can achieve that minimum width. Noting on this particular page, the chevroning that exists has actually been removed as part of the Main Roads asphalt resurfacing project that's been undertaken fairly recently. Positive discussions with officers from Main Roads that they won't be looking at reinstating that chevroning. It's just around acknowledging that some of those intersections have advanced over time, and these little things have been picked up along the way, such that it just means that the right turn lane is a little bit longer now, which is great. So heading further north, we extend up to Alfred Street, and now we're really on the boundary of the southwestern corner of the KTP project, and wanting a bit of a mixture of items here. So on that western side of Alfred Street, looking at trying to, once again, do a little treatment for the depth of that turn lane, but then pulling that up at the boundary of what is identified as the signalised intersection. As you head further north from Alfred into the right turn lane into the car park at the back of the town hall, once again going for a really hardscape finish, and looking to transition that into probably our northern entry treatment at this point in time for Kingaroy, which is the Haley Street intersection. It's of high interest to this council, that northern entry, because essentially it's really where the CBD really starts to pick up from as you drive in past the hospital and the rail corridor. It's really, that set of lights is around understanding that urbanisation is gone to another level. So wanting to really balance that out with trying to fit just a couple of trees on each side, and there's a rendered image to help understand this further, but wanting to try and balance that out with a lot of the built infrastructure that exists as you look south, but then trying to balance that out with, hopefully we can get some trees in the foreground to help soften that up a bit. And that also dovetails in with the KTP project with some of the outcomes that that project's trying to deliver on as well. So looking at just two trees on the northern and southern legs of that intersection, and the Haley Street western leg of that intersection in between McDonald's and the Kingaroy Hotel, looking at just having that as a solid infill, which would also be synonymous with the infill works that's happening on the eastern side of that intersection as part of the KTP. So wanting to really make sure that it is quite seamless with that transition of boundaries between one and the other, because in all honesty, the common user of the road network through there is not interested in the project boundaries. They're about the experience and they want to understand what it looks like. So that is the scope of that project. Below we have some images. It's a typical standard detail there to assist with understanding what I was just talking about. Looking at those solid infills, those darker colours being that stallion, that's a solid concrete infill. But then at the base of the trees, looking at that no fines concrete surfacing treatment such that you don't lose the shape of the integrity of that surface over time, and really trying to put boundaries around the establishment of the roots underneath there. So we're looking at establishing root barrier in around the base of those, trying to support their ability to mature, but not trying to allow them to overcome the median, because essentially we don't want any clashes with traffic or cars or trucks predominantly through those areas. So just scrolling down for me, please. Thanks, Lynell. So this item is option one, being the roundabout at River Road. As you can see, there's a number of services that go through there, but what that does is help just provide a bit of an overview, looking down that we're looking at a number of trees, as well as looking at trying to provide a low level height rock structure with some of the similarities of Rogers Drive, looking to incorporate that, and also some of the plantings of that coming across into Rogers Drive as well. So the below diagram just has some of the rendered images of that roundabout, looking at it from a few different directions. What we see, particularly on the bottom there, is that darker colour around the perimeter of the roundabout, looking at that lighter trim as you get into the vegetated area, and then looking at some of the selected species that are synonymous with KTP and Rogers Drive. The stone wall depicting the shadow and silhouette of the Bunya Mountains in the distance as you look out to the south, because essentially that is the southern entrance into Kingaroy as well. So trying to provide some connection with why they've done, or with why the design has evolved to the point of where it is right now, trying to provide some of that shape to support that vision, and then also looking at some of the tree species that overlaps with the medians as you head into town, and then obviously that overlap in with the KTP and then that selection of evergreen species. The couple more rendered images just to help provide council with some opportunities here in understanding and interpreting the design. So, looking from the south, looking north on the top diagram, looking to work with council as well on some of the opportunities that might be available through RICE as well that we're led to believe. So we'll be looking to communicate and engage with them on what their interests are at this intersection. On the southern side is on the northern side of the roundabout looking south, back towards Ken Mills Toyota and Kingaroy Equipment Sales, as to what that could look like if we do have the support. And I think there's Oh, we did develop a second option, I should say, as well. Through the CBD Beautification Working Group, we did engage with the councillors and those that were at the working group meeting. And although we did develop this second option, it was one that was felt to be inferior, and that option one was more desirable as an outcome. So we just wanted to help illustrate that we did consider more than one option through the development of this process. It is drafted before you to look at it a little bit further, but you know, we felt collectively that it was not a superior outcome compared to the first option. And that particular rendered image looks really good. That's down at the showgrounds looking north, but that helps provide a bit of scale, we feel, on what we're trying to achieve as an outcome. Not as advanced as the trees on the footpath and in private property off to the shoulders, but something that helps break up the built environment through the roads there. Now, you've got a variety of textures in the centre as well as the colours, which helps give reasonable contrast. And just another one in between the shopping world and the Woolies there, the Woolies fuel. And this one's on the northern side, looking south, you know, coming into the Haley Street intersection, just to help try and appreciate and interpret what that could look like as we come into the CBD of Kingaroy. And that pretty much is the completion of.
Thank you, James.
Oh, sorry, yeah, just one last item. We do need to engage with TMR. We've had some preliminary discussions with Main Roads on this, but all of this is subject to getting Main Roads approval. So the purpose is around understanding that you know, this project is advanced to a level to go and facilitate those discussions in a more detailed sense with Main Roads.
Thank you, James. James, two questions. One, the works to the north of Youngman Street, past the Kingaroy Hotel, heading out towards the hospital, that one image you showed us there at the end, would that be the northern boundary of the works?
Yes, that's correct, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
so there's a strong focus here on the southern end of Youngman Street. Are there other roundabouts are there other median strips, between Haley and Youngman, that image you showed us, and out towards the hospital that will not get developed under this project?
There's a T intersection, I believe, with Albert Street, just adjacent to the hospital. But that would be about the only median that I'm familiar with.
So we won't have any unsightly old median strips coming in past the new hospital, between the hospital and Youngman Street?
It would
and
be
Haley Street, sorry?
It would be an infill. If that island was to be developed, it would be just an infill treatment, just due to the size of it, in all honesty, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that it would be of a dimension that you could do anything from an elevated vegetated outcome. So you would be looking at just, an opinion would be is that we would just recommend a concreted infill finish on that one.
As part of this project?
No, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The limit for this project is between the Kingaroy Hotel and the roundabout. That's the scope that was for this one. Any new medians would need to be adapted to that. I'll just point out to council too, there is a number of islands that are on some of the intersections where you talk about between the Kingaroy Hotel and Haley and the hospital. I believe there's one at King Street. So there's a number of those garden ones there which are outside of this project. So if council was to extend the scope, then we would need to look at a budget increase for that to pick up those medians.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. Just, I suppose, looking at the volume of traffic that comes in from the northern end, past the hospital, hits Haley Street, turns left to go up into the Kingaroy CBD or goes into the shopping world, as against the volume of traffic that comes past Rykes. Yeah, look, it's just an observation, I suppose, that the southern end could look great and the northern end could be look quite untidy and shabby going past the new hospital if we don't extend the scope. I guess I'm just wondering why the southern end is the priority over the northern end of Youngman Street.
Yeah, the the challenge here is that is around we're trying to refurbish existing infrastructure as well at this point in time. There is a lot of opportunity on the northern side, but we are somewhat constrained just due to the road layout and the intersections that exist through there. There's a high frequency of intersections, and just due to the fact that it is only one lane each way and then a parking lane on the side. So we have different road profiles, and in order to achieve some of the outcomes, we would be looking at significant dollars in order to achieve that, because we would be needing to retrofit intersections to create those opportunities such that what we have now would be significantly different if we were to try and do that. We have been having discussions with Main Roads for a number of years around the King Street intersection. That is an unsafe and not the greatest layout of intersection on that northern side. There is some limited opportunity in achieving similar outcomes of what we're developing here for that location. The next challenge we also have is around that new hospital entrance on the northern side and what that will look like coming off Youngman Street, because I think there's going to be some challenges with what that looks like in the years ahead and the visibility of that. So I think it is, the islands that are on Albert Street, whilst they're there right now, what that looks like in the future, I think we need to have some good discussions with the state government on as to how that access into the hospital from the south is used by the community and by the hospital staff as well and the ambulances. It is something that we do need to engage with them, I believe, in what we can actually do that meets the needs of the hospital, but then also addresses some of those entry interests of council as well coming into Kingaroy.
Thanks, James. Councillor Duff.
I agree with the Mayor on the entry. I come in on that Bunya Highway end all the time, and I just think it always looks, it needs a lot of work. I'd like to see an avenue of trees as you come in on that Bunya Highway side, and also, like, I don't think it matters that we put all the vegetation, like even if you just tidied it up and made the median strips so that they were fresh and like redone. And I'm concerned, and I know that Councillor Jones shares my concerns about putting too many trees and flowers on the roundabouts, because then you've got so much, and I know you said that the staff, Parks and Garden staff don't have to do much, but they still have to go across there, and it's always an issue with maintenance and trying to keep it looking schmick. Aren't you better to have like something that isn't quite so elaborate, but something that we can maintain long term? So I'm just a bit concerned about all of the flowers at one end, nothing at the other end, and just leaving that pretty shoddy. I'd rather see less money spent one end and balance it out a bit, so that we had the whole town looking really like it's had a big uplift, rather than just leaving that Bunya Highway end as is.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, from me. The project that was given to us was to refurbish the existing medians. That project was largely driven by the need to fix the River Road roundabout. That was the key part of the project, was to bring that roundabout up to a more presentable standard, particularly coming from traffic coming from the southern Bunya Highway. Fully agree. I think there's a project to do on the northern side there, but I think that's going to have to be done in consultation with TMR around what you're allowed to do there and what upgrades you may need to do that. Whether you want to put a planting tree corridor through there, I think it's a great idea. But this project was largely around revisiting those existing medians to make them more presentable, and also significantly lower the maintenance on those medians. The one in the showgrounds, we've had continual feedback, particularly that there's, the love grass, the stringy stuff, they look untidy. This, I think, is a great project that James and his team has worked in consultation with the councillors to bring together. What we've seen in the past is good success with the Nanango project. The no fines concrete that James talks about, those trees, is the same design of concrete that's used in Nanango. So the big one for us obviously is around the roundabout. So whether if council's happy with the design or the design needs to be changed, that's probably where we're seeking endorsement today of how you want to proceed from our point of view.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just Basically, with the northern entry, there's too many unknowns up there at the moment. We've got works being completed on the hospital. We have an issue around King Street, also combining with the rail trail crossing there, and we've discussed that on a number of occasions. I think in the near future, probably sooner rather than later, that we need to address that intersection of King Street to combine with the proposed redevelopment of the rail trail head. So there's a lot of things there. I'd hate to see us go and spend some money and then have to uproot it and all that sort of stuff. In regards to the roundabout out there at Rogers Drive, I think that's a good proposal. The roundabout is such a large roundabout, and the vegetation and all that that's been chosen and the proposal put forward, I don't see, yes, they do have to cross and get into that centre island of the roundabout, but I believe that there'll be plenty of safety room there for the people to conduct their business and all that sort of stuff. So I'm happy with the proposal and fully support it, understanding what you've already said and stated, which is obvious. The northern end will look a little bit drab compared to the southern end, but that's a work in progress, and I think we need to let that or work on that future proposal of King Street in particular, because we've also discussed that as a route for Swickers, maybe for heavy transport. We don't know what's going on there, so totally agree with what you're saying, but I think there's too many unknowns now to go up there and start doing stuff and putting things, or more work needs to be put into planning anyway for the future of it.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Just further to that, General Manager, will this work compromise our ability from a financial and also works perspective to do work on the roundabout, on the median strips on Haley Street East between Kingaroy Street and Haley Street intersection and Fisher Street? So if you start at O'Neill Square and head east towards Swickers, there's a number of long median strips through there that I would suggest have significant amount of maintenance cost to our parks and gardens. I drive that every day. Half of those median strips are busted and broken, and it's a very, very heavily trafficked road for people coming into Kingaroy out of Division 4. Is there any plans for that to be done? And the other question as part of that was similarly with Walter Road. You know, when you come in past Walter Road, you go through Rogers Drive, and that all looks great. And then you get to before Bunnings, and on the left where you turn left to go to Goodyer, there's an old bust and broken traffic island there that's got concrete falling out on the road. I've reported this before. Are they priorities that we're also going to deal with here, or is that going to be are they going to be compromised by this project?
Yep. So yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So probably to answer the first part, you've got the Haley Street East project, which is another one for council to consider in their forward program. When we put the budget together this financial year, we looked at both of those projects, and the Youngman Street one was given the priority at the time by council, and that was what was brought into this one. There's a future stage there. We would see that, depending on council, you'd want to mirror that project along there, similar to Youngman Street, to pick up that appeal. Obviously, Youngman Street is a very busy street, so it does pick up the highly urbanised area. Just in relation to the section out near Bunnings. The medians out there, my understanding is the piece that's broken belongs to TMR, so we've logged that with TMR to look at replacement. I'll just get James to clarify, because obviously there's the high-risk roads project through there. I think Main Roads are still finalising their design through there to see what they actually replace and what they don't place. But those ones where those medians belong to TMR, we have lodged that with the district to give direction on how they want to replace those. So I'll just put that through to James to talk about that section through there, if I may.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. The high-risk roads project is basically being split down into a number of stages. I think council will be fairly familiar with the works out on the highway between Kingaroy and Anango at present, between Coolabunya and here. The urban package of works we are working with Main Roads on as we speak, but that is on the northern side of the Bunnings entrance heading north. So we're looking at that Harris Road intersection all the way through to the Knight Street intersection. To River Road. It's sort of got two sections. There's three intersections between Harris and River Road, but then we go up to Duke Street and Knight Street at the northern end of Walter Road. So there is a gap between River Road and Duke Street that is not inside the scope of that high-risk roads project that Main Roads are managing at this point in time. So we do have packages of works, but that particular area, we would need to liaise with the TMR guys and finding out where that is and how that would be actually actioned in due course, given that there are going to be civil works crews in that general area in the near future.
Righto. So, fellas, the approach by TMR is different on Walter Road to what it is on Bunya Highway. Is that correct? On Youngman Street?
In what way, Mr. Mayor?
Well, you're basically saying to me that this is all going to be held up by TMR. What I'm saying to you is that when you come into Kingaroy through Walter Road, it distresses me to drive into Kingaroy through Walter Road. It's a heavily trafficked road, and I think it needs to be made a priority by our council for planning of works under our CapEx or however we do it, as does, I believe, Haley Street East. I'm not sure why we have fast-tracked this one and we're not working on those two, or are we working on those? I'm just trying to get some clear answers on what are the plans for Walter Road and what are the plans for Haley Street East.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so you've identified 3 possible projects that you can look at. So you've got the Youngman Street medians, which is the project there in front of you that was brought down in this year's budget by council. You've got the Haley Street, we'll call it the Haley Street East, which is the section you're talking out here. That was the second project we identified at the budget time, and council elected to adopt the Youngman Street project as part of its budget for this year. The section out at the Bunnings that you're talking about, we haven't done any design work on that section based on the high-risk roads project going ahead. What James is saying is that there's a new roundabout to be installed out there. We can do further work on the medians out there as far as the infill goes. The actual median, the outside of the median itself, belongs to TMR. It is a TMR owned. We own the infill of the median. So if you wish to upgrade and you want us to do planning for that, we just need direction from council to move into a phase where we can either do it after. Our recommendation would be is to allow TMR to complete their design for that section through the high-risk road project, and then you can identify the missing links that you wish to upgrade through either Ford Capital, or we might be able to talk to TMR, at least getting them to fix the structural issues of those medians that we can go through and upgrade the infill if we wish to. So happy to put it on a forward plan, man. We've got no objection to the projects. It's just a matter of which one you want to fund and how we get it in sync for you.
Thanks, General Manager. That clarifies it. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, James, congratulations to you and your team. You've certainly delivered on the scope that we discussed that day here when we were talking about capital projects for our budget. Do remember that clearly. And do remember that Walter Road and Haley Street medians are a priority, but they do need to be forward costed. And there were some, I was aware of the complications with the high-risk road project that we're undertaking, particularly in the way in which traffic in that area has changed with Bunnings. So hearing you, and definitely as Division 4 councillor and with my comrade for Kingaroy, Councillor Potter, I know we both are very passionate about seeing the profile of Kingaroy lifted, and had a lot of feedback down that end of town where the Youngman Street area is from residents in that area that the town is looking tired in that space. So I think this really is a great project to regenerate that southern gateway into Kingaroy. I think it leverages the significant spend that Ken Mills has put into his precinct. It also highlights and will lift the look of our showgrounds, which host major events such as the Speedway, bringing thousands of people to the region. It's also going to lift the profile of the rugby league grounds, the cricket fields, and the Oliver Street common sports area there. So I think it is delivering on the initial scope that we've given. And I think I'm a big believer in green infrastructure. I love reading about, there's a lot of science around more trees in CBD areas provides cooling, shade, is better for the environment. So I think it's great. I think it is also delivering on our priority and our focus as a council to reduce operational costs. So congratulations on that, I think. And certainly I'm hearing you, Haley Street has got to be our next priority in my opinion, because I do hate to see, I'll normally be travelling to school and the guys will have those streets coned off. The complications in terms of maintaining those infills are hefty. So I think it's great. I just really want to congratulate you. I love the laneway of trees. I do think we've had enough consultation through the KTP project. I think it aligns with the design concepts of the KTP project and will complement council's spend in that area. So you have my full support. I love the plan. I love the roundabout. I really do think the entrances to town are important. And I think, you know, residents that I speak to around Division 4 and Division 3, really, we do want to lift, we want our town to be a place that we're really proud of. And, you know, we all have people come and visit us. We've just had Easter, lots of people flowing through our region. I think these kind of projects are really critical moving forward. And I'm hearing you, Councillor Duff, in terms of maintenance and your concerns around that one roundabout being planted out. But I do think as a council, we need to be strategic about where we decide to plant those things. And the fact that the roundabout design reflects the Bunya Mountains, that there is a story about it. It ties in with the Rogers Drive design, and it ties in with the KTP works. I think it's beautiful. I really can't wait to see it constructed. And definitely hearing you, you know, that new hospital on the edge of Kingaroy will look glorious when it's finally done. And we will definitely have to turn our minds to how we're going to manage traffic with the rail trail, King Street, all of those complications. We've also had the construction of a new service station in the area. So traffic, as we've been through with James, is quite complicated in that area, and we definitely need to focus on that. But I think this is a great start. We have to start somewhere, and yeah, well done. I look forward to seeing this happen.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. First of all, look, I do love this project, and I do look forward to doing the next section, Mr. Mayor, along Harley Street. I really think that that should be probably one of our next point of calls when we're talking about this. We also, I remember, as Councillor Jones said, we did talk about the King Street intersection, the King Street, John Street intersection there, whether we're going to do something in TMR. We're working in that space, but we're also talking about the rail crossing area, because I do believe that is a dangerous spot. So when we're discussing that area, really do need to bring the rail trail into that discussion, because the rail trail, start of the rail trail is actually at O'Neill Square. So we know we're going to have people parking their vehicles there and crossing the roads with their bikes, with their children and everything like that. So that is something that we're going to have to seriously look at. With regards to, and I do love the Rogers Drive roundabout, but my only point with Rogers Drive is the Kingaroy sign and the plants we have planted in front of the Kingaroy sign. We've got some low plants on the outer side of it and the bigger plants on the inside right in front of the Kingaroy sign, which you keep on having to trim down so you can actually see the signage. I know Main Roads have said something, we can't actually put the Kingaroy sign on top of the plinth, but you know, we've really got to do something about that, whether we transfer the plants from one side to the other, or, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just in relation to the Kingaroy sign, the Parks team are working on a lower level planning in front of that sign, so they have done a cut down. Obviously, I travel that road 4 times a week. It looks quite good when it's cut down. My understanding is there's also a smaller version of that plant that was the existing plant. So Mark and his team are working on a lower plant to put in front of that to make it look good. When it was cut down, it looked actually quite good when it was open. So they're looking to make that a permanent fixture. Also, I believe they're looking to do some work on the yellow buttons. Obviously, they've probably run their course. So I believe they're going to do an update on that roundabout in their future works.
Okay, so Council, we have here that committee recommends to Council we adopt the design of the Youngman Street medians and officers undertake further consultation and design works continue for the Wandai roundabout. Do we have a mover for such? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Second. Oh, hang on. Councillor Hensham wants to talk first. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, the Youngman Street we've talked about for months being a new council, and we've got some wonderful things in the pipeline with all our towns through our region, and I think I'd be correct in saying, and I'm sure in this room everyone would agree, if we're going to do something, let's do it right and do it once and do it well. Can I just touch on, and nothing was mentioned here, we've got a Wandai roundabout also mentioned in there, and I know we've been in discussion with our managers with that and the people in Wandai and plan to go back there, but there is a lot of work happening with the roundabout in Wandai. It's a bit of a challenge. the guys in the team, our managers, the challenge is it's on a reasonable grade there, plus we've got some very other exciting things in the pipeline for Wandai with the park and the camping area there. So just make note that Wandai Roundabout's on there as well, but we haven't discussed it, but I know that what we come up with there will be similar to Kingaroy and our entry and exit into Kingaroy's, but certainly the challenge with Kingaroy and leading on the northern side, I travel that road every day like Councillor Duff, and it is considerably different. We have a lot of our main sporting and recreational things on this Youngman Road on the southern side. We have a single lane out there. We also have perhaps proposed development and a vacant land out there. We have a hospital that's got to be finalised out there. So I think we concentrate on what we've got on the table and get those done and done right, and look forward to certainly the Haley Street one. They're in the pipeline as well, and they're a challenge in their own right, but I will continue to say let's do it once and do it well.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Okay, so we have the motion there on the screen. Do we have a mover now? Councillor Shoemaker, second, thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillors wishing to speak for or against before we go to the vote? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you for a very good conversation and debate on the matter. Okay, now let's go on to 6.5, guidelines for cleaning a footpath within CBD areas at 65. General Manager, we might get you to just lead us into this one as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, we had a request from Council to bring back a report to this meeting on some guidelines around cleaning of footpaths. The team has been working in the background with our environmental health team and also seeking some legal advice and also adaptation of our road policy, which we're currently bringing back to Council. The question was, with the new CBDs, particularly Council's put a significant investment into some of these CBDs, looking to enable shop owners to be able to clean the CBDs and what process that they can do that underneath. What we're proposing to Council is that we'll bring back to either the April General or the May General, because it will need to go to a General meeting. Once we finalise our legal advice, that we can put a formal process in place where what we would do is write to each of the shop owners in every one of our central districts, where we can outline a process with a fact sheet which outlines some of the requirements that they need to have to be able to clean the CBD, what level of insurance they need to have, and how they can apply for a permit. The process is not there to be onerous. The idea is to have a simple fact sheet where you can say, this is the do's and don'ts, but also give them peace of mind as well, because there is that perception too, if someone's cleaning or they trip on their hose or they trip on their mop bucket, what can they do? Can they be sued for that? So we've outlined some guidelines there, which is in the report on page 66. And we've also presented a draft fact sheet, which is the attachment there, which outlines some of the key elements around what you can do to clean. The big one for us is we want people to look after the CBDs. I think we've seen in Mergen, there's really been a proactive effort by the business community there to get out and clean their footpath. Just making sure that we use water only, what cleaning equipment we can use, to give them some guidance. We can't use chemicals in the CBDs. Vinegar is a prohibited chemical. Just to preempt the councillor over to my left, I even just confirmed it by email or by text just before to make sure. It is a prohibited chemical into the stormwater system, which is unfortunate, but that's rules are rules. So what we want to make sure is that, again, people cleaning with water. We go through and do a complimentary pressure cleaning program, once or twice a year, or however what service level council puts together, to make sure we get that tough stuff off there as well to clean it. So, yeah, that's it in a nutshell, Mr. Mayor. We just want to finalise our legal advice, and then we'll bring it back to a general for endorsement when we get it.
Thanks, GM. Okay, the recommendation is that Council notes the draft guidelines and fact sheet. Officers present a future report to April, May General Council meeting for adoption after finalisation of legal advice. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Duff. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Potter. Speakers for or against? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks, GM, for your work on that too. Let's hope that we can get all the shopkeepers around the towns of our region out on those footpaths, working with Council to keep the CBDs looking their absolute best. Okay, we'll move on to 6.6, Nanango CBD Persons with Disabilities Car Park Assessment at 68. GM, you're on a roll. Do you want to keep going with this one?
Yeah, happy to, man. I'll hand to my learned colleague if I may. Look, just probably talk to it. Obviously, at a previous committee meeting, we were asked to do an assessment of disabled parking in the CBD of Nanango. It's been an ongoing issue for council and the previous council as well around consultation with that. A lot of the issues that we have in the Nanango are related to geometry of the road because it's quite a steep road, particularly down through Drayton Street. Our recommendation is that council will note the report, and James might just talk to that briefly, if I may, Mr. Mayor. But what was our recommendation to council is when we're considering future works inside the Nanango CBD, obviously we're looking to correct the footpath and the stormwater issues through there, whatever project that may be. That will be our opportunity to correct for the grade lines within the infrastructure there without ripping up the previous works or minimising the disruption to the previous works being undertaken by council. But I might just get James to talk to that, Mayor, briefly, if I may.
Thanks, Aaron. As Aaron highlighted, this was an item from the February Standing Committee meeting to go away and do a stock take essentially on our people with disability bays. So essentially we've gone and undertaken that investigation, doing a walkthrough of the CBD, and there is a bit of a map layout on the diagram before you, just really highlighting where those bays exist. So they are in reasonable locations, but as Aaron identified, it is on the streets that run north-south, being Fitzroy and Henry Streets. Drayton Street running east-west through the CBD is a very busy street and can fully appreciate the demand for these bays, but it is an opportunity to see what we can do to retrofit and provide those bays of inclusive nature into the footpath a little bit as well by rotating the curb where we can still meet our drainage needs, by trying to flatten up that crossfall as that opportunity provides for itself. We would look to try and include those PWD bays where we can meet our what's called a crossfall, which is the side slope of those bays, because there is some stringent standards that go with that, and needing to make sure that we don't go above those grades is highly important, because you go above those, it increases council's liability and risk with that. Essentially, we want to try and stay out of that space, and given that the demographic of society in general, we need to be catering for that very much in similar lines to the way we've tried to create those opportunities under the KTP project. But in all honesty, it's around bringing those bays up to standard as well when that project becomes funded and providing for that in due course. So there is a table of assessment there. The data speaks for itself, but in a nutshell, we are slightly below the ratio under the recent Australian standard of PWD bays against general car parking. So we're at about 3%. The standard that got updated last year says it should be about 4%. So it's one that council should note for future opportunities.
Thanks, Manager. Okay, councillors, any questions before we put this through? Thanks, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, look, I know with the KTP project, we're doing, we've got the map and we're doing a 50-kilometre radius, a 50-metre radius for our disability parks. And I did notice that there was absolutely none was it Drayton Street? Absolutely none at all. So that actually would not fall within the 50-metre radius for that. But I do realise that if we do a car park, to do one disability car park, we're going to lose 2 car parks to do one disability. Is that correct? That it might be worth it?
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The basic footprint of the PWD base is a lot greater, just due to the sheer dimension on width and length. Needing to provide those manoeuvrability opportunities around the full perimeter of the vehicle is very important. So essentially, it can be one of 2 outcomes. Essentially, as you've identified, you may need to absorb a second car parking bay, or you start to encroach onto something else, like whether it be adjacent landscaping or looking to relocate other built infrastructure in order to accommodate that. So it is something that we just need to be cognizant of when we look to try and provide these in those locations, because it usually comes at the sacrifice of something else in order to achieve that. but it is a balance of outcomes as to what is best for the community at the same time. Drayton Street has a lot of challenges vertically due to the slope of the shoulders of those angle parking bays. They are significant, but then you've also got the slope coming down the hill as well, from pretty much from Gipp Street all the way through Henry down to Sandy Creek in general. So that is a challenge in its own right with how we get that to angle back to support what we need from a grade point of view, and then trying to make that look inclusive within a CBD environment. It needs to really blend in quite neatly. So very much want to try and create those outcomes, but we need to really consult well and then work hard on the design outcomes to make sure that it is quite seamless with how it interacts with the rest of that built environment in the CBD.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the report. I certainly think it's important we reach for that ratio of 4% at some point in time, and I'm glad to see as part of the recommendation, this will be considered in future CBD works. I just had a question in terms of council's footprint there with our office and our library, noting the grade, at the front of council's building sort of is very different to in the main, like up in the main CBD area. Just wondering, is that an option to look at actually putting a disabled car park in front of council's building, being that, there is a pedestrian crossing there and you can be in that main street for coffee with ease?
Just checking, councillor, out the front of the council office.
In the library, so right out front, Drayton Street.
No, wanting to confirm what we do have is some similar issues with the grade issue off the shoulder, and the curb is quite deep there as well. So we do have some limitations around how far we can go into the footpath as well, based on slope, as to how we angle that transition out of the parking bay into the footpath. Just due to that height difference, it is a challenge in its own right. It is a fairly well-aged curb. It's in reasonable condition, but the height of it is different to what is more conventional these days. So that creates opportunities in its own right. The people with disability bays are sited on Henry Street because of the accessibility point of view. It is a lot flatter and the curb height is a lot less as well. So we've been able to get compliance with those bays on Henry Street adjacent to the Energy Centre and to Reg McCallum Park. We're encouraging the use of those bays as much as possible, just because we know that we've achieved compliance at those locations. But as future opportunities come with the frontage of the council office there, it's an opportunity to reconsider the curb profile and the accessibility that comes with that.
Thank you. It's a great report.
Councillor Potter.
Sorry about this. Can we go back to that picture, please, Linnell? Sorry. We've got, look, I know we have to do some more here, but you've got the whole of that car park area there that backs, is that the Scott Street car park that backs onto Little Drayton Street? It's got that alleyway that goes right through. So we could do some disability parking closest to Little Drayton Street, because that would almost be perfect, because it's very close and they could go straight down the laneway to Drayton Street themselves. So, and I think that would be personally an easy fix for starters with getting disability parking, because we like to be an all-inclusive council, and I think this is one way we need to, and we could probably quite easily do about 2 car parks, 2 disability parks in there, and then they're undercover as well. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just have to check. There may already be disabled parks in there. I don't believe we took that into account with the study. It was only on-street parking. So we can go away and have a look at that car park. Just from memory, yeah, I'm sure there used to be some in there at some stage. So, but we'll just have a look. Yeah, so happy to have a look at that and just check that as part of our, we can send out some updated information to council if there is some there.
Yeah, thanks, GM. Okay, councillors, other questions, comments? Okay, so where are we at there, Lionel? We have someone to move that. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Second, thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll look forward to the future reports coming through. Thank you, officers, as we said, for that excellent work. Okay, 6.7, committee is the Bunya Highway Road upgrade from Wandai to Krebs Bridge at 71. A little bit of background here. Of course, the Bunya Highway is a state-controlled highway connecting Western Downs at Dalby with the Southland at Mergen. The traffic count for Bunya Highway on this section of road contains approximately 3,700 vehicles per day, with 11% heavy vehicle operations, of course, speed regulated at 100 kilometres per hour. So the section's currently constructed to a narrow two-lane standard with unsealed shoulders and the edge lines located at the bitumen seal edge. The rideability of the entire section is very uncomfortable for motorists. This section is only slightly behind the condition of the section currently being worked on the Wandai side of Tingura. So the recommendation is that Council notes the attached report regarding Transport and Main Roads' current works on the Bunya Highway, and that the committee recommends to Council that South Burnett Regional Council advocates for further works to be undertaken from Wandai to Krebs Bridge. It's my pleasure to move that. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillors wishing to speak for or against the recommendation? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Look forward to advocating strongly for what is a very dilapidated section of busy highway. Okay, 6.8, naming of Roy Emerson Way at 74. So Council has undertaken previous advocacy regarding renaming of a portion of the Diagula Highway as Roy Emerson Way. This information was also presented to the general meeting on 24th of March 2021 in response to a question from the Mayor. Recommendation is that the committee recommend to Council that Council note the attached previous correspondence between Council and the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and Council recommence engagement with the community on possible options for the naming of Roy Emerson Way. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Jones. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Potter. Speakers? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Again, we look forward to working with the community to endeavour to progress that very important work. On to Council now, 6.9, Myers Road, General Manager. Myers Road, never quite get that one right. Myers Road, Capital Works Road upgrade at 79. So Myers Road is an unsealed lower order road sited on the Kingaroy Northern Urban Fringe, interconnecting the Bunya Highway with West Street and Weens Road intersection. The road is used by local traffic for access and also as a link between Kingaroy and Crawford. And the report provides an overview of road issues and considerations for Council in future upgrade works. Recommendation is that the committee recommends to Council that South Burnett Regional Council considers the upgrade of Myers Road in future budget and design programs as part of the Capital Works program. Do we have a move for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Henson. Speakers for or against? General Manager, do you want to add anything before we go to the vote, just on this one?
Yeah, if I may.
Sorry, Councillor Potter, you've got your light on. I'm remiss of me. Yeah, GM, yeah, thank you.
No, that's fine. Just for Council's interest, this road is included in the Works for Queensland considerations this afternoon as well. So James has done an assessment there. I just draw Council's attention to the attachment there. I won't go through it in detail, but I think that gives good background around some of the deficiencies on the road in relation to the intersection, and also the unsealed section through there that goes through to the Bunya Highway and Taylor's Road. Two probably distinct problems, two different problems. The intersection itself is a priority for us to look at it from a design point of view. We would be looking to Council to consider this in its forward design program going forward to bring it on for possible funding as well that might be available.
Yeah, thanks, GM. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a fantastic project. This has been going on since last term. Councillor Jones and myself have sort of had a look at this road a couple of times, and it's really good to see that it's actually come to the table now. So I'm very excited about this, and as far as I'm concerned, this one can't come soon enough.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Potter. I could certainly concur with your statements there. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to back up Councillor Potter's discussions. I have had a couple of conversations with different landholders in the area, and I understand there are some disturbing behaviours happening in the area, and that sealing of this road goes beyond just dust suppression. None of the landholders in the area actually talked to me about dust. They've talked largely about hooning and some of the activities that people are doing. It's right on the edge of Kingaroy, and certainly I think it would be important, being so close to our Kingaroy Kilkeven rail trail, to improve the safety of the area and upgrade it. So I'm glad to see it's on the table, as Councillor Potter said, and something for us to consider into the future when we're planning those capital works. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, other councillors? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, General Manager, for bringing that forward. Okay, 6:10, Merrill request high priority intersection maintenance at 82. General Manager, we might again get you to lead us in on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just for council's interest, council's discussion, we had a request from the mayor to look at, I think it was from a previous meeting, to have a look at some items that we could do around intersection maintenance through the South Burnett. Just probably the best way to explain, if council could just have a look at probably the bottom of page 82 in the report there. We've got a number of high priority intersections. So what I asked the team to do was to go away and have a preliminary look in conjunction with our parks teams around some of the intersections that we may wish to consider increasing the service level maintenance on those intersections, what we cost to do, who pays, and just to basically, what we're probably after is to seek some direction from council for how we want to proceed. We could spend a lot of time and resource on this, so we've tried to put a indication of where this could go to council for consideration. If you just jump to page 83, if I may, Mayor, there's two tables there. This is probably the best way for us to speak to. So Ramesh worked with Lucas to put together a program. We put together two tables just to identify some intersections that we may look to increase maintenance on. So currently we do mowing and poisoning on intersections. Obviously we've had some discussions around the slashing service level. Inside the urban areas, we generally have Parks and Gardens do maintenance into the 60 zones. They do some intersections that are slightly outside into the 80 zones. Just depends on each town. What happens with that is main roads pay for the slashing, but the high priority urban maintenance, say such in Youngman Street along Haley Street, the maintenance of those intersections is paid for by council, okay, as part of our urban service level. What we've done is, so if you draw your attention to the first table, we've gone through and identified a number of intersections approximately, and these are approximate numbers, in the rural and urban areas. So we've gone for high priority ones. So if we were to increase the service level or do additional maintenance on these intersections, so whether that's whippersnipping or additional spraying, we would require additional money or reallocation of money to do that. So to give you an idea, TMR road intersections, the rural ones are 13. TMR council roads are 265. There's 265 intersections. And then obviously on the high order council roads, there's about 27 intersections, which, we would expect the higher traffic. So we've gone through and identified where we would see increased traffic, or which would be the most trafficked intersections within the South Burnett. On the right-hand side is that you have the urban intersections, which are inside the 80 zone, which are generally maintained by parks, and some of that is done by the Works Department. So obviously we've got 9, 58 and 27. Now, that excludes the intersections such as Youngman Street. These are only the intersections that we would consider for additional maintenance on top of what we do now. So we're looking between that, the outer fringe or the urban fringe. So we're looking for intersections such as, one of the ones I've got in front of me is, for example, Clark and Swenson Road intersection, Testman Road intersection, where we would look to increase our service level on those there. Just below that, if I go down, Linnell, on the second one there, now I've asked, the question we had back to the team was, well, parks already maintain some of these intersections. So if you look at the urban ones there, where the top table says that currently there are 9 TMR road intersections that are maintained. Of that, parks already do 7 of them. So there are 2 intersections there that are not maintained by parks, which means they are picked up either by the Works Department or under RMPC. What that means is if council wants to do additional maintenance on those intersections, if I go to the right, it would cost $360 to do an additional mow, and it would cost $280 to do an additional spray per year, okay? If I go to the left, so the second table I think is the best table for council to consider. Outside of the 80 zone, council has 13 TMR road intersections. Now, we currently get paid to slash those intersections, and we get paid to spray them once. So just the commentary below that. In general, 1 round of herbicide spraying of TMR rural road intersections is included in the RMPC already. And currently, the TMR have directed that they want that done in April 2021. So that's when they've told us they want it sprayed. If you were, and where we're going with that, on the second table, excluding the parks and gardens service levels, if you were to increase your maintenance on the TMR or the TMR council road intersections, you would be looking at to do an additional round of mowing on those sections above what we do now. So to go through and whippersnip them once or twice or whatever it might be, it would cost you around $42,000 a throw to do that. If you were to do an additional spray, it would cost you around $33,000 to do that. If I go down to the high order collector and feeder class roads, these are council owned intersections, you would be looking at 27 intersections, and you'd be looking at, say, $5,000 to do a whippersnip through there, and another probably $4,000 if you wanted to increase your maintenance through there. So the purpose of the report, Mayor, if I may, is to identify those intersections that you're looking to do additional maintenance on above your slashing program. And we're looking for intersections that are outside of the 60 zone that are rural or semi-rural that are not already maintained by parks. So again, Redmond Road intersection, that would be an intersection that's included in the TMR council road intersections for them to be done. So that's outside of the 60 zone, that's not maintained by parks. TMR will pay you to slash the intersection per the 700 mil guideline or whatever it is. If you want to go and do whippersnip, we've priced that up to work through what intersections you would like to do, and that would be an increase in service levels for us to do that. Or if you were to do an additional spray on those intersections, how many do you want to do and what that could cost? So probably just looking for direction of how you would want to sort of proceed with that, Mayor. Again, it's a lot of information. It's a broad cost there to give council an idea. If you were to increase your service levels on your intersections not maintained by parks, that's the additional service cost you would be looking to whippersnip and do an additional spray, if that probably clears it a bit easier. And also probably just looking for some guidance on how you want us to proceed, or how many intersections are you looking to do, or just get some guidance of how we could take it forward.
Thanks, Jim. So at the moment, just to clarify, we'll do 1 round of herbicide spraying on those TMR roads, directed to be in April this year. And then we would we also on the so on those other intersections, the TMR/council and the collector feeder roads, we don't do we spray those once a year as well?
Yeah, so that the intersection's included in the TMR corridor, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Right, that's fine. Yep. And at this stage, though, we slash twice per year, and those intersections are slashed when that intervention level is reached roughly twice per year, Kev, at this stage?
Yeah, on average, Mayor, we're looking at, I think it's 700 mil, so twice a year, unless otherwise directed by TMR.
Look, this report on my concerns were as a result of driving around the region and noticing that even before we had the most recent rain in the last couple of weeks, going back for, I think, probably 2 months ago, I was noticing even in dry times that our intersections, a number of them, I drive out one past Swickers where you turn right to go up, I think it's Redmond's Road, the guideposts are pushed over and broken, and the weeds are growing onto the road. It's quite high grass there. There's a number of others I could cite. Slashing can be really challenging on these intersections because you can't get a navigate around the signage and the guideposts, so it's really hard for the slasher drivers. That's probably a bit of background. I think that in some cases, the one at Bayou Road, for example, that island is a major safety issue. I drove past it 2 days ago, and that grass would probably be 1,500 now, not 700 on that island. You can't see the traffic coming on the Bunya Highway if you're exiting off Silverleaf Road now. It's extremely overgrown again. So there's a safety concern behind this as well, GM. But look, probably wanting to know where council wants to go with this in terms of do we want to make these intersection maintenance with our guideposts and our spraying and mowing a priority? So I hand over to council. Councillors, what are your thoughts? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm really keen to do the extra round of slashing. So if we did the extra round of slashing, so we do 2 a year, if we made it 3 a year, would that pick up most of those intersections just to get, does the slasher adequately do that, or are you suggesting that we need to whippersnip them as well?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So with the slashing, Kevin's going to bring that back as part of his OPEX workshop next week to handle the slashing, the issue. So we're currently putting together costs to say, okay, well, if we did an extra round, what would that cost? So that's a service level discussion for that one. The biggest thing for us here is, taking board to the Mayor's point, I think Bayou Road, to be honest, council, my opinion would be to look to concrete or do something to that intersection. That's where I believe it needs to be. We're happy to progress that in discussions because, again, it is those ones when they want to do that, we can talk to TMR. It's a bit like, you know, and say, well, look, there's a reduction in maintenance there. Can we look at that? I'm happy for us to have that discussion. The big one for us here is even if we were to slash, it's not going to make them aesthetically any better because it's a presentation issue for council to consider, and it's a service level. And obviously, what we're trying to do is to put together and say, well, look, if we were to do these ones, what would it cost? The only other option is if council wanted us to do an alternative one, we would be happy to go away and say, well, we pick rather than have 4,000 intersections through the network, do you pick the ones that are inside the 80 zone and come back and say, well, these are the ones that would be done over and above RMPC. Do you want us to cost those out and say, well, you know, it might be 20 grand or per town or something like that? Ultimately, we'll come back to a cost for us. I don't think extra slashing will help you with the intersection maintenance. It's a presentation. Fully take on the Mayor's points too around the guideposts and the signs. I do believe that is something we can do better, and that's not included in this. That's us making sure that we get those maintenance programs online and try and fix those up. So, but it's an aesthetic issue, so we'll just be guided by council of how you want to proceed.
Yeah, thanks, GM. And look, it may be that we do this once a year, and as we're coming into the colder months, we do it in April, May, or June, something once a year. We're not going to get the growth for some time after that. I'm not suggesting we have to keep them pristine. You never can. Let's face it. When you get rain, they grow back very quickly. But you know, I'd be happy with 1 round a year of the mowing and the spraying on. Additionally, on those, as you've identified, high priority intersections, if that's something council's prepared to consider. Perhaps it's something that needs to come through as part of our budget discussions, would you suggest, over the next couple of months?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, would council be happy for us to look at identifying the intersections inside, say, for example, Redmond Road's a classic case where you'd have a boundary of your urban precincts. We can come back and cost on the TMR network to do those and see what that additional cost would be, even if it's 1 round a year per town and village. I think the other thing is too, I'm just mindful that we have a consistent service level, so whether we're in Banarkin or wherever it might be, that we do those intersections as well. Geelong, we can go away and do further work. Just mindful it does take a lot of time for the guys to go through and work out 400 intersections. If council was happy for us to look at that as the priority to identify the ones on the TMR network in that semi-urban rural area that are not maintained by parks, and we could come back and give a limit around that of what that would cost to whippersnip once a year.
Yeah, look, happy to phase it in. I mean, there'll be, it probably becomes more noticeable when you slash. So, for example, if you're driving down to Tingura and you see the Wandai Chinchilla Road on your left and it's been slashed and it looks great, and then you get to the intersection and the grass is so high around the guideposts, around the signs, the guideposts are pushed over. The slashing actually probably highlights it more. So I think ultimately I would like to see some consideration giving to the above 80s, the 100k zone areas as well. But if we have to do it in a phased way and do the 80k's first, you know, I'm comfortable with that. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just had a couple of questions. So one of the first questions I had was just in terms of just trying to understand. So If we do increase our service and slash, so that's at council's cost. So any increase to slashing or spraying will be at council's cost because our program already takes all RMPC funding to deliver.
Sorry, councillor. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, councillor's correct. Any aesthetic improvement that you make on the TMR network is at council's cost. So that's why I think if we can get some direction around council, we can come back and develop up a more detailed costing around that service level. We wouldn't be suggesting that it gets loaded to, but we would present that through a forward budget workshop for consideration on how you may increase that. Again, Kevin's putting together some options around slashing next week. What we would also probably just to highlight that if there's a service level issue, some of the service level discussions that may be had around the TMR network would be related to GM O'May's budget. So just, I don't want to make any commitments on behalf of what it might do to Parks and Gardens if you were to increase that service level too, if I may just put that on note.
Yeah, certainly I appreciate the report and the amount of work that's gone into this. I do think it's important information to have front of mind and in hand when we enter into budget discussions. I know we've got a tough budget ahead of us and, I just keep sort of thinking that, that 1% rate increase is around $200,000 revenue. So, when we look at achieving some of these things, we're already at a 0.5% rate increase. So, I appreciate the information, and certainly I know that the seasons are a challenge. I think our towns, for me personally, our towns and CBDs are really important. Those intersections I would like to see on the edge of town, the likes of Redmond's roads and things where they really are in rural residential areas where people are paying those higher level rates than potentially at the back of rural properties due to their zoning and valuation. So I don't know whether there's some sort of criteria or methodology we can have there. But yeah, at the moment, I think it's good information to have moving forward. But I probably want to have more discussions before we consider any increase to our current service level, noting how tight our budget already is. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So I'll move that the council note the report. Do we have a seconder for such? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll move on now to get my agenda here. Item 611, which is Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program Phase 2 at 84. Officers, who'd like to take the lead on this one? GM O'May, is this your space? Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll share this with GM Ian. Because this is basically the next two items, as you'd be aware, probably run a bit concurrently. So we've got two funding programs, the LRCI and the Works for Queensland program. So basically, we've put a works schedule together for both of the programs, basically for council's consideration. Obviously, we're a very short time frame with the Works for Queensland, so there's a massive list of projects there that council can consider. The LRCI, the council started considering that this morning, the Blackbutt CBD project. That was the one that council decided on earlier, the 750. Total allocation of 1.95 million under the LRCI. So this program is to be delivered in prior to 31 December this year. So there's a couple of projects there, and then just listed out a heap of alternative projects. These are all basically infrastructure projects. We've put a lot of the works, for, the Parks and Gardens, the livability projects under the Works of Queensland, so they can fit into each other. But yeah, again, looking for projects here that can be easily delivered, that you've got no scope clarifications or costings or designs to be that can't be readily achieved. So yeah, it's really basically in council's hand on what priorities that you would like to see under these projects.
Right, thank you, General Manager. So you've provided a schedule here attached to the recommendation, and the schedule includes at the top of the schedule we've got CBD upgrades and road rehabs. So we've got 750,000 for Blackbutt CBD, which is what's been resolved recommended this morning by council. Wondai Industrial Estate entry and pavement overlay, so roadworks to the entry to the Wondai Industrial Estate, 900,000, and Harris Road, Kingaroy, pavement rehabilitation, 300,000. That gives us the 1.95 million. And then underneath that, we've got the projects that could be considered perhaps through other funding or even considered for this funding if council wanted to move some of these around. Burt Road, 550, Morris Street, Blackbutt, 350,000, Lenigan Road, Glendevon, 500,000, Weeks Road, Ellesmere, 200,000, Tesmans Road, Kingaroy, concrete footpath from Bridgman to Ivy, 580,000, Blake Street, Proston, the concrete footpath along Blake Street, 50,000, and Cumbia CBD, 250,000. So, council, we have that schedule there in front of us. So we really need to, I think, before we start moving motions, we probably just need to have a conversation about how council wants to roll with this. We would like to see the funds allocated. If you're in a position to do that today, well and good, we can proceed. So does any councillor wish to come in on the conversation at this point? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, where do you start and where do you stop? Of course, there's never enough money to go around, but certainly with the Wondai Industrial Estate, we have, and we'll all be aware, a seriously busy industrial avenue down there with some pretty major players within the South Burnett. That industrial estate was developed quite some time ago and probably not in consideration of what's happening down there now. We've had talks, and personally myself have had talks with the industrial people down there. I'd really like to see something progress in that department with a entry and exit into that area, because it is a very, very busy industrial area, and we all know Parkside in Wondai are a major player within our regional council area, and not that there's not in many other parts of our region, that is for sure. Not much has happened down in that department, but there's been a lot of, well, I shouldn't say that, I beg your pardon, I'll reword that. There's been a lot happen down there in development within the industrial side of things. So I'm very excited about that prospect of being able to work with our managers in relation to the Wondai Industrial Estate. And can I also just touch on the Cumbia CBD, and of course they're Division 6, part of my division, the Cumbia CBD, and again that is another main gateway into our South Burnett from the southern side. We talk about north, south, east and west. Cumbia is a little town. We did a footpath there. They got greatly appreciated by the locals in Cumbia just prior to Christmas. I drive that street and look at it every time I go up there, and it might only be a footpath, but it's greatly appreciated. So the work that's proposed, and I know the guys, our general managers, have done a lot of work in design, and we've had many consultation meetings with the community out there in what we propose and what they would like. That's a project that is pretty close to being shovel ready with further communication. So I think the Cumbia CBD one is again, and I know other councillors will have many things on their list to talk about as well. But look, for now, can I just reiterate that the Wondai Industrial Estate and the Cumbia CBD are two things I'm pretty passionate about for this round of funding.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking forward, just at the next list, the Cumbia CBD, and I agree with it, they've waited a long time. It's actually in the Works for Queensland in the ticked boxes to be endorsed. I know we're talking about this other section, but I just wanted to, and I talked to General Manager Meehan, because I was a bit concerned about how much money we would need to spend at Wondai Industrial Estate, and he said that he's been there very recently and there was big holes in the street and the pavement's just terrible. It must have only just happened in the last few weeks, because when I was there it wasn't that, I didn't think it was that bad. So just want a bit of discussion around, you know, why we would need to spend that much on Wandai Industrial Estate. And also, the Proston Sensory Garden is included if we endorse what's in Works for Queensland, but that footpath would need, it's 50,000, and it would, if you're going to do the sensory garden, we really need to do the footpath to lead to the garden, so otherwise, so it's not in any program. So I just wondered if we could see fit to perhaps maybe drop back to 850,000 or something like that for the Wandai one, and just slip that Proston one in, because I just think that it's just grass, as the Mayor said earlier. It's not even concrete, so not even an upgrade. It's just to make it so they have actually got a footpath.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Duff. Other councillors? Councillor Shoemaker, you're next. Yep.
Councillor Potter was first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, yes, there are a lot of great projects here, and it has not been an easy job to try and prioritise them, particularly when we're all thinking from a regional perspective. As I've said to Councillor Jones many a times, he says, I won't trade horses. Now, I have looked at these. A couple of questions I have in relation to, firstly, the upgrade of the sealed roads that we have. I wanted to understand, I understand there is a process and a schedule where council does look at using its CapEx annually to seal some of these roads, and I understand there's a high priority there. So I just wanted to understand how much, potentially from CapEx we already invest in those upgrades. And in terms of the Wandai industrial estate entry and pavement, look, $900,000 is a lot of money. And I understand there are significant activities in that area, industrial activities, certainly Parkside, major employer for our area, and I'm fully supportive of supporting them with infrastructure. However, there have been other projects brought forward, other commercial entities and industrial enterprises who have contributed to their entrances and alike. So I'm probably just trying to understand, for me, it's about Councillor Henshin, if you've met with the business owners in that area, I'm interested in how many businesses actually operate in that area, the value of that activity to our economy, just trying to understand in terms of, 900 million when I look at some of these other projects, or 900,000 when I look at some of these other projects, I'm thinking about the impacts that we could have in our corporate plan and our strategic priorities. So, it definitely still aligns, but I'm trying to understand who would be the major beneficiary of that $900,000 investment, and is there any other businesses or land in that Wandai industrial estate where there could potentially be growth, where we might be able to actually recoup some of these funds? So just trying to understand that project more, because I know there are other entities locally who have decided, who have had similar issues where the traffic has increased because of their operations, and they have made a contribution to upgrading the road. So just probably trying to understand that, please.
Yeah, I might talk to that, Mayor, if that's okay, Council. Just to give an overview, I'm just waiting for Cody to send through some pictures. So the section that we're looking at the industrial estate is relation to renewal and upgrade of the intersection, which is the Old Dip Road. So with the businesses there, we met with all the businesses along the Bunya Avenue frontage, and also the hardware store, which is on the corner of, I'll just bring up the street name, Bunya Avenue. Well, Bunya Avenue must be the one that continues around. I'll just do a count for you, Councillor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got 7 plus Parkside on the frontage there. So our issue there is probably 2 issues we spoke to them about. One is the movement of the traffic and the trucks through there, the B doubles that come into that intersection. So I actually went there last Sunday. I took my young fella out there for a drive to the tractor park and went for a drive myself because I haven't been there for about 6 months. The intersection, when they come in to Old Dip Road, is the trucks pass each other. They actually cut across. The intersection is not wide enough. And I'll get James to talk to the road deficiency there. They actually can't make the turning manoeuvre. What's been identified to us is a number of issues, is a road safety issue around the trucks on that intersection by the businesses along there. And also the fact that the pavement is starting to fail. Now, there's 2 sets of pavement that's in there, so there must have been a section done by a previous council. I don't know whether it was done part of the Wandai Sprints, The asphalt was upgraded on the section of North Street, which is where the Parkside frontage is, and it goes around to the back, which is Kemp Street. The section that we're looking to price is to upgrade the intersection where you come off the highway and the B doubles and the trucks turn left at the Old Dip Road. They go across where the electrical, is it Raffin Electrical, I believe it is? Yeah, Wano Electrical. They go across Bunya Avenue. What happens then is they then turn right, which then goes into, I'm assuming that's still called Kemp Street, where they turn right and they head towards Parkside. The issue is that the people have asked that, is there options for us to widen that intersection? Sorry, it's Burrow Street, apologies. Is there options to widen that intersection to allow more capacity for the turning movements? Or is there an ability to work one way? Regardless of whether we go two lane or one way, the project that we're floating is to rehabilitate the pavement that's failed there on the asphalt, okay? So we have gone through and costed that to do a, to replace and overlay the pavement on Bunya Avenue and upgrade the Old Dip Road intersection. Now, I went there last weekend and that pavement has become significantly fatigued. It's well worth a look if you want to go for a drive. Even past when we were there probably 6 to 9 months ago, there's failures there on the intersection, particularly between Burrows and North Street through to the second entrance to Parkside. That asphalt failure there would be probably the size, equivalent the size of a car. To give you an idea, where it's actually busted through into the gravel on that intersection. So what will happen is, while we're recommending this project here, is the intersection, Old Dip Road intersection at the industrial estate as you come in, we're looking to upgrade for two-way B double access to enable them to make the turn. And what we're looking to do is rehabilitate and overlay the pavement on the oldest part of the industrial estate asphalt. The rest of it has got some minor cracking out near the shoulder, which would need crack sealing. But in all, it's in not bad condition. So the price that I've had the guys go through is to do an EME2 run, which is a high-strength asphalt, and we would do an overlay through there. Now, that would be a significant saving in maintenance for us out of our OPEX program. In all honesty, we would need to bring this inside capital in some stage in the next 2 to 3 years. From a maintenance point of view, there's probably, in my opinion, there needs to be about 100 grand of immediate maintenance done on one of those intersections now. So it would be up to intervention level, if not beyond. So we would be looking at, just on that intersection alone, at North Street and what's that street again called? Burrow Street, through to the through to Parkside entrance. You'd be looking at 100 grand just in pavement repairs there right now. The rest of the road is quite fatigued. Our suggestion is that we don't do anything further in the rest of the industrial estate unless there's money available to do a surfacing treatment to seal those cracks up. But we're looking at pure pavement rehabilitation, which is straight up renewal of that network and an upgrade to that intersection. So I know that sounds a bit, it's great when you've got a map in front of you, but there are significant defects in there. That would now, if you don't do it underneath this program, it would rip a fairly large chunk out of your forward program that we would propose in your later years of your budget for this term.
So my other question was just in terms of, is there any other land or opportunity for growth in that existing industrial estate?
Sorry, just on that, the section that we're looking at, we don't believe it would be triggered by development. This would be on council's existing asset. Any further development which is done by Parkside down the back, we're not looking at including that as part of this work. So if someone was to grow their business down the back or in the other parts, that would be separate to this. The section we have costed is purely on the existing businesses. So the existing road that they have is starting to fail, and we need to upgrade the intersection for the amount of B doubles that are coming through on that intersection there where they're cutting across. They're actually driving across the grass, which has been identified to us as, you've got some retail businesses in there as well where people go to the electrical shop or they go to the hardware. They're coming up against B doubles in that intersection. It's a bit like the Harris Road scenario. To us, this is a much an easier fix for us to do because we need to deal with the pavement. We would widen the intersection there as well at the same time with high strength asphalt. So And again, I was really, really surprised, to be honest, when I went there and I saw the failures there last week. You're looking at car-size failures around where you're starting to come around to Parkside on what would be the existing asphalt. That section of asphalt we were talking was not resurfaced as part of a previous project, because when you go behind that section where the car racing and that is all brand new surfacing. And also where you come up to North Street, which comes up from the eastern entrance to Parkside, that is all reasonably good condition asphalt through there. But we've just gone through and priced for rehabilitation and strengthen. So that would probably, we'd be looking for a 25 to 30 year pavement design life out of that project and identify those geometric issues at the same time. So hopefully that helps a little bit to have a look at that.
Councillor Duff.
I just want to let Councillor Shoemaker know that there's no more industrial land for sale in Wando, that the whole lot has been taken up and the last lot was all taken up by Parkside. So there's potential development there from Parkside, but there's no more for sale. So yeah, it's a which is good. It's been really good.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Duff just stole one of my points. So I was going to say that there would only be minimal land, if any at all, but I do believe that it is completely sold out. Parkside is an enormous supporter of the South Burnett region and Wandai, a major contributor, and yes, they will probably be the major beneficiary of it, but all the land and everything else and the proposal, this is probably one of the busiest, if not the busiest, industrial estate in our South Burnett region. Mergen would go close, Kingaroy's okay, but Wandai is always at the top when we discuss industrial movement and all that sort of stuff in our region. So, and then keeping in mind that the entry off of the highway into our industrial estate, it is a safety issue there, and I have been a part of some of the conversation with Councillor Hanchin and the staff, with most of the people up there, and they certainly raise the issue that it is a major safety concern when those big trucks are coming in and around there, and Parkside, with the proposal of their expansion, is only going to increase with heavy transport. So the 900,000, I guess a question to our GM or one of our engineers, the costing, is there a split between the, let's say, the entry point, the intersection, and then the resealing process or proposal that you've got there? Is there any breakdown? If we don't go I'm fully supportive of the 900, but I'm just wondering about the breakdown.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We've estimated the intersection around 300 grand, and you're looking at around 600,000 for the actual asphalt overlay. I've just got some photos here, which shows if I may, Mr. Mayor, we've got an actual photo of the intersection. This will probably give a bit of appreciation to council of where we're at. Actually, is it in you? Can you get it from your email, Linnell, just there?
You can.
There you go, it's the top one, mate, if you open the top one. So I had Cody, it's one of those ones, again, so I had Cody go out there this morning. So if you can see that, that's the fatigue that we're seeing in the existing, the section that we're looking at renewing. And to be honest, there was nowhere near like that 9 months ago when we were out there. It was really surprising. That's the section there, council, that I'm talking about, where you come past the hardware on your left. None of that failure. We saw the cracks coming about 6 to 9 months ago, and when I went out there, like that's over the length and size of my car on that intersection. Just go down, scroll down. So that's the fatigue coming through. Now, what we're seeing is that fatigue is coming all the way through the section that I'm talking about now. So if you can imagine, if we don't do anything there inside the next 12 months, that's what that industrial estate will look like. So just go down for me again. That's the section up there. That's the entrance. So if you can see there, that is just getting pummeled away by water being held, but also the volume of traffic that's going through there. If I may, the section that we're looking to, see the intersection just above there? We're looking about from coming back from there, past Parkside, past the electrical businesses, around to where the entrance is. And what that would be an asphalt pavement replacement, and then we would do a surface overlay. So just go down for us a little. So that's coming through. The rest of the estate is not showing that amount of damage. It's starting to show some shrinkage cracks and those sort of things, but all in all, it would need to be crack sealed now. But yeah, given the amount of volume in that industrial estate, I'm probably going to put that surface on par with one of our worst roads in the region now. And given the volume that's in there, it's going to go. Like I was really surprised when I saw that 2 weeks ago. What's happened to that in the last 6 to 12 months is phenomenal. So I'm just hoping that helps to give you appreciation of the fatigue.
Yep, and just in terms of if we go ahead and invest that $900,000 in the industrial estate, what would the actual life of that pavement then be? What could we expect? What could council expect maintenance of that area to look like? And does that include drainage? Because you can see there's water lying on the road.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we looked at the drainage. So one of the things that the residents asked is, can we widen the road? But we actually don't want to touch the drainage as far as widening the road, because the table drains are quite narrow through there. We'd actually put water into businesses. Fully through the point there, what we would do is go through and fix those intersections that are retaining water like that one there and reconstruct that to drain through. The pavement design we would be looking for would be around 25 to 30 years of high-grade asphalt. And then what we would do is look at putting a resurfacing program in there to extend that life. So the pavement we would be using would be very similar to what we're looking at KTP, which is a high-strength grade. Given the volume that's there in the turning and movements, that's why it's asphalted now. What's happened is that's got an asphalt service on it, and because it's probably the older part of the industrial estate, the pavement underneath that is not designed for the heavy weight that it takes there now. And the only thing, if I can appreciate where the resident safety issue is, a lot of the retail businesses interact with the trucks there, and their customers interact with their trucks on the narrow bit at the start. That's why they want that intersection looked at. And you can see where the trucks are actually driving across the grass. So it's out, the pavement and the geometry is outgrown it. And what I would suggest to council is that we don't do the entire estate. We actually pick the highest priority part of that estate that's going to fail. Again, if you look at that from a maintenance point of view, we're looking at significant operational dollars for us to go there right now to fix that. So, yeah, it's just a suggestion of project. For us, it's an important one. It would be a huge draw on our budget going forward. And we think that's, yeah, if you look at it from a rehab point of view, that and Harris Road, which is our second project, are right up there on our priorities because the loading of those vehicles is beyond the pavement design. So,
And just in terms of DTMR conversations around that intersection, would there be any potential delay or risk to the project?
No, great question. I asked James the same one. We're actually looking not to alter the intersection with TMR. We're looking to alter the intersection where the entrance within our own entrance. So, so hopefully that will be we expect that'll be a non-issue, and we're deliberately staying away from them for that reason.
Okay, very good. Other councillors? Councillor Potter? No? Okay, so council, we have in front of us, it would seem, what is almost a recommendation. We've committed to 750,000 at Blackbutt, the 900,000 for the industrial estate roadway and at Wandai, and 300,000 for Harris Road. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, I just did have a question in relation to the Tesmans Road footpath. In our current, and my other question around CapEx wasn't answered, sorry. So just the road upgrades with Burt Road, Morris Street, Lanigan Road and Weeks Road. Just trying to understand, we have a CapEx program and these roads will be considered in that CapEx program?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we've tried to do is get projects that we can execute quite quickly. Any project that's on here will turn up in your CapEx considerations, even if it's not in this year's budget. With that project that we're looking for council to do, we think this is a great list to start talking about priorities for the rest of your term. So what we'll start to do is prioritise them for your second, third year terms. Just in relation to Tesmans, the only reason we're recommending Tesmans in the works for Queensland as opposed for LRCI, there's significant design work there for us to do, particularly with the drainage, and also to be able to source those materials for the design of those culverts up there. We think we will struggle to execute that.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, council, does anyone wish to put a motion forward? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion that those three projects that are listed there, Blackbutt CBD, Wandai Industrial Estate and Harris Road, Kingaroy, be the projects that we push forward with the LRCI funding.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We'll just get you to hold that. I don't know if we can pop that in there. Items 1, 2 and 3. That's it. Okay, we have the motion as presented. Do we have a move by Councillor Jones? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Right, councillors, let's, I know you're getting hungry, but I'm going to ask you to push on so we can finish the section 6 of the agenda. W4Q funding 21 to 24 at 98. Sorry, at 87. Right, General Manager, we'll get you to lead us in on this shortly, but before we do, I'll just acknowledge that the Queensland Government has allocated $5.63 million to the South Bennett Regional Council under their very successful Works for Queensland program, and that will be allocated for us to expend on works across our region over the course of the next 3 years from 21 to 24 year. And Council has a large list of potential projects to consider before we make a submission to the department for how we'd like to allocate that $5.63 million, which we've been told is due this Friday, the 9th of April. So that being the case, I'll hand over to you now, General Manager O'May, to talk us through the proposed projects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So similar to the LRCI, we've compiled a large list with the council's assistance of potential projects. It is a 3-year funding program, this one, so we haven't actually allocated these into the year. So depending on what projects council's final list is settled on, then we will look at the allocation. So if there's a project, as Aaron was talking about before, that needs some significant design or scoping or community consultation, then we'll just look at where that can be programmed in. There is no, from what we're aware, there's no even split. Like, you don't have to split the 5.6 up into even bits. Council can determine how much allocation over the 3 years. So again, yeah, we'd look at I suppose, ability to deliver and the projects when we're looking at the planning. And what we would do is with the Works for Queensland, we wouldn't list each individual project as a specific project under Works for Queensland. We will bulk them up, so it would be a project, so say community building upgrades and maintenance. Oh yeah, there we go. Open space refurbishment, CBD upgrades, like so something like the Blackbutt CBD project that was talked about this morning. Even though it's under LRCI, for example, that would have fitted under all of the work under that would have fit under one category. So this is the way we did the COVID round. We had like a couple of overarching projects. Probably what we need council to do is to go through and give their priority, so we can put an allocation under a project. So, say for community building upgrades, if there's a figure that council gets to from all of the sub projects underneath, so we actually know where we are, what we're putting at. So, again, we put a list together to get to the 5.63 million, but I'm not sure what the under the line is. There's probably $40 million worth of alternative projects and that council can consider, and so yeah, really in your hands, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. General Manager. What a place to be. Okay, so council, I think obviously we won't go to a motion on this until we have had a good conversation around it. So I'll just open up to the floor to councillors wanting to make any comments in relation to what's presented in front of us. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and if only we had a bigger checkbook. Certainly, it's not an easy project, easy process, and there are some great projects here, and I think it really shows the boldness of this council and how much we are really pushing for progress here in our region. So thank you. I wanted to kick off the discussion with something that I wanted to put on the table, and I know there's a report in here, and probably reading through the report, it highlighted the priority for me in relation to the Gordon Brook Dam off-stream storage. I wanted to discuss it first because I know the project is $5.5 million and it's a big project. I just wanted to have the discussion with council because I know this is going to be a priority of this council. Delivering town water to the town of Kingaroy is something that it's core service for our council, and the opportunity to fund this potentially under Works for Queensland in one major project versus a rate increase or versus grant revenue. I guess I just wanted to put it on the table and open it up for discussion. I would love to do so many of these projects, and I know that if we did, we would have far-felt impact across the region. But I am worried about our ability to actually get the $5.5 million needed to build the Gordon Brook Dam off-stream storage. And I recognise, particularly after reading that report, I slept on it. I've got all my highlighter here, definitely happy to discuss every project, but that is a really key project for our region. And so I wanted to open up the discussion in terms of council's appetite moving forward with that off-stream storage, which would potentially offer opportunities to open Gordon Brook up for agricultural use, which could have giant economic impacts in our region. So I would be supportive of that and opening it up for conversation.
Okay, well, let's pick up on Councillor Shoemaker's point first and foremost, and then I'll go to other councillors. Does anyone wish to add any thoughts to the proposal Councillor Shoemaker's come forward with? Councillor Potter, off-site storage, 5.5 million for Kingaroy.
I have to agree with Councillor Shoemaker on this one because it's something we have to look at now. We know that this will help the not only Kingaroy, but there could be further discussions on how we can help Nanango with this same water supply. So I think this is something that is quite important for us. But on another note, it's only a small item, but I would really love to see the wheelchair sling at the South Burnett Aquatic Centre. It's only 30,000. Come on, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I would be disappointed if you didn't mention that. Councillor Duff.
I agree with that the off-site storage is important, but I think it's probably premature because we haven't got the allocation yet. We still haven't negotiated the additional allocation from Dooma Dam. So I just think that's something that we are looking at, but not right. We've still got a lot of work to do before we actually get to that point. So I'm keen to see this project rolled out to do some stuff right across our region. I think that it's an opportunity to make this region way more livable, which is what is in our corporate plan. And so I just think that the off-site storage is a big one, but it's probably should be a different bucket of money. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Potter, you've still got your light on. Did you want to add more to that, Councillor Potter? Just your light, yeah. No, did you want to add more? Yeah, no, you're right. Go again. Thank you.
Look, I'm just not too sure how that would work anyway, because there are 3 separate buckets over a period of years for this. So I don't know whether the state government would be appreciative of us doing one project over 3 allocations of different money pots. So what are the rules and things like that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no. So this is an allocation over the 3 years, but it's not 3 separate buckets. So it's one bucket that you just need to complete the one project or the 30 projects before the end of the 3 years. So if it's one project, it would still comply.
Right, thanks, GM. Okay, other councillors, Councillor Jones, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Mr Mayor. Very difficult curveball to throw straight out there, councillor, but I have had these thoughts myself. It's a major project. Can I just ask through you, Mr Mayor, to our general managers, when is the proposed, with the off-site storage, when were we looking to try and finance that or build it or construct it in our future budgets?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. There is actually a report coming up to talk about this very issue. Probably just on the offsite storage. So Tim and his team have costed that project between 5 and 5.5 million. It hasn't been financed. It's very much in the hands of council to allocate money through one mechanism or another. Just in regards to the allocation, we would be seeking an increase in allocation, obviously, but I'll just bring to council's attention the council have read the report, which is item 7.2. We can construct that off-stream storage now and put Boondooma water in there without having an increased allocation. If that pipeline was to go down tonight or for maintenance, we would still require that water. So even without the allocation, we would then look to at leveraging water restrictions and different things. So the project can be brought on without the additional allocation. It's just a matter. It's purely up to council to decide how you want to handle that project.
So hypothetically, we fund this now. Does that free up money in future budgets? How will this affect what we do planning for the future?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I'd be right in saying that if it's up to council to look at its forward program. So if you wanted to proceed with the off-stream storage at 5.5 million, you would either seek external funding, increase revenue through your rate base, or you'd have to borrow the money. So it'd be money that you'll have to find.
So basically, if we fund it now, there'll be no free money in the coming budgets because of what we do.
No, but what it will do is it will prevent you from having to increase your rates to pay for it or borrow the money to pay for it, which will then allow you to use that rate rise. If you don't raise rates for Gordon Brook, then you can use that rate rise to look at your other priorities within water and sewage, or however you want to cost recover water and sewage, what you want to spend. So very much in the hands of council how you proceed with that one.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Duff?
Normally, just as a question, would if you had the water infrastructure, only the water users would pay for that over a period, like we charge water usage and accesses and all of those things. So if we did this project, the whole region would be actually, this is an opportunity to do stuff right across our region, but if we picked that project, we would be focusing in on something that normally would be user pays. Is that correct? Or, yep.
Yeah, so through Mr Mayor, so your water and sewage are funded through cost recovery of your schemes at the moment. So the Works for Queensland is open to water and sewage projects, so the council may choose to spend it on general or upgrades or whatever meets those guidelines. Water and sewage, the funding allocation is enabled to water and sewage as well. It's just up to council how you want to. What you do with your W4Q is up to council as long as it meets the guidelines. Infrastructure and water and sewage projects comply with the guidelines, as far as I'm aware. Is that sorry? Did I get all of your questions, councillor?
If we did say we borrowed the money, or say we did something to get the money, normally that would then go towards the people who actually were able to use the water across the water. Like we have it's a separate unit, so all the people who use water get paid, charged access, and the usage. So are we discriminating against everybody else in the region who don't have use of the water if we just pick that project? So would we have through accesses and stuff like that, would that be picked up if we borrowed the money and put it in our water infrastructure? Would that then normally be charged back to the people who have water, who use water through our access fees?
Yeah, so your loans are recovered generally, and I'm happy to be corrected by the GM of Finance. Your loans for water and sewage are cost recovered through water and sewage units. Your loans against your general are costed against your general operations. Works at Queensland is eligible across either general operations or water and sewage. So I don't think you're discriminating because you may fund a general project which doesn't benefit every user on the general either, or you're not using it for renewals, or you might use it for upgrades. So Peter's just bringing up the guidelines here. Yeah, essential services project examples include water supply, sewage, water infrastructure, waste management, roads and drainage and associated stormwater systems, energy, data, disaster resilience, preparedness projects. So yeah, it's water and sewage projects is to be eligible. The only thing I'd say on the back of that too is yeah, it depends on where council wants to allocate its money. It's really up to you guys. So, but it is an eligible project. That's why we had it on the list. But you can spend it on any of those units. Does that cover off me?
With that, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, I don't know whether we can do this in our standing orders, but would it be possible to actually review the Gordon Brook Dam report just so that we could have that conversation around the challenges for Gordon Brook Dam? Because I'm mindful this is a big issue for our council, and one way or another, I'm completely hearing you, Councillor Duff, and I've got marks all over this. I would love to invest this from one end of the region to the other. But I know at some point we're going to have to fund $5.5 million. And reading that Gordon Brook Dam report that is here, it's pretty clear to me that do not drink alerts and are a big issue in which we're going to have to address. So I guess I'm just wondering if it's possible to review that report so that council's fully informed before it makes a decision like this, because it is a big decision.
Mr. CEO, could we have a procedural motion to escalate 7.2 up to be dealt with now, and then put this one aside until such time as that's been attended to?
You certainly could, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, over to you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, could I please move a procedural motion that we address report 7.2 Gordon Brook Dam?
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Seconder? Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll now turn our mind to item 7.2, Gordon Brook Dam status at 100. Tim, welcome to our Standing Committee meeting, and we might get you to come up and give us an introduction to that report. Thank you. Now, Tim, before we proceed, our CEO has just suggested that given the importance of this topic, that we have a short break for lunch, recharge our batteries, and return at, what does everyone think, 1:15? Can we return at 1:45? Is 30 minutes sufficient for lunch? Return at 1:45? Everyone comfortable with that? Okay, so I'll move another motion that we will adjourn the meeting until 1:45. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried. See everyone back here at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, now move that we reopen the meeting at 2 p.m. Do we have a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Meeting reopened at 2 p.m. Okay, councillors, we've had a motion resolved to move item 7.2, Gordon Brook Dam status at 107, the agenda. So we're now going to deal with that matter in accordance with that. And General Manager, we'll hand over to you to give us an introduction to the matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hand it to him in a sec. Just probably what I'll get Tim to do is just give an overview. So this was originally to the follow-on from his report for the month, which would have the dam levels in it normally. So Tim will just give an update on what the level of Gordon Brook is. I think it's around 48%. What I might get Tim to do is just step through the background and the possible solutions for that, and then just back to you, Mayor, if that's it. We don't actually have a resolution, but we were looking to probably just get some seek some direction on where council wanted to go with the allocation and the off-stream
Yeah,
storage.
sorry, GM. So we're at page 107, correct?
Yes,
Gordon
that's
Brook
right.
Dam
That's
status
right.
report. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, if I may, just given time and just sake of procedure, so when we come back to 7.1, if the discussions about dam levels are now, and given the councillor's leave of absence today, can we take 7.1 as read and just take questions under exemption? So you can pretty much cover all the topics of the water levels in this one.
Okay, so councillors, have you all had a chance to read 7.1? Okay, so we can take that as read. We need a resolution in relation to that. Mr. Sear, we'd need to, won't we? Yeah, we will. We'll come back to 7.1, then continue with that. Thank you.
Yep.
Proceed, G.
Yeah, no worries. I might just hand over to Tim, and yeah, we'll focus on Gordon Brook for our session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the background on the off-stream storage is Kingaroy currently sources water supply from Bunduma and council's own dam, Gordon Brook. The water quality is water supply is blended on a 70-30 percentage basis, 70% Bunduma. All goes pretty well until we get below around the 50% mark in Gordon Brook, and then we have water quality issues in Gordon Brook. And once we start treating the level of the water below that level, we then have a corresponding increase in THMs, trihalomethanes, issues with that water supply. So the long-term goal is, as an alternative water plan B for Gordon Brook, is an off-stream storage. And that's not as a long-term off-stream solution. It's actually for the immediate emergency supplies should the Bunduma pipeline go down. Currently, if the Bunduma pipeline goes down for any reason, we automatically have to switch to the Gordon Brook supply. And 100% Gordon Brook water quality issues are huge. We have to report our THM exceedances for that. We have if we have successive THM exceedances in the 300s to 400 parts, could end up with a no drink alert for pregnant women. We also have to notify we work with Queensland Health for the dialysis patients as well, because of the water quality issues of that. So the idea of the 150 megalitres storage is really to give us surety around the 5 to 6 week mark should the pipeline go down. And bear in mind, this pipeline is 30, 40 years old. The older the pipeline gets, the more unscheduled interruptions are going to happen. And it's the unscheduled ones that are going to hurt us. We generally work with Sunwater every year. They have 3 or 4 shutdowns, scheduled shutdowns. We can make sure our storages are full, and Sunwater make sure their storages are full, and that gives us a workaround for about 2 weeks. After that, if those storages happen to be on the low end of the storage system and a pipeline breaks down, we can be left without water. Basically, we'd be 100% on Gordon Brook. Ultimate worst case, if the drought continued and Gordon Brook ended up being actually not accessible, it was down too low, and the pipeline went down. Our alternative, without this off-stream storage, would be we would be carting water. Now, to cart water for the size town of Kingaroy is no mean feat. I've actually done that previously at another council. Just to cart 1 megalitre of water a day is huge. But to do that would only supply essential needs. So all your commercial industries would be shut off. You could not supply them. So you think about that on a reputational damage, that's what we'd be up against.
Probably just on the back of that, Mayor, if I may, is just talk about the allocation. So just in page 108, I just put some information at the bottom there for council to consider. We're probably looking for some direction either now or in the very short term of where council wants to go with its issues. So just on this volumes, and Tim has a report around water allocations, we're looking to seek probably a temporary transfer given the status of Gordon Brook of around 100 megalitres this year. We are checking. We believe the CEO will have delegation to be able to do that. That cost would be largely offset through the water business unit through sale of that water. But however, due to the replacement of some of the Gordon Brook allocation, that would be a financial implication we'll need to look at with our finance team. We would recommend obviously reviewing our water situation for the temporary transfer by the next standing committee meeting, because April really is the end of our window, we believe, for rainfall into that catchment. I've given council a couple of scenarios there as well based on the Kingaroy Regional Water Security Assessment, which was done last year and sent through council. We would be looking, there's two scenarios there, a temporary transfer for the allocation usage based on the fact that we're reducing our Gordon Brook usage at the moment due to its level, which means we have a higher expectation that we'll exceed our allocation for Boondooma this financial year. We would like to deal with that early, particularly with the other high priority user of that dam. A permanent offset for Gordon Brook. We use approximately, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, around 500 megalitres a year or thereabouts from Gordon Brook. When you take into account your losses due to evaporation, you're looking around 800 to 1,000 megalitres is the volume that we would require. We've estimated costs at $2,000 a megalitre, but if you were to replace Gordon Brook over the longer term, purely for its usage, you're looking around 1.6 to 2 million. Interstage allocation, so when we think to our water security, Kingaroy's water security is around about that 1 in 13, 1 in 14 right now. Over the long term, with the expansion of the urban area, it could drop as to about 1 in 4, is from memory. What we would be looking to do is increase our original allocation of high priority water from Boondooma to improve that water security over the medium term. I'm not saying solve that issue completely right now. Ultimately, we would be seeking between 1,500 and 1,800 on top of our existing Boondooma allocation and our existing Gordon Brook allocation to fix the water security back to around 1 in, I think it was around 1 in 280 or something like that. And then obviously, if we were to replace Gordon Brook and we were to solve the water security and replace Gordon Brook completely, you'd be looking around 4.6 to 5.6. Now, we don't mean council go and spend 5.6 million on water allocation now. That's just gives you a long-term view of what that water security requirement could be. Obviously, keep in mind too that it's all subject to availability of allocation as well from the other major high priority users. So is probably whether that touches on to answer council's questions that were raised in that around what would be the cost of water security. Our initial thoughts for Gordon for water security was that 0.3, which is where the 1 to 2 million came from, was to seek 500 to 1,000 megalitres of high priority water from Boondooma to offset the water security issue. But now with the mix, if we were to replace Gordon Brook completely, you're looking at an additional 1.6 to 2 million based on that same scenario of rate. And then ultimately you're looking for the long-term solution. Our envisage was always to use an interim solution until such time as that the demand warranted a full replacement a full water security upgrade, depending particularly on the large commercial users. So with that, just on just probably point out to council, Tim's highlighted the risks currently of Gordon Brook. Would just say to council that discussions we've had with Sunwater is that they are continuing to delay planned maintenance for the pipeline. They did make clear to us the other day that if it was a reactive maintenance issue, that is obviously beyond their control. And the longer the pipeline goes down without maintenance, the higher the risk that we are for a period of shutdown in relation to that. There has already been one shutdown of the pipeline, which Tim brought up before, which we were able to plan to be able to do, but that didn't disable our access at the Gordon Brook Dam to that supply. So ultimately, we're in council's hands now, Mayor, of where you would like to like to go as far as discussion or further information, or how you would like to proceed, I suppose, or happy to note as well.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. Over to you, Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two things for me. So I just want to confirm here in the report, I read, water quality issues will continue to increase as water levels decrease in Gordon Brook Dam, with council unlikely to treat water to Australian drinking water quality guidelines. Should Kingaroy continue to use Gordon Brook Dam water either in blend or sole source, corresponding reportable health THM exceedances will occur, and there is an imminent risk of a public health warning being issued, including a no drink alert for pregnant women. Just
Yes.
want to understand the time frame around that, basically.
Probably I'll give you the short answer, Councillor. If the pipeline was to go down today or tonight, then we would treat the water to the best we can. What the actual THM count will be, we can't give you exactly, but will be in excess of the Australian Drinking Water Standard Guidelines. Tim would inform the hospital that we would be unable to treat dialysis. We know that at this level, even when we're above 50%, there's some elements of the water guidelines we struggle to meet. Advice that we have is that on treatment and in previous treatments, when we've used sole supply at this level, we have had a serious issue.
So would be a breach, basically, of Australian drinking water guidelines.
Yeah.
We would be failing to meet it on the THM levels. Just as an example, I think I noted up there, we've had, since 2017, we've had approximately 201 drinking water quality failed THM results. Now, what we can do, we even today, we've got some of those in our outer limit storages, but how we treat that, how we react to that is that we actually dump water storage. It's to do with water age a lot of the time. And so we can lower those pretty well instantaneously. So we dump half a storage and refresh it. The trouble is once we get down to purely Gordon Brook water, we have a THM issue leaving the treatment plant. That's the issue. So we've got two types of THMs. You've got inorganics and you've got bromoforms. The issue we've got in town here at the moment in our storages is about water age. So every time you treat it with chlorine to increase your sterilisation, you actually increase your THMs. So that's an issue that we can deal with. The other issue is just purely on Gordon Brook. We're actually leaving the treatment plant with the THM issue at that point. Does that help?
And my other question, I just wanted to confirm, so with the Gordon Brook Dam, it is a regulated dam, and is it by 2026 we'll have to spend up to a certain amount? I think I want to say 10 million, but I feel like it's more, on the actual, on meeting those spillway requirements of being a regulated dam.
Yep. So just for councils, we've got a report on questions on those 8.1 for the AFC upgrade, which will be there for you, councillor. If that's okay.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll have a look at that. So certainly for me, it's just highlighted that this is a significant risk. It's one that is happening right now. And I'm of the view a 1 in 13-year failure and those significant risks to the health and well-being of our local residents are risks I'm not willing to accept myself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, look, thanks, Councillor Schumacher. As you know, I've been going on about this for 12 months and at times felt as though I was speaking, yelling into the forest with few listeners, taking the seriousness of this on board. It is a serious issue. I've been raising it time and time again. I raised it with our local member here in this chamber in August last year. I raised it with the Dr. Anthony Lynham, the Minister. I've raised it with Anne Lay, the opposition, local government. But I've got to say, I have felt as though I am a lone voice at times in the woods. Is it a serious issue? I absolutely agree with you. Bromoform has been identified in this report here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, at being consistently above 0.9. In fact, it's as up as high as 2.2, currently probably around 2.3. Bromoform has been identified by the US EPA to be a level 2B carcinogen, Okay, and it has also been found to have impacts on people, particularly in relation to mental health and degradation of the nervous system. That's the first thing I want to say. THMs, and I've been holding back on some of this for 12 months, but I'm now going to make this publicly available. THMs have not been below the mandated Australian drinking water guidelines since July 2020. October 2020, they snuck below the 0.25. Ours have been constantly up around 3.5 to 4 at a high level in Kingaroy for some time. I am concerned about the health risks that this is posing for the Kingaroy community, that is potentially posing for the Kingaroy community. I've been saying that for 12 months, and I'm getting to the point now where I'm actually organising another meeting with the Energy Minister and the Water Minister, because this is an issue for the Queensland Government and is an issue for our council. Our community is at risk, and I've said this and got slapped on the wrist for making comments in relation to comparing Kingaroy to Stanthorpe. Well, let me tell you, Stanthorpe water supply is now full. Ours is not, and ours is at a dangerously low level in Gordon Brook. This issue needs to be dealt with one way or the other. How council resolves to do that is up to you, but we need to deal with it. Completely support what the staff and Councillor Shoemaker says. It's got to be dealt with, because if this Gordon Brook dam continues to drop, and for some reason that pipeline goes down, we will be back to having a no drink alert for Kingaroy. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Ms. Tim, please, Aaron, correct me if everything I've said is incorrect, but that's my understanding of the situation.
No, I think you've read it properly, Mayor.
Okay, so over to you.
I absolutely agree with you, and this is an ongoing issue, and I've been supporting you 100% as to, but why, the question I want to ask is why has no one, I know that you may have been, but why is it not front and centre to be lobbying to get that increased allocation from Madooma Dam? Because I thought that was, like, the offsite storage is not going to fix the issue. All it's going to do is protect once we lose like you say, the allocation, and the offsite storage is just going to protect the all it'll do is
Contingency for Gordon Brook going down.
Yeah, it's just a contingency for the pipeline. So it's not going to fix our issue. What we need is more allocation. That's correct. So.
Sorry, there's two issues there, Councillor. One is allocation for water security.
Yeah.
The off-stream is for public health protection. So, yeah.
So when we get the off-site storage, that will be able to take some of the, like, protectors. So we've got some there to, like, storage, but it's not going to fix our situation unless we get the extra allocation.
No, that's right. It's two different issues.
Correct. Yep. So my question is, where are we at with lobbying the state government to get the extra allocation? That's number one. Number two is it an option just to immediately, because interest rates are so low, borrow the money to actually do the off-site storage? So that would get that happening, rather than just going, we throw our hands in the air and say, well, our TH levels are all of these issues. But why, if we are going to act, why don't we just do that right now?
Other councillors, Councillor Jones, Potter, Henson, what are your thoughts? It's a serious issue for council. Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a significant discussion for this council to have in regards to safety issues, health issues, and all that sort of stuff for the township of Kingaroy. I agree with Councillor Duff and the fact that if you're in business, now's the time to certainly borrow to capitalise on the low interest rates. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, a question to Tim and Aaron. If, I've just been throwing some numbers around here, trying to have a win-win situation for everyone. If we were to co-fund at 4.5 million out of this particular round of funding, Works for Queensland, what is the ability for this council to fund the other half to $1 million to make up the 5.5 out of in the coming budget with your water and wastewater, your water? And you can take that question on notice. I know it's a difficult one. But I just think if we went, and the reason I say that, Mr. Mayor, if we went 4.5 million funding, it'll loosen up 1.13. And I'll just throw these things out here. I'd put Cumbia up for 250. I'd put the Mergen Park up for 300, and I'd put Nanango for the drainage issues and that for 650, and that would accomplish the 5.63 million across if there was ability in our budget to contribute half to $1 million. I'm just putting that out there, trying to, and I totally understand the importance and the significance of this, but I also know that it's a good opportunity to try and do something for these smaller communities and that across the region. So, sorry? To give 4.5 million of funding to Gordon Brook. If you were, like the question was, if we were to give 4.5, could we contribute?
Look, I think our CEO sat quietly and he and I have conferred a little bit before lunch. I'll ask him to speak on this if he could. Thank you, Mark.
Councillors, probably on a much broader, we've drifted into a fairly serious budget discussion about a specific project being Gordon Brook. Now, again, as an opinion, I don't disagree with anything that's said. It's something that has to be addressed. Councillor Duff raised both aspects of it. The pipeline, the offsite storage, satisfies urban supply when the pipeline goes down. So the allocation, yes, they all come together, but the upstream storage is something that needs to be done. We've certainly got, I'm just wary what we say and go further and saying into a public forum, but I think there are options. Works for Queensland, particularly with this round, we need to get something off to the state government this week, and we need some form of a resolution. So this one should be, for my 20 cents worth, if it helps, and if it doesn't, just ignore me then. But it should be broad topics. I don't know that if you can, and again, Gordon Brook deserves its own workshop and its own, this is, if you're going to borrow $5 million, that has to happen at the budget meeting. We can't do that outside of the budget process, and that, not saying that we should borrow $5 million for it, but if you're going to do, these are specific discussions for either a budget committee or a budget workshop as to how we fund Gordon Brook. Probably, and again, I'm not speaking against the idea and certainly the urgency of it, and Councillor, what you've raised today has certainly brought it into, and I will support the Mayor. I've seen for the last 12 months the Mayor's efforts behind the scenes has been, relentless is probably not the best word, but I'm trying to think of a better one, but it's been consistent as far as raising that. And then there is also the sensibilities of it with it being reported in the public, because the last time I did get a public airing was, it literally came out, Kingaroy's running out of water overnight, which is not the case, but the risk of failure is really quite significant compared to other supplies. Now, does that mean it will fail in 13 years? No, but the average it could be, and it gets a bit complicated to describe it. I'm wary of influencing the debate, but I just, whether council wanted to make a broader allocation within the Works for Queensland for future water projects of $500,000 million, or quarantine some of that money for water projects going forward, and then livability, and keep it to that broad conversation today. If we start getting into specific projects today, we're locked to that once we get it into the department, and then getting that changed is very difficult. We've also found through recent history of this wonderful program, please, and absolutely very appreciative of the state government as well for its support with Works for Queensland. But we have found with marrying up other funding to it and things, you actually do get very much tied to the reporting mechanism and how the government works this program. So today we could probably keep it to a much broader, so we can get the application finished off and in on Friday. There would be then ample time, I believe, anyway, Pete will correct me if I'm wrong, once we get those broad topics in. So if council's of a mind to put some of the money to water projects, you may need another $500,000 to actually progress Gordon Brook. Again, I don't know. I'm with a little bit of leave last week. Said to the Mayor before the meeting, I'm very rusty on the agenda and its contents because I was away for the last week. You really, Gordon Brook probably, besides noting the report, that Gordon Brook comes back for a very specific workshop on our future options and what are, because I, for one, wouldn't want to be just, again, I don't want to sound like I'm speaking against it, I'm not, but just trying to rush through a decision point today on Gordon Brook. It deserves and it really needs greater concentration and a degree of focus where everyone's in the room and they're actually focused on what the issue is and how do we fix it. Again, for my 20 cents worth, that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. It's always good to have your 20-odd years of wisdom and experience in local government here to advise us, and I think that's very, very good advice, that we focus in on what we've got to get done today. This is a much bigger discussion that needs to be had at some stage in the future, and I'd certainly support that. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, for my own benefit, CEO, is it then a possibility to, in these discussions where we've got to put something into the government by the 9th of this month, which is correct, which is 3 days' time? So, is it a possibility then, in taking that step further, then to say, all right, we'll put $4.5 million aside for water projects? So that's...
I'm not working, councillor. That's where I'm going. That's what you decide today to tell the government.
So I'm just putting these figures out as a hypothetical conversation with yourselves, just so that I understand it. So we have the ability to allocate a certain amount of this funding, or the whole lot for that matter, whatever, and then we have the other ability to allocate funds to other projects. Is that correct?
No, well, what I'm saying is if you put, we would be telling that original list that I think Peter had in those 4 or 5 broad topic areas that come basically, I think, from the corporate plan, be it livability and lifestyle, park upgrades, whatever the top living infrastructure, road infrastructure. I would think absolutely, there is no think about it. We absolutely have to have something in on Friday to the state. If we've got to go back to them with more information but what I'm suggesting is we don't say that we spend $30,000 painting the SES building here in Kingaroy, because you're locked into, once you submit that, you're locked into that. But if we're talking about buildings, facilities and maintenance, and we've allocated $1 million of that, out of that, and no doubt through further discussions through councillors and council through the budget process itself, that $30,000 might be part of that bigger project. But we're only reporting on the one, which would be the building and facilities upgrade, not 500 little projects of $30,000 each. Does that clear as mud? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. That does answer my question, and that enables some further conversation and discussion to have today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Schumacher, I'll just give you the last right of conversation here on this topic, and then we'll go to, I've got a motion to put forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly I do appreciate Council considering this. And hearing the CEO, absolutely. It is a project here on the key projects, though, to be considered for Works of Queensland, and in my view, this project should be our highest priority project for Kingaroy and the South Burnett. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. It's not music to my ears to hear that from you. Okay, I'm going to put forward a motion, Council, that Council note the Gordon Brook Dam status report and schedule a workshop to consider such in more detail at a future suitable date. Thank you, Linnell. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Speakers for or against? Councillor Duff.
Again, so now we're having a workshop, consider such in more detail as future suitable date. So we're saying this is an urgent issue. So I just think then if that's the case, then we need to put the date in sooner rather than later, whether it be this week or next week. But this is not just, now we're saying we can just leave it till further down the track.
Thank you, Councillor Duff.
I think we're jumping
Thank you,
shadows.
Councillor. Thank you. Prior to 30 April 2021, in more detail, leave it as is now. Just put prior to 30 April 2021. You comfortable with that, Councillor Duff? Thank you. Okay, councillors wishing to speak for or against? Anyone else? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, councillors, going back to 7.1, Mr. CEO, we had the local disaster management water and wastewater portfolio report. Oh, we want to go back up to W4Q? Okay, yep, that's fine. So back up to W4Q, 612, W4Q funding 2021-24 at 87. Just as a process, Linnell, could you bring up the 5 broad categories that General O'May has recommended? Council, I've listened carefully to our CEO's advice, and I think it would be wise to take that advice, seek to allocate funding to each of these broad 5 categories at this stage to enable the General Manager to get a submission to the department within the next 48 hours as required, so we can at least get the agreement locked in. That will enable us then to move forward. I believe we need more time to look at individual projects than we have here today, and would be therefore wanting to put forward a motion around those 5 and allocate some funding amounts against that. Yes.
I just had a question. In the report, it says projects must fit within one of the following categories: an essential services project, an economic development project, or a community wellbeing project. So are we suggesting we amend those, or are we going to stick with those titles when we're divvying up this funding?
General Manager, will those 4 categories you've given us there be acceptable to the department, as you understand under the current guidelines?
Yeah, so I've just updated these from what I'd given to Linnell, and so yeah, the first one had community building upgrades and maintenance, and just saying, so that would be a community wellbeing building maintenance, including, well, actually probably don't need including, I think I took a word out there, and painting works on community buildings across the region, so not identifying. Again, in the parks and open space refurbishments upgrades of identified parks, The last one, infrastructure upgrade, so I've added in there water supply infrastructure and just had the footpath rehab, what we did have through regional towns, but not actually identified them. The tourist facilities upgrade one there, I'd probably suggest we had 100,000 in the list to do some work at BP Dam. I'd probably suggest if we could just look at that work under CapEx and leave that category out, so shorten it down to those, to say 3 major projects, and we could come back through the CapEx work, because we really had only a $100,000 allocation to do some cabin refurbishments, which could be done through depreciation through the CapEx budget. So yeah, but yeah, those infrastructure upgrades would see as, and that was one, I think, as Aaron read out before from the Voice for Queensland guidelines.
Thank you, General Manager. That being the case, if we were to take tourist facilities upgrades out, leave those 3 categories, infrastructure upgrades, I think that's... No, you're right, Linnell. We'll just wait for the screen to come back on. Infrastructure upgrades, you've given us plenty of broad scope there with footpaths, water supply, street furniture, improvements. Parks and open spaces are clearly a significant part of our corporate plan in terms of livability. Community building upgrades, well, we know that there's a long list of those to do. So it's really, I think, what I'd be seeking to do would be to put forward a motion around those 3 categories. If we take the tourist facilities upgrades out at this stage, thanks, Linnell, and suggest that we simply allocate a notional amount against one of each of the others at this point in time, and then we'll identify projects within those as we get time to do further, give those further consideration in time to come. Yep. Okay. So, Council, look, I'm going to suggest that we put 3.563 million towards parks and open space refurbishments, and 1 million to each of the others as a starting point for debate. The reason for the parks and open spaces refurbishment, because I do certainly understand that there is a lot of work to be done by council in terms of our capital expenditure around, if we work through the region, if we look at what needs to be done in Mergen, we look at what needs to be done in Kingaroy. We've had conversations about Earl Park, about Memorial Park, about Apex Park. We've had conversations about work that needs to be done in terms of walkways. I would hope that there could be some of the rail trail infrastructure built inside that as well. A whole range of projects that I'm looking through on this list here that I think could fit under that particularly large, broad category. But that's a proposal, so open to council for your thoughts. General Manager, over to you first of all. What are your thoughts on that?
We can work with whatever allocations are provided. This is a council decision.
Okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think it's a good place to start by all means. However, I am worried then. I feel like we're just finding projects to fit in under those amounts. So probably just want to understand where you've pulled those amounts from. Have you selected projects from this project list, or are you just assuming that parks and gardens are our highest priority need and so they get the largest amount of funding, and then we'll give some funding to building upgrades and infrastructure upgrades? It's just trying to understand how you've come to this starting point.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I've just looked through the list that we've got here, and I've gone through and highlighted things in red that I recognise as high, in my view. They come in over that, just over $3 million. Infrastructure upgrades, for example, Cumbia. I'm absolutely supportive of Cumbia CBD redevelopment. I think $250,000 for that is wise, and I think that we may also need to spend $750,000 on Wandai. So that's where the $1 million came from for those two. If there's other water projects that are bigger priorities than those, then we can have a conversation about that. Community building upgrades and maintenance. Look, I've just looked through the stuff that Leanne's got. We could put $10 million there and still probably wouldn't get it all done. But there are some key building up amenity works that needs to be done there that I've looked through in relation to things like the PCYC squash courts that we've talked about for some time, which is $250,000. But the vast majority that I've ranked high, certainly on my list, would be certainly in the parks and open spaces refurbishment, hence putting that forward as a starting point for council, but open to council views on it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm in a bit of a loss. I just sat through a discussion in the last half an hour where we were talking about high priority Gordon Brook water. We've got 5.63 million to allocate, and then all of a sudden we get to these three and we've got 1 million where the dam. I just don't know. I was of the belief that we were talking seriously about contributing a massive amount of this funding to securing water for Kingaroy on the off-site storage for Gordon Brook, and then we get to this one and we've got 3.563 million in parks and open space and $1 million in I just got to sit down and regroup here. I just got to get my head around this.
Yeah, if I could just address that, Councillor Jones. So I've been saying, as I said, for a long time that Kingaroy's urban water supply is a major issue. That's why I pushed to get it included in the Jacobs Water Study, where it previously hadn't been by the previous council. Having that now included in the water study, it's only demonstrated what we knew, that we've got certainly a significant issue to deal with Kingaroy's urban water supply. My view is that, having said that, I wouldn't be supportive of allocating W4Q money to that. My view is that W4Q money, while technically we could put it all, or we could put $4.5 million towards Kingaroy's water supply, the reality is there is no political leverage in getting any of these projects on this list up. There is some political capacity for us to work with the state government around Gordon Brook, but there isn't on the projects that we've got here on our list in front of us today. Okay, so I think it needs to be something that we work with the state government to find a solution on. including in terms of how it's funded. I don't think that we should throw all these projects across the rest of the region that are so important to the people of the broader South Burnett out the window in one foul swoop, without at least exploring options with the state government to find external funding to support what is a critical water supply issue for our region. Stanthorpe was successful in doing that some time ago, and I would hope that we could find some success with the state government doing that through external funding without having to commit all of our W4Q money over the next 3 years to one single project. So that's the rationale. Fully support the need to do it, but I don't think W4Q is where the money should come from. Councillor Duff.
I am absolutely on that page, because I just think that it's something that we could leverage the state government on. I think it's something that we could really, because it's essential services, but we're not going to be able to get the livable, the lifestyle stuff that that we've listed in these lists by lobbying the state government. So I 100% agree with that. I also think that this is our only opportunity to get this kind of funding to do all our community plan stuff. We've gone around the region, right across the region, to the small communities, to the larger communities, and we've said, you know, put on the table what you'd like to see happen. And this is our opportunity to deliver on some of those projects, to actually walk the talk. And I'm concerned that if we put all this money into the Gordon Brook situation, that all of those communities, we won't be able to deliver on any of that stuff that we said we would deliver on. So as a councillor for the region, and for the way that we've set out our charter, to have the community plans, to have the corporate plan about livability, this to me, this is our opportunity. So I'm 100% supportive, and I think the parks and the open spaces has been declared as a priority for council. So I see this as, you know, I agree that it's hard to just put a figure now because we had projects, but if we are going to put projects, put just broad figures, well then obviously parks and open space should be the major part of what we're funding here.
Okay, I'm going to move the motion that committee recommend to council development submit a list of nominated projects for assessment by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Government Planning under the following categories. Mr. CEO, do we need to reword that? Are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that. The only thing, councillors, is whatever's decided will have to go in by, so by the time it goes to the general, it will be endorsing an action that's already occurred.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, okay, so we'll be endorsing actions already occurred. As follows: 1, community building upgrades and maintenance, $1 million. Parks and open space refurbishments, 3.63 million. Infrastructure upgrades, $1 million. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Okay, councillors, open to those wishing to speak for or against. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely am torn with this, I have to say, because the challenge is, you know, this council, certainly in the budget discussions we've had, is going to have to make some really tough decisions around in terms of what we want versus what we need. And for me, I just can't sit here on hope. And I really do thank you for the work you've done in raising this issue with various ministers and having this conversation. My concern is that the 30th of April is only a couple of weeks away, and I'm just not sure I can sit here on hope when I'm looking at it potentially some sort of solution. So I don't feel the $1 million for infrastructure upgrades is enough when it comes to meeting that need of a $5.5 million project. And I've heard yourself that I've heard you when you're talking about not wanting to borrow more money, when you're talking about returning this council to a surplus. I don't see how any of that is achievable when we've got high priority risks hanging over our heads and no clear funding strategy. I'm not willing to sit on hope for Gordon Brook Dam. I can't. I'm sorry. I feel quite ill after reading that report. And as a councillor for this region, I recognise that council's core service is providing water to its residents, and we have to do that. the fact that our general manager and manager have just said to us that we will be, if we don't get rainfall, breaching Australian drinking water guidelines is a harrowing reality for this council. And I absolutely wish that something had been done much sooner, but we're in a really tight situation where I don't believe we have any other option. So I simply cannot support. I agree, parks and open spaces, you've heard me talk about livability. It's a key pillar of our regional development strategy, and I absolutely want to see us achieve those things. But I'm really torn because I see how important the Gordon Brook off-stream storage is. And if we're only attributing $1 million and then you're assuming that the Cumbia project and the likes included in that, I'm probably confused as to, well, what are we actually putting to that high priority need? So in this instance, I'm sorry, but I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm uncomfortable with the amounts put forward here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I probably have to agree with Councillor Shoemaker. This has been put on us quite fast. We were supposed to have a workshop last week, but that was cancelled. We were going to discuss this in more detail about some of the things we all wanted to put forward, and I just feel that we're taking, it's just like we've just taken some numbers and thrown them down on a piece of paper and said that'll do. But I just feel that there should be more, there probably should be more in community building upgrades and maintenance as well as the infrastructure upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Other councillors? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I can feel like, and you know, what I think about water, and yeah, we're in a rock and a hard place, but as Councillor Duff has alluded to, there's perhaps other avenues, and of course yourself, Mr Mayor, with pursuing the departments which you have over the last 6 and 8 months, and I know you have worked tirelessly with that to little resolve and getting too much assistance from the people that we require or would like assistance from. In saying that, with a projected list here of over 105 or roughly over 100, you know, projects that we would like to discuss, as Councillor Potter has alluded to, and last week not being able to do that, I certainly can't stand here and be comfortable with just throwing $1 million at this and $1 million at that and 3.6 to parks and gardens, when I think we could certainly sit down and discuss that in depth a little bit better. And I certainly support a lot of the things that have been said here in the last half an hour, but we perhaps need to spend another half an hour or longer in discussing this around the table. So I'm afraid I can't support the recommendation that's put there in front of me.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Look, I'll just take the right of reply as the mover and then we'll go to the vote. First of all, we've got a draft corporate plan in front of us, and if you look at the first pillar in that, and should this be adopted on the 28th of April, it will demonstrate that enhancing our communities and lifestyle is the first of those pillars. Building our infrastructure and enhance our towns and villages is the second. Taking advantage of growth opportunities through economic development. We've talked a lot about tourism. We've talked a lot about in here adventure tourism, a whole range of things. Protecting our environment and organisational excellence. And I do feel that our role as the council is to provide an environment in which our communities can flourish. We can't do a lot to stimulate private sector investment other than what we've been trying to do around the construction industry, but at the end of the day, a government's role is to provide fertile soil upon which industry and the community can grow and prosper. That, in our region, I believe, requires a significant uplifting in terms of the livability of our region. And a number of these projects that I'm listing here that go towards the figures quoted in that, put forward in that motion, are based on that premise that if we can provide a livable region that has excellent facilities for families and people of all ages, then we can provide an opportunity for our region to grow. And our region needs to grow. We need our population to grow. if we're going to see this region prosper and achieve its potential. I am very concerned, as you know, about the water issue at Gordon Brook, but I keep coming back to the fact that the political reality is, and I would ask you to have some confidence in me, and that I've been dealing in this space for 12 months with politicians, and the political reality is that the capacity for us to advocate for projects that are on this W4Q list is very limited. There will be no more funding in the next 3 years for things like this unless we get federal funding through something like LRCI. And we have today put 750,000 towards Blackbat. We have today put 900,000 towards the road at Wandai, and we have today put 300,000 towards Harris Road. Now, I voted for that and I supported that for the same reasons that I'm putting this forward, is that we need to make sure we are providing an environment where our businesses and our communities can flourish. And the things that are on this list, I believe, are the things that enable that to happen, particularly in relation to our parks and open space refurbishments. And if you drive around all the neighbouring regions, I think you'll find that we are behind other regions in terms of the status of our parks, the status of our open spaces, and we've got an excellent opportunity with our wonderful natural landscape here, if we can develop them, to grow our economy, to attract people to the green, to the tree change that our region provides, to attract people to retire here, to come and work here, to holiday here. And this is a wonderful opportunity. And I believe that that proposal is more in line with what W4Q is meant to represent. It is meant to represent job creation projects across the region. And General Manager O'May, please correct me if I'm wrong, but W4Q is about job creation. It's about creating jobs right across our region. When I had a conversation with Minister Hinchcliffe about this last year, he said clearly to me, W4Q, Brett, is about creating jobs across the region, spread the money across the region, and please, if where you can, employ locals. That's what the government wants us to do with the money. For one project, the water, absolutely, Tim, I know it's extremely important. I don't think anyone's demonstrated that more than I have in the last 12 months. But I do believe that there is an opportunity for us to get funding from the state government, from external agencies, through the different water funding. Now, the federal government just announced $20 million. Michael McCormack just announced $20 million over the next 2 or 3 years for dams and weirs and spillways and all sorts of things. Now, that probably isn't for urban water, I don't know. But there is government money available for water infrastructure. There will be in the future, particularly for a community like ours that is critically in need of this particular water supply. So I do feel that the political opportunities are there for us with Gordon Brook if we do our homework and we do it correctly, whereas they're not for the projects that are on this list. That's the basis of my motion. Okay, I'll leave it at that. We'll now go to the vote. Okay, those in favour? Those against? Okay, the motion's been defeated. 4 votes to do. To make it easy, Councillor Otto and Councillor Duff voted for. Other 4 councillors voted against. Thank you. Okay, well, Mr CEO, we had that defeated. We're still on item 6.12, and our General Manager needs to get something to the department within 48 hours. Can you give us some guidance as to where you think we should go here?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was just looking, we do need some form of not knowing if again, not knowing or nor wishing to preempt, if it's the allocation of funding mix that was the issue as opposed to the categories, or we would need another resolution off the floor so that we have something to submit, is basically what it comes down to.
Okay, councillors, well, I'm done. I've got no further motions to put forward. Does any other councillor wish to put forward a motion? Any councillor? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to put forward a motion based on the conversation that we've had and hearing your comments in closing. I'd like to put forward a motion that Council develops and submits a list of nominated projects for assessment by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government Planning under the following categories. Number 1, parks and open space refurbishment. And I'd like to suggest $2 million. Number 2, infrastructure upgrades. And I would like to suggest $3.63 million. Largely because I'm hearing you. However, my understanding is, certainly, sorry, I'll move that motion if there's a seconder, and then I'm happy to speak to it.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder for such? Seconder. Councillor Jones has seconded the motion. Okay. Councillors wishing to speak for or against. Councillor Shoemaker, feel free to go first. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason why I put forward those amounts is because certainly I'm hearing you. I do think parks and open spaces does need funding. I've been through the community building maintenance projects that are listed here. A lot of them are for painting and for floor coverings, and I just think I can't prioritise painting and floor coverings above water infrastructure, not after having heard the report that's just been given. So I'm proposing 3.63, so there is some funding available to certainly pursue projects like the Cumbia CBD and alike, and the footpath projects, but that there is some money in that bucket for pursuing Gordon Brook Dam, because my understanding is from the research I've done, you're absolutely right, there have been government and announcements around water infrastructure, but that is largely for agriculture. And so I don't think we'll have an opportunity like this again. Really mindful that a $5.5 million project, if we don't have funding available to us, that is going to hit our ratepayers and have to come from forward borrowing. So that's my thinking anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors wishing to speak for or against? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just speaking against putting the money towards Gordon Brook in this particular Works for Queensland, because I think that there's not enough money to make a difference, but it's enough money to smash a lot of small projects that could make a huge difference to little communities right across our region. So to me, with all due respect, it's a half-baked opportunity now, like we're just throwing a little bit of money towards it. I think that we need to make a very, very concerted effort to try and to get this, as has been mentioned, there's already some money being put out by the government for water infrastructure. That's where we need to direct our energy, is to lobby and to try and get this issue sorted, have the workshop, but really walk the talk on it, and if necessary borrow the money, but to just smash all these opportunities for right across our region with the community plan, or all the things that we've wanted to do for our community and to make this region livable. I don't want to compromise that for just something that's not going to be enough to deliver the Gordon Brook project, but just enough to smash the small community projects.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Look, I have to agree. I'm just looking at page 108, which was the Gordon Brook Dam status report that we've got. And look, I've been doing a lot of work on this, as you know, for some 12 months since Tim brought this to our attention down in the Town Common Hall in April last year, and we had a conversation, Tim, over a cup of tea about what was the solution for Kingaroy's urban water supply. It is an integrated solution. The off-site storage in itself will certainly give us some insurance around the pipeline going down, but the off-site storage at 5.5 million alone will not fix the problem. And at the bottom of 108, it does say, total permanent allocation increase for water security and complete offset of Gordon Brook will require 2,300 to 2,800 megalitres, with a cost of between 4.6 and 5.6. Now, even at $4.5 million to buy the megs that we would need, on top of the 5.5 for the off-site storage, we are still looking at $10 million. And on that basis, I tend to agree with Councillor Duff that if we're going to keep a couple of $1 million in here, we're still going to be well short of where we need to be in terms of a long-term solution. I would much rather go and advocate to the state government to support this region by providing the $10 million that is needed to purchase the to make available the megalitres, to purchase the megalitres, and then to also build the off-site storage facility, thereby allowing us to take reliance off Gordon Brook once and for all for urban water supply. I would, and Councillor Henson said before, if we're going to do something, let's do it well. I think in reference to Youngman Street, I think the same applies here. Simply building the 150 meg storage facility is not going to fix the problem. We are still going to be at risk of having high THMs and high bromoform levels in our water in Kingaroy if we can't decommission Gordon Brook, because we'll still be pulling water out of Gordon Brook that has high levels of bromide and high levels of blue-green algae that we will be mixing with our Boondooma water. So I do feel it's only a part. It's not giving us the amount of money we need to get the real proper solution here. I would much rather advocate to the state government for the $10 million that's needed to provide that solution in the short term. So as such, I won't be supporting spending Gordon Brook money from W4Q on Gordon Brook. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion simply because the 3.63 is in infrastructure. As stated earlier, we've got 3 years to spend it. All we're doing is categorising this general manager and we're putting it in, and we can then identify the projects at a later date. Is that correct? So therefore, that infrastructure work takes up cycleways, footpaths, all that sort of stuff that contribute to the parks and gardens and all that. So we have a 3-year period, and that will give you, Mr. Mayor, and I will acknowledge the work that you've been doing and in this water. I know how determined you are to get a result. So it is a 3-year lifespan for this money, and all we're doing today is identifying where we're going to put it. I think $2 million in parks and open space is ample. The money that we've spent already and committed through budgets and all that sort of stuff, and the work starting to take, I think $2 million will make a hell of a difference to the South Burnett region as far as used wisely, and I'm sure that Manager Mark behind me here will do exactly that, along with his General Manager O'May, with the council working together. So I'm happy to support this, understanding that there's no guarantee that we're going to put that money in there. Mr. Mayor, you might be successful in 6 months' time and getting the money and all that sort of stuff, and we can then spend the money on infrastructure upgrades, which includes all that stuff. So I'm happy to support that.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Any other councillors? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I suppose I would like to understand exactly. We've got lists and lists of projects to be done. So we don't have anything in here now for buildings, and I'm quite concerned because according to this list that I'm looking at, some of the things I want to see done are under buildings. So I would just like to see that, because I know it says sport and recreation, but you know, the things like the wheelchair sling, it's actually, to me, according to this, sits under the building section. So I'd really like to understand exactly where the things sit on this page, and whether, if we're going to do something, whether we can make it fit in another spot. So I suppose I'd like to know more about that, Mr. Mayor, because I'm really quite concerned not having the buildings down here with certain items that are in this list.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Potter, and that was certainly part of my thinking to put that $1 million in there. I know that Manager Leanne's not here today, but the Nango pool sling, I've got that as a high priority. Our Mergen Town Hall doesn't have disabled toilets. If you're a disabled person, you've got to go out onto the road at night, down into the main street. Do we not close our toilets? At 6 p.m. So if you're at a function at the Mergen Town Hall, where do you go to the toilet if you're a disabled person at 7 o'clock at night? There are no disabled toilets. I feel like, Danita, we need to have some money in there for building maintenance and upgrades. And I think that, you know, to give Leanne $1 million to fix things that need to be done as high priorities across our buildings and maintenance is reasonable. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Probably just a question in terms of depreciation for buildings. You know, at the moment, just looking across the assets that we own, the work that council has to do in that space, we simply can't afford all of them. So I'm probably just trying to understand, you know, from a CapEx point of view, my understanding is a lot of the projects here listed for buildings planned carpet replacement program, external painting program. That seems to be, where am I missing? Building needs to be re-stumped. A chain mesh fence due to the end of its life at the Mergen Depot. Blackbutt Hall re-roofing. Bandoomba Homestead Cattle Yards restoration. I'm sorry, but I look at some of these projects and I'm thinking about Kingaroy's water security. And I know you've said, and look, I hope, by all means, I hope that we don't have to use a single council dollar, a single ratepayer dollar to fund Gordon Brook Dam. But I am a realist and I am looking at those figures. I am looking at that risk. I do want to see some funding in here for water security for Kingaroy. I cannot prioritise floor coverings and building re-stumping and roof replacements over Kingaroy's water security. I just can't do it. I'm sorry, I've thought long and hard about this. I've slept on it. I'm hearing you. I know we've got a bargaining chip for the state government, but the reality is we are coming out the back of a COVID crisis. There is no money. I am worried that council is going to have to fund the full costs of Gordon Brook Dam. I'm acutely aware of the issues, Mr. Mayor. I too have sat in every single room and had every single discussion you have, and that's why I'm raising it here today. So I'm hearing you. However, and I understand, Councillor Potter, that there might be some small projects like that sling that's $30,000. Look, I hope through our capital works and our desire to be a community of choice for people with disabilities, we can prioritise those kind of works already. I think $2 million will make an enormous difference to the livability of our region, and I just cannot sit here without putting some money towards water security for Kingaroy. Look, that's my decision.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Schumacher. So you've had the right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Duff.
I was just
We'll go
wondering,
back to you, Councillor Schumacher.
am I able to move a procedural motion? Like, I just wanted to change it to, to move a procedural motion that we have parks and open space refurbishments 2 million, infrastructure upgrades 2.63, and the building section. Is that an amendment?
Yeah, so Councillor Duff, that would require the consent of the mover and the seconder
1 million.
for that.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Look, could I put forward, hearing you and noting that I don't want to be here all day, move an amendment that we put community buildings 0.63 million. Being really mindful that we do have a lot of work to do in that space when it comes to looking at our assets.
Councillor Jones, are you happy with that? Seconder? Thank you. Councillors, well, we've got an amendment to the motion, so we're going to have to give you a round of conversation again, I'm sorry to say. Anyone wish to speak for or against that motion that's currently presented? Or okay, no one wishes to? Okay. Councillor Hensham wants to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this. We've gone around and round here, quite starting to get giddy. But can I just mention one thing for everybody to take on board with all of this Works for Queensland? We've just spent weeks going around the community, getting input into that, and I think we've really got to be mindful of a lot of these projects have come from there as well. So I just make note to the councillors and in this chamber that respect those people's ideas and opinions as well, because we all went to many places for community consultation over some of these things, and hence is why we have a list in front of us of over 100 things. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank Councillor Henson. My list of high priorities that gave those figures were based on the community plan documents I got from the community, so I can absolutely reinforce that. Councillor Shoemaker, are you happy for us to go to the vote on this? Okay, those in favour? Those against? Resolution carried. Motion carried. 4 votes to 2 with Councillor Otto and Councillor Duff voting against. Okay, thank you all. Now, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to 7.1, Local Disaster Management Water and Wastewater Portfolio Report. In Councillor Frolov's absence, we've got the report as presented in the agenda. Do we have a councillor who'd like to move that be accepted? Thanks, Councillor Jones. Second, and thanks, Councillor Potter. Questions, councillors? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, councillors, next item is 7.3, water allocation and consumption, 113. Manager Tim, do you want to give us a quick run through on that? If you could, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just for this one here, I'll just hand to Tim. This was in response to from council to previous standing committee, just to understand further more about how our allocations work. So Tim and his team have put together an overview of the 2 different schemes that we use on those.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Essentially, we've got 2. We get supplies off 2 Sunwater schemes, one being Bunduma and one being BP Dam. One of the questions that was raised was how is the medium priority water? How come there's still medium priority water going out of BP Dam? That's slightly more complex than Bunduma. Bunduma has a simplified arrangement where the medium priority water will cut off at about 34% or 69,943 megs. So it's a very line in the sand cut-off point. BP Dam is slightly more difficult, is that it doesn't only just go on the capacity of the dam itself, it also goes on the Baramba river conditions. So, for example, in 2019, the medium priority water was cut off around 10%. But the reason for that was the Baramba River had no rainfall in the catchment. There was no run in the river. So therefore, it was pretty well reliant on the percentage capacity held in the dam. The same is not true at the moment. So yes, we're down about around the similar level for the BP Dam, but actual Baramba River is actually currently running. And so Joe Sipple Weir and the Silverleaf Weir, they're both overflowing. So they're over 100% capacity. And so this is how Sunwater have a very complicated methodology on dealing with this. So this is my layman's terms of explaining how it works. So it's just not addressing the dam in isolation to say that's the capacity, that's when we cut off. So it's really a business decision by Sunwater as to when they do and don't cut the water. Hopefully I've explained that right. Now, there was also questions raised about the allocations out of the different dams and the charging. Slightly, it is, if you've read the report, there are 2 vastly different schemes on how they are charged. If I can just address, so Mergen and Wandai come out of the BP scheme, so if I can address that first, and I'll just deal with Mergen. So, is the same application as for Wandai. So Mergen has a 1400 meg allocation and approximately is $650 per meg. Well, the reason I say approximately is they're based on 2-part tariff, access and consumption. So that's where I come out with approximately 650. Depends on how much water you use as to the rate. It's very much like our town water rates. If you use lesser water, your overall cost per kilolitre is higher. And it's the same principle applies for the dam water use. You will find, and so there's an annual allocation access charge for Mergen is only 362 meg from the BP dam, and that's at a fixed access rate of $614 per meg. Now, it's got a funny system here. The additional 1,038 meg is actually an allocation out of the Baramba River. Now, I'm only doing an assumption here that would have been an old order in council before the BP dam was actually built. So they're still honouring the original order in council. They actually don't pay for that 1,038 megs at all each year. But this is where the interesting part with the BP scheme comes in, is that the consumption charges only take effect for Mergen once they've used in excess of 1,038 megs for the year. So once they do that, they're only charged $38.19 per meg. And if I can just as a note, in the 1920 year that they actually never got charged for consumption charge. And if I can just jump over to Wandai, similar situation, but just in a smaller scale, they have a 350 meg allocation, same approximate cost per meg, but they actually get 100 megs out of the BP dam. That's what they pay for regardless each year. But they have an additional 250 meg that is free of access charges. But the consumption charge for per kilolitre or per megalitre only starts after the first 250 meg is being consumed. And again, in the 1920 year, Wandai did not attract the consumption charge. So does that make sense? Okay. So if I can move on to the Proston scheme, and this is where it gets interesting when you compare the two schemes. You'll see that the Bunduma scheme, if I take Proston, for example, we have a 500 meg nominal allocation, which is high priority. You'll see that we actually get charged $634 per meg for the access charge, significantly different to the access charge. Oh, sorry. That's the high priority. It's cost approximately $634, but the fixed allocation charge is only at a rate of $132 per meg compared to the BP dam scheme, which is $614. But what happens here, because they've never had a historic river stream allocation to taking into account, they've actually compensated with that on the consumption charge. You'll see here the consumption charge is $501 per meg, $501.79 per meg compared to the BP dam scheme, which is only $38.19. So they compensate because they had to honour the original ordering councils and the allocations out of the Barker Baramba for the BP. So it's just all about making the schemes pay. So that's how both schemes work. Is there any sort of questions that need clarification from the report?
Questions, councillors? Yeah, thanks, Tim. That's an excellent report. A lot to absorb there. Quite a complex pricing system that we work with, isn't it? Okay, so Councillor, I'll move that the attached water allocation and consumption report be received for information. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, General Manager and Manager, for providing that very good summary as to our water allocation and pricing scheme. Okay, let's move on to the item 7.4, which is Bayou Road and Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road at 117. Might get you to lead us in on this. Thanks, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We just asked to get some information together on those two roads. So I'll just draw Council's attention to the attachment, which is on page 118. It highlights on Bayou Road the single lane sections that remain on that road. Obviously, we've been doing progressive upgrades on there through the RRTG in conjunction with TMR. James and his team and Kevin have done an excellent job putting those programs together. Also with Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road, it just identifies the changes that are still single lane seal there. Obviously, it's single lane seals roads are an issue when they carry a lot more traffic. We obviously have a lot of shoulder issues on these roads. Our intention at this stage was probably to seek direction from council to note it and basically where you wanted to go with these roads, Mayor, as far as advocacy or just to make council aware that there are the distances of single lane seals that are available. So.
Thanks very much, General Manager. I really appreciate you bringing this report forward. And so just I think we'll go to councils or have any questions or comments on this. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, these are two roads which I myself travel along quite a bit, and I've never understood how you go from a 2-lane to a single lane and then back to a 2-lane and back to a single lane again. But look, is there a way we can advocate to Department of Main Roads for upgrading the sections on these roads, or how do we go about this? Because these are probably, we have caravans coming along that from the main highway, and we really need to make sure that the Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road is a good road for them, because you can't have trucks and caravans going off the roads like that. It's just, it's not good for us. It's not a good look coming into the town.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just a question from me. I note here that it says that they're lower order state controlled roads. So I was just wondering, is the methodology based, and I may have even read it here, around the number of vehicles per day, or is there a way in which we can advocate for the state to recognise it as a higher priority road, being that it is a major connector for Kingaroy?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, and I'll probably be corrected by Mr. Darcy behind me, but similar to our network, obviously Main Roads put them in a hierarchy. These roads here are lower order compared to Mundubra Geelong and obviously the Bunya Highway. Mundubra Geelong, correct me if I'm wrong, James, is a strategic route, state significant or state strategic route, is where Mainwell Bunya Mountains actually forms part of the local roads of regional significance program. By Road too, James, is part of that program. So these are roads that would be equivalent to connectors throughout the TMR network and through our towns as well. What I would probably suggest in council in this stage is you can advocate for as many TMR roads going forward as you like. And to answer your question, how you go from a single lane to a double lane to a single lane, there's one answer to that, and that's money. That's where it comes from. I think the report just highlights that there's, for council to be aware on Boye, there's 3.6 k's of single lane seal there to deal with. And then on Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road, there's 2.3 k's of single lane sealed there to be dealt with. What I'd probably encourage council is probably to take note of that they're not huge kilometres, but just in those planning priorities through ROTG or advocacy or forward programmings, just keep them in the back of your mind that you might look to prioritise some of those roads, just as you've done with Mundubra Geelong. You advocated for Maidmore Bunya Mountains. You've actually been advocating for Boye for quite some time to get money through that. We've done a number of sections there since I've been here. I think we've done 3. So we've seen significant investment in there. So I think James has highlighted there Boye Road alone. So we've done 2018, 19, 19, 20 and 2021. We've done 1.4 million there. So that's a really good outcome, which James has been able to achieve for council. So probably just our thoughts was just, they're not huge kilometres of things. It's one of those ones where when you add them all up, there's just these, and what probably makes it frustrating is that you've got exactly that. You've got double lane, then you've got single lane, then you've got double lane, then you've got single lane. I would just probably encourage council to probably look at maybe seeing what the forward plans are for TMR for these roads over the next 4 or 5 years, possibly, Mayor, as a suggestion, just depending on where you want it to go. And then you can make some decisions on how you might want to proceed from there, possibly. Just a thought.
Councillor Duff.
I just wanted to ask a question because I know that previously with at least the Baillie Road, we used it. We lobbied through Webrock and that funding that we get where we didn't. If you put a main road up, you don't have to match it dollar for dollar. We put Baillie Road up as the priority. So what's changed as far as continuing to put it forward as a priority to try and finish it? Like, when's that come up again for allocation? Who decides what roads go to that Webrock and which ones are the priority? Is that a decision of council?
Yes, that's a decision of your RRTG to do that. So ultimately, the TMR roads belong to main roads. So they will look at a combination of fundings through different programs to see where they want to invest their money. So they might want to invest it in Baillie, they might want to do some work on Maidenwell Bunya Mountains because they've had progressive sections on each road. Some of the roads for TMR are not eligible under the RRTG program. So Mundubba Geelong is not eligible under RRTG. Again, happy to be corrected by James at the back. Essentially, what main roads will deal with the program the same way we do. They'll look at what funding is available to them across different elements. The school of thought of council putting main roads projects up so that it doesn't have to save contribution as part of its budget. I'd be fair to say that methodology has been moved away from since I've been here. If council has eligible large roads that are eligible for funding and they are priorities, council should be looking to seek that RRTG money for its own network to make sure it balances it up. So there is a formulated model that's used through the RRTG, which goes through. I think the model is actually called Model 9B now, where there is a program formula which allocates funding through the network priorities of both the Webrock councils and also main roads. The difference with the RRTG going to TMR roads is that main roads may choose or may not choose to add a matching allocation to that program as well.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So you said that the decision is made from the Regional Roads and Transport Group. So from council, who sits on that group, and who makes the decision as to which roads those representatives advocate for?
Yeah, so you have an elected members that's on the RRTG, and my understanding is the Councillor Jones and the Mayor. Is that right? Which is nominated by council by resolution.
The second question is, who decides which roads they advocate for on that as part of bringing the council view to the table of RRTG? Who makes that decision as to which roads those representatives advocate for when they go sit at that table?
From a main roads point of view, or from our network?
Our council.
Yeah, so we nominate projects. So officers nominate projects at the technical group, or the technical committee, which sits underneath the RRTG. We identify projects that are available on eligible LARS projects, LARS roads, and then they are put through a prioritisation methodology to be allocated by the RRTG. As far as adopting that, you adopt that in your forward budget presented to council for resolution. As far as the TMR priorities go through, that is a group decision in consultation with TMR. TMR ultimately control what projects they choose to nominate and which ones they choose not to.
Okay, thanks, General Manager. Councillor Duff, sorry, you got your light on. Continue.
Yeah. So is it possible as we move forward that this council team could have some input into the priorities of the roads that we put forward to that group, or is that like that group that you just said that make the decisions? Is that possible that rather than just suddenly we get the roads that have been presented, that we could actually have endorse those roads rather than, like I know when the Baillie one came up, it was sort of like out of left field. So just wondering if this council team could be more involved in the process.
You can do anything you like, essentially. Probably happy to take that on notice, and when the forward program's developed, Mayor, maybe we look at a workshop possibly of how it's developed. And at the end of the day, it's up to you as a council. You've nominated your members. How you manage that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. We can come back to that, Councillor Duff, and look at that for future. We may not get much of a chop at the TIDS money from now on because I think we've probably taken the lion's share at the last RRTG. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Jones, who is the Deputy Chair of that group. Just look, extending the line of questioning here to get a better understanding of this, General Manager. So at the moment, we've got Boye Road, which has 300 to 400 vehicles per day travel along it, including school children. There's a single section there that I believe the shoulder deteriorates on fairly rapidly due to the vehicles that travel on Boye Road on that single lane section. The shoulder tends to wear out. Is that correct?
Lynell? Yeah, I might just get Kevin, Mr. Mayor, to comment about the current project. So essentially, we're closing up the missing link, and then there'll be a piece left over.
So my understanding is that, and certainly come forward, Kevin, when you're ready, but is that we're closing up the missing link, which is section 3. That will leave sections 1, 2 and 4 at single lanes, which comprises, sorry, Kev, I'll wait till you're settled. I'll come back to that. Yeah, so Kevin, just from the report that we've got here from the Works branch, if we look at Boye Road first and foremost, it's an 83 kilometre section of road. After the current works are completed, that will leave 2.5 kilometres approximately of single lane. On that single lane, there's 300 to 400 vehicles travel per day, many of which are school kids, buses and heavy grain trucks that I happen to know do use that route to get back through to Kingaroy or to the Wandai grain depot, rather than going all the way down to Mergen and doing the big circle. They'll cut back through Boye, go up through Boye, past the old Boye store and slip down through Boye Road. So it's a fairly heavily utilised road for trucks, a school bus and a number of kids going to school. 300, 400 vehicles per day, 2.5 kilometres to be still done on that. That was the first thing. If we then look at Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road, it carries 1,000 to 1,500 vehicles per day. 1,000 to 1,500 vehicles per day. Now, I don't know what that works out to be a year, but that's a lot of traffic. I've been out there and inspected the road before Jesbergs did the work. The shoulder drop-off was 200 millimetres. I measured that in some parts on the single lane section and was less than a metre from where the drain fell in. And I saw tyre tracks through a gouge that deep where cars had been in. I was there as a four-wheel drive came along that road and a truck was coming the other way. The four-wheel drive had to stop and pull off behind a tree to let the truck come through. 1,000 to 1,500 vehicles per day. Now, I understand that the process for RRTG is step 1, council nominates to a technical group roads that comes from council. Prioritisation tool is then applied by the technical guys under Model 9B. And then step 3, that gets presented to the RRTG for endorsement prior to WebRock resolving to accept that. Now, I've got a schedule in front of me from the RRTG that indicates that $5.2 million in TIDS money, I hope, just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this one tells me that $5.2 million in TIDS money is allocated to our council between now and 25-26. Is that correct? Is that what the proposed funding rounds money stands for? And on that list, I've got Maidenwell Bunya Mountain 981, Tingura Chelmsford 1.1 million, Blackbutt Crow's Nest 770,000, Memorambi Barkers Creek 432, Corndale Road 1.589 million, Cumbia Road 251,000. But nowhere here do I see Barkers Creek or Boye Road. And I don't know. I'm confused then as to how the prioritisation tool works. Well, go back a step. I'm confused as to who put forward these roads before Boye and Barkers Creek.
Yeah, so that the roads, so Mayor, we'll take a couple of those on notice. So there's a program for RRTG. The money can go to council roads or it can go to main roads. So the roads that you're reading out there, with the exception of Mainwell Bunya Mountains, are council roads. if you were to take that money off your network, you would have to put that on the TMR network, you would lose money for council. So,
So Tingura to Chelmsford's a council road?
that's right, Mayor. Yep,
Bunya Mountains is not a council road?
that's right. Yep. So where the aim, in our view, is you want to retain as much of that RRTG money for council as you can if you've got network priorities, so that you're competing for that money. If you choose to put RRTG money on there, then you would lose. Say if you lost Tingor or Chelmsford, you would have to make that up out of your capital program or maintenance to cover that. So in the past, my view is while council has network needs on its own, it should really consider them as a high priority to put its own council projects forward for RRTG money. You want to keep that TIDS money as much as you can. That's my advice to council. What I would suggest with these two roads is that even without TIDS, they can be funded through different programs. Is look at advocacy for how they could be funded through other funding available. There's a number of funding programs. TIDS is a very small bucket across the state. Largely what we use that money for is to upgrade. It's to be spent on LARS roads, either LARS roads, which are TMR roads, or council roads. The reason we chase down roads like Tingor or Chelmsford is I think we're floating, a $2 million schedule there at the moment for reseals and rehab. If we can get $1 million in TIDS for our, that means we don't have to fund for council networks. So that's probably the shift in priority is to go through that. All of those roads, as far as nomination go, council officers have to put forward projects on the LARS network that meet the obligations of the tool. So there is an assessment done on those roads. We look for nominated projects that meet the criteria for the LARS network, and we nominate the highest priorities there. It doesn't shift them in front of other council priorities, but each year we put forward nominations that meet the LARS Road Alliance program on those networks, and we put through the highest priorities for scoring so they can be allocated, get a piece of the funding, if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand the first point around local roads. The second point, so are Bowie Road and Barkers Creek Road, are they LARS roads?
I'll just have to check with James, Mayor. I know Bowie is, but I'm not sure about Kinroy Barkers.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. State-controlled LARS. So we do have council LARS as well as a state-controlled LARS network as well. So the roads that you've mentioned, as per this report, are the state-controlled LARS roads. Roads that were identified as council LARS roads are more like the Peterson Drive upgrade that's just recently been completed. Memorandum Barkers Creek Road is another council LARS road. So they're just a couple of examples. Blackbuck Crow's Nest is another one. They're the ones that provide that higher order council function that integrates well with the lower order state controlled function as well. So very, very similar, although under two different authorities of management.
Yeah, thanks, Manager. So Maidenwell Bunya is a state-controlled LARS road. The others are all local LARS road, council-controlled LARS roads, yeah, on that list.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. Can I ask, do we know how many vehicles travel on the Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road per day?
Not
in comparison to these other two LARS roads?
Not on the top of my head, Mayor. We'd have to...
I could perhaps leave that on notice if I could.
Yeah, sure. Probably just one thing I'd say about that is identified Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road was part of your advocacy with Mundubba Geelong Road as your highest, is my understanding. Mundubba Geelong Road and Maidenwell Bunya Mountains Road were identified by this council as its highest. There's other things to consider other than volume as well, obviously, around the location of the upgrade or deficiency and also what that purpose of that road is for.
So Mundubba Geelong is also a state-controlled LARS?
No, Mr. Mayor, it is...
It's a road of strategic significance?
It's a higher order road.
Okay. Thank you. I'll bring that to an end. That being the case... Oh, sorry, Councillor Potter. Yeah, you go.
I'm just curious with these roads, what about fatalities or incidents or accidents? Taking into account what the Mayor actually said earlier, I think we've all seen close calls or even had close calls ourselves, especially on Kingroy Barkers Creek Road. Is there a list of incidents or accidents, and can that be taken to the Traffic Advisory Committee then to help advocate to get these roads done? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So TMR keep a list of all the reported accidents to them on their network, so they will have that metrics inside their own internal systems. And this is why I think it'd be fair to say, James, they've been successful in the high-risk roads programs because they use that data going forward. My suggestion for council would be is if you wish to advocate for those 2 roads, look at trying to get them on maybe making a discussion with the district director around priorities on those networks over to close those 2 unsealed pieces up. Oh, sorry, single lane sealed pieces up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, GM. I'm being quite a terrier on this only because I've been and seen these roads. I've talked to a lot of people in Baillie and out towards Barker's Creek Road, heading towards Nanango. I've talked to a lot of people out there, and the residents are extremely concerned that the potential for a fatality on that single lane section, as Councillor Potter has talked about. So I am very concerned for our communities about the status of these 2 roads. As such, I'd like to change the recommendation, put forward a motion as follows, Nell, if you don't mind, leaving what you've got there as is, and then just put an and recognise Baillie Road and Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road as high priority state-controlled roads for future advocacy. And we may well need to make that a recommendation to council, I think, Mr. CEO, would we not?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just could we just receive the report, do the first one, and then put on the second one, then do it as a separate one, because then we can just action that the committee recommends to council. One of the things, General Aaron, your earlier question that I don't know was fully answered is who would have put those programs up. The RRTG programs generally about a 4 or 5 year cycle, easily. So a lot of the roads that are coming, the sausage machine again, a lot of the roads that are coming now will have been done way before my term, my time with council, and would be way back at the beginning of the last term. So what you're seeing is that second resolution is if these are going to become council priorities or are council priorities now or into the future, now's the time to start putting them into the sausage machine, and they'll churn out in a couple of years down the track as the programs run through. So if we could deal with that second one just as its own resolution, and then we can action that from there.
Yes, thank you,
That the committee recommends to council, and I'll.
Yes, sorry, Mr. CEO. That the committee recommends to council. Yep. Okay, council, so I'll move that council note the road profiles of the state-controlled road corridors for Baillie Road and Kingaroy, Barkers Creek Road and associated funding history. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. I would further put forward a motion that the committee recommends to council that council recognise Baillie Road and Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road as high priority state controlled roads for future advocacy. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillors wishing to speak for or against? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. Thanks very much, General Manager and managers. Moving on now to 8.1, questions on notice at 120 in relation to the Gordon Brook Dam spillway. So we see you've come back, Manager Tim. Did you want to lead us through that one? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At one of our information sessions, we requested some status of the Gordon Brook Dam. So this year, we're actually taking part of a feasibility and design assessment for the Gordon Brook Dam. Now, this is to get. I'll just check over there. So that's so this year we've allowed 200,000 for the concept design and budget costings, and to review of the spillway adequacy assessment for the acceptable flood capacity requirements. It's a mouthful, but what we've got to do, the dam wall capacity or the spillway capacity, so that's the amount of water it can release in flood time, is what is the problem with the dam. So originally in 2008 there was a capacity assessment done, and that's where this initial project came from, which was around the $12 million mark. Now, that was subsequently reviewed again in 2013 as part of the every 20 years you've got to get a dam safety review. So that was done again so that we could move forward. So now we're getting into this mandated requirement when we've got to have the dam completed. So once we've looked at this, we've found that there's we've actually got to reassess that capacity requirement again, because there's been some changes to the probable maximum precipitation estimates as released by BOM. We're getting third-party review on those, on the initial assessments that we've come up with, is that the requirement isn't as large as what was first thought, which will be a good thing if it's confirmed by third-party review. It won't get us out of required to do the work. It just won't be as hopefully as large a scale of work as what was first thought. So in a on page 122 of the report, I've broken it down into the years that are required to step through for this design, and to the final completion is 2025. So basically we're doing the concept design, checking the spillway adequacy, that's this year. Once we get that, we'll then be in a position in 22-23 to go out for the preparation of the specifications, tender docs, and the tendering process for design and construct items as required. Now, it may seem like a fair bit of lead time. We are having this year alone, we've had very large difficulty in actually accessing the required professional people to do these things. Bear in mind that it's some 30 odd years that there's been a dam built in Queensland, really, other than Paradise Dam, which wasn't a resounding success. So the expertise isn't sitting around on the shelf waiting for us, and it's increasingly difficult to get these dam experts, and that's the problem we're having. So that's just a footnote on that. But the idea is that we will have that concept design, and it's on target to be completed this financial year. We can then get some guidelines on costings, as well as we'll be able to prepare tender specifications and everything from that concept design. With the ultimate thing is in 22-23 contract for the design and construct, including the above items, and then in 23-24 is actually start the construction of the, and I'll phase that over 2 years, 23-24 and 24-25 is the ultimate completion. So I actually phased that in our 10-year capital as $5 million in the 23-24 and then $6 million in the following year. The idea will be that it'll be just a continuation through until we do complete the construction. But the majority of it will hopefully be construction phase in 23-24 to be compliant with the 25-year deadline. If I refer back to page 121, which is the first part there, so I addressed that. The reason we've come up with this is the dam safety conditions is 15. So that's what we're dealing with at the moment. Now, in the dam safety condition 16, upgrade to a minimum AFC requirements, there are two alternatives. Option one is upgrade, complete 100% upgrade by 2025, or option two is upgrade the spillway to safety pass 75% AFC by 2025, and the second, upgrade the spillway to safely pass 100% by 2035. The problem, and that sounds like a great option to extend it out till 2035. Problem is to successfully get it to pass 75% AFC by 2025, you've actually largely got to do the work twice. So you might not have an initial big capital outlay, it'll actually cost you more in the long run. So that's why the option went for the 2025. That was an initial study in 2008, I believe it was. And it is a sound background as to why that choice was made, because otherwise you do the work that's required now, and then you actually demolish half that work to finish off the latter part, and it's cost you several $1 million more, which, as we know, we haven't got that money to waste. Other than that, if there's any outstanding questions for that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Manager. So just on that then, so just in summary, so over the next 4 financial years, we're looking at $12 million, including design, D&C, design and contract, and 11 million for, basically $1 million for design and another 11 million for the construction works to extend the spillway. So basically 12 million the next 4 years, based on what we know now. May reduce if that DSC 15 comes in at a lower level. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just as a rider on that, these are still our preliminary cost estimates. That's the whole idea of this concept design, so that we can get some sort of firmer costings from the initial 2008 assessment. So yes, we're looking about 800,000 for the design, tender docs, and the D&C costs. Yes, and that will give us a better understanding of what the true 23 to 25 year costs will be.
And then over the 10-year term, you're estimating roughly at this stage it's about $17 million to maintain the dam between now and 2029.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. So those additional works down listed below, which I do apologise, I brushed over them. That's the results of the dam safety hazard reviews. We do these reviews on an annual basis. Then you do 5-year reviews, etc. So they're a mandated requirement because it is a referable dam. So.
Thanks very much, Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question from me. I understand this is, a requirement that we have to meet these regulations. So that being the case, just keen to hear if there's any opportunity for funding for a project like this.
Yeah, I will. I will take that one because I've been searching far and wide at the moment to try and find some funding. I think the biggest thing is just talking about some of those additional requirements on the back around the additional works that we might have to do between now and 2030. There might be an opportunity to incorporate some of those into the design of the works. So as far as the upgrade of the wall, might address some of those issues. As far as funding goes, I can't see anything at the moment that meets the criteria. As far as AFC upgrades, I look at the NWIDF, I can't see that it meets that requirement. Happy to have further discussions with the state if we need to get some further detail on that. But otherwise, yeah, I think if we get through the design, we as officers will be actively looking for opportunities to bring to council. If we see anything that's remotely close to being eligible, then we would be hunting that. So I think it's going to be critical for us.
So just to confirm, at the moment, this, up to 17.3 is actually forward borrowings or projected in our forward capital plans?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would have to seek external revenue for that, either through borrowings or loan, or wherever that might be. Again, obviously, we try and look for eligible funding as quickly as we can. Also, what we've asked Tim and the team to do is that we'll look at both options for the wall. So if that means that there's a design there that might cost us more over the longer term, but it solves the short-term issue, we will consider that and bring that back to council so that the whole idea is that you have all the information going forward when the design's done. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, building our regions, it's the state program. It's not been released, and again, there's no guarantee. It's one of those things. But certainly, under the previous rounds of BOR, and to have this shovel ready if a BOR round comes up again, dam infrastructure and water supporting infrastructure through BOR. The previous minister indicated it very heavily before his departure at the last state election. But yeah, certainly BOR would be one I'd have very much high on the radar.
Thanks for the heads up, Mr. CEO. We can certainly watch that also in terms of the off-site storage, possibly in the allocation. Any of those state funding options would be great. Just, Manager Tim, just while we're talking about this Gordon Brook and the whole connection of the water supply, the Warrulan Reservoir, that's a new reservoir. I think it's $4 million on the capital budget. Can you just perhaps give us a little bit of an understanding as to how that connects into the rest of the water scheme in Kingaroy? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the Warrulan Reservoir is our first and our major storage for the water coming from Gordon Brook Treatment Plant. So it's actually essentially stored up there and delivered to our other reservoirs in the town, in Kingaroy town. So it's our main central pumping station. I think I might have mentioned before that is one of the issues I'd like to address in long term is we have to reduce our water age. If we could get we've got customers come off that rising main between Warrulan and Gordon Brook. If we didn't have them on actually treated water supply, we wouldn't have to treat or chlorinate the water before it leaves Gordon Brook. We would then reduce our water age. But yes, that's our main storage for the towns.
That reservoir at Warrulan is part of the solution in terms of reducing that water age, which then gives rise to those THMs, is the bottom line.
It's a possible, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's largely the additional storage up there is about dealing with the overall shortages in the Kingaroy system, not so much the THMs. The THM issue is about trying to halve the water age before you chlorinate. So really, it's funny. THM, one of the issues is if you don't turn the water over quick enough, it's the age of the water increases the THM. So that's where sometimes restrictions are a double-edged sword for us. We might conserve our water, but we actually waste more because we've got to purge the system. It's a very balancing act on the whole supply system, unfortunately. But in answer to your original question, yes, that storage there is about the not about the THMs. It's about the supply security for Kingaroy.
Yeah, I've read your report in relation to that Warrulan Reservoir, the $4 million required there. It's a high priority capital project, I believe, in terms of Kingaroy's water supply, alongside the other discussions we've had today about the allocation and storage. So it's something that would still need to be done. Even if we're successful with the other projects, that still needs to be done on top. Would that be correct?
Absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. It's a probably, if you want, probably step one of a multi-stage solution to the deficits in the Kingaroy system.
So it's the first step.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, any other questions? If not, I'll move that the responses to the questions raised be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you very much, Manager Tim, for that excellent report. Okay, Council, we now have a recommendation that Council considers the confidential reports listed in the agenda in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, pertains to 9.1 Kingaroy Transformation Project External Agencies Update. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Second, thank you, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now close the open meeting, go into committee at 4:01 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back into open council committee meeting, councillors. So we have a recommendation And if we can just get that up, that'd be great. Thank you. That the committee recommends to council that the update of engagement with external stakeholders is noted, and council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate engagements with external agencies in relation to the Kingaroy Transformation Project. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Jones. A second. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillors, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. As that's the all of the items on the agenda attended to, I'll now call the meeting closed at 4:17 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and participation today, and have an enjoyable rest of day and evening. Thank you.